Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Americanized, Ryan, 26 lands, star set. Or okay. John's gonna be on with me and on here in a bit. We got done recording the podcast, and I went to go do laundry. I ate dinner or something for like my. It's realistically my breakfast. Sent him a message, just giving a heads up. With this version of Golgari, which decks are you hoping to be paired against for favorable matches? Blue Control generally is a decent matchup. Esper's okay. Like it's a fine deck against a majority of the meta. Just the matchups, I guess I would like to avoid, or at least hope I get good draws, like good RNG, Analyst and Domain, and then somewhat Convoke. I'm less worried about Convoke than Analyst. Mustache is way too long. Oh yeah? You agree, bud? You agree, Tiberius? Lost the ending of LEC, who won in the end. I don't remember the name, but it was Esper. It was Esper mid versus Golgari mid. How do you feel about this version in Esper? I think we feel fine. I feel like the 4 hostile investigators are fine yesterday. The pick your poison is gonna get cut. I'm just waiting for John to hop on. But yeah, those are the finals. We were talking about it on the podcast when we were recording. Kitty cat. Yeah, since I can't play actual music with having a guest on stream now, I'm gonna just put the game music on. Hey, Minnie. And hopefully this isn't too loud. How are you doing? I have a cat here that is like, he's staring at me and he's like sort of making biscuits on my leg. While he's like standing on my leg and standing on the stool at the same time and just staring. Stream's okay so far. Just started it. Looks like John is right, which is totally fine. Be back into streaming. Yeah, sometimes it could be a lot. Hey, Hyperclus, I'm doing alright. For now, we're gonna go ahead and hop in a match while we're waiting. So it's gonna be about 15 minutes for John to hop on. I do want to make this change to the pick your poison to something else though. Like maybe we play a second Pixis command for the time being. He was trying a third Unlicensed Hearse for the analyst matchup. But I'm on a Soul God Lantern. Iberius, there's no up here. Hi. Oh. Do we have the Golgari finalist list? You can pull it up. But it's different. It's completely different than what we are working on. Yeah, this is what they were doing. They're more 3-drop heavy than we are. And they're on less Duresses in the main. Yeah, still in Broncos, yeah. Bronco's still a pretty good card. It's just weird seeing 3 Preachers with Bronco. There are some lists that are going up to 4 Broncos now. You look like you're gonna fall asleep standing there. We at. Hey, Sean. This is where Magic Show is happening. I brought my kids to watch. All right, we're gonna go hop in a match with the list that we've been working on. Not a lot of clean answers. Drop plus a Leon curve right now. Yeah, but the problem is also Lily is just kind of bad in some matchups too. Typically just Boros and mono red. We'll keep this and put back Sentinel. I haven't heard the in-game music in forever. You have to choose your enemy pet. How's the rest of chat doing tonight? I think about Boros win the tournament with a new tag, running aim interrupter, it ramps into creature to stop board wipes. Which tournament are you talking about? I don't. Ooh, that hurts. Which are you talking about? One of the RCs? Here. Sorry, chat. Give me a second. I have a forest in hand. It is. Sure. Missing a land drop really hurts there. Boros didn't win. Which RC are you talking about? Because Boros didn't win the European RC. We took a when we were recording the podcast, we took a look at all 3. I don't recall Boros winning any of them, unless I forgot already. 620 players signed up. Lord. Yeah, so Sean, for the Magic the Gathering Regional Championship, it is could have kicked it. No, you couldn't. It is actually pretty normal for in the US to be, I think, around 1,500 to like 1,800 players. Oh, you're talking about Flesh and Blood. Okay, okay. Well, we got 3 dead cards currently in our hand. Hey, crap. First comes MTG RC, but also yes. Oh, we might just be dead here. We had a terrible start. And it's going all right. I got done recording the podcast a little bit ago. Just playing one match before John hops on. We're gonna do some play testing. New episode, it might be a little bit longer than the last one. We talked about some MH3 spoilers with the official previews. The only Ugin card I think I saw was the land. I'm gonna get some cancel. Oh, I'm dead. I'm gonna save time. Any suggestions for decks or Pioneer RCQs in your you like mono black, so I would suggest mono black Waste Not. Waste Not is pretty good against like a majority of the meta game. Like you just have a lot of like ante. You play like Liliana, Waste Not, Thoughtseize, Duress, Go Blank, Hostile Investigators. So like you could play a bunch of stuff like that, which is really good for you. In that deck, like I think you'd like that one. Up speed running or what? What do I cut here? Otherwise, there is like Rakdos vampires. Like you generally like gravitate towards mono black decks. Rakdos vampires just basically Rakdos mid range with a vampire package. Turn 3 Sorin, potential turn 3 Sorin into putting Vein Ripper into play. Pioneer Explorer will become Pioneer eventually once the format catches up. Like once we get all the rest of the cards added to Arena. We'll do that. So like we're missing some cards for it. Yeah, it is pretty different, but the key idea is there. Was playing at full speed. Traith, if you like sacrifice is a thing too in Pioneer. It's just a deck that you have to have reps in. You can't just play it out of nowhere. Okay. How lovely is it that the first standard enlisted teamer have all cut out the braids and the hers can go brrr. Okay. Was inspired by Sonic that job. Nyom. Four lands a turn 4 Keck. What's going on, kiddo? Okay, cool. I think we keep it the same here. Chat, can you hear the game music that much, or is it very quiet? I can't ramp concede. No, the game music. I know you guys can hear me fine, but I'm just curious about the game music. It sounds great. Can it be better if we had hand disruption? I mean, graveyard hate. There's Bonnie Paul. So Oppo is trying to set up for Bonnie Paul, which we're going to, for next turn we're probably going to uptick, maybe get rid of the Bronco, or it could be the Sentinel. Speed on the match is confusing you?
I'm tired of your secrets.
Yeah, that was a thought, pillaging for a kill spell. 5, 6. Has anyone taught ChatGPT to play Arena yet? Might test historic format when you get home. farm drafts for you. That would be a little funny. Yeah, we're playing ranked right now. Welcome to the stream. After John joins, we're not going to be playing ranked though. We're going to be doing direct challenges, testing of him and me. Well, we're going to be doing a lot of discussion, a lot of deck building discussions. Thanks for the follow. Might be just dead.
I'm done here. I'll be back. Without one of your friends has to leave.
Just to get information there. You're playing since 2 weeks, playing a plat 1 currently, but it's rough. Okay. I mean, get to plat 1 though, and within the first 2 weeks, that's pretty decent. I'll chat the deck for you. Black mono. I got the black mono control deck. Okay. Looks like we're dead. Yeah. Okay. You just noticed the music, wonder where it came from. All right, Oppo, you got it. Love Cavern Bat. Nice. Yeah, playing the in-game music today because I'm going to have a guest on, and my audio, I don't know what's wrong with my audio, but I can't play normal music when I have a guest now. Weird to hear arena music. Okay. Yeah, so since yesterday, chat, we made some changes. Like while we're testing, I think the main board we're happy with, of like, at least for me, I'm happy with having the one of Gix command. John was thinking like his thinking of the 5-drop could be anything. It could be Bat God, could be Gix command, or the Cruelty of Gix. They're all just, it's a one of. They all have good utility to themselves, to themselves. I thought the Cruelty of Gix was okay, but I'm like myself, I'm liking Gix's command more. And I think I like the 4th Hostile Investigator a lot. He was testing out one of Sheltered also. Like while playing yesterday, I just come to find I just rather have 4 Hostile Investigators. If I play in paper, I'll probably be on 1 Sheltered though, because I only own 3 Hostile Investigators. No, I'm not queued for the standard RC numbskull. I was gonna play LCQs, but I can't now. There's a Magic the Gathering like meet and greet get together thing on Sunday that I'm a part of, so I can't really play in the LCQs. I mean, I could, and then I could just not play day 2 if I do day 2, but what's the point of that? I might play some side events. I'm not sure yet. But I'm enjoying playing Golgari a lot. I'm enjoying this list. We were kind of sharing some notes before we started the podcast. So I'm curious to go over those again because I kind of forgot some, to be honest. How's everybody in chat doing though? They'll probably have a standard event there that maybe one day you could enter a squish of cash for a bit. Yeah, there's a 10K on Sunday, but I don't know what time it starts at. I gotta look that up. Wish you can go. Security on the weekends. Ugh. Sounds annoying, kind of, sort of. Actually, while we're waiting, I'm gonna pull up DreamHack's website. Hack.com. Dallas. And activities. Magic the Gathering. And then good for Sunday. Competitive events. Standard 10K open 8-slot RCQ. That is going to be at 9:30 a.m. So I can't do that either. The 5K is at 10 a.m. There's only 3 people signed up so far. Yeah, there should be like on-demand events too. There should be like double ups or something like that. Yeah, on RC Redemption Standard, Saturday at 3:30 p.m. What does Redemption Standard mean? Three round Swiss, everyone gets a foil explorer. 6 ticks per win. 3-0 equals expressive iteration. That's all it says. I don't know what Redemption Standard means. RC I guess if you get knocked out in the RC, maybe. There is Turbo Standard on Friday at 7 p.m. I think Turbo Standard, it's a $10 event, so it's probably like, what, 2 or 3 rounds? One round. Winner gets 20 ticks. Okay. So almost an hour, $10 to win 20 ticks. The only scheduled Pioneer event is the 5K on Sunday. That's a little annoying. As turbo as it gets, yeah. Hello, hello. Let me toss you up on screen. Sunday has a 10K. Yeah, the Sunday 10K is a standard event. That one's at 9:30 a.m. and then they have a Pioneer 5K at 10 a.m. The only scheduled Pioneer event they have is the 5K. I just saw. Uh, I think it's like worth it. Like, say if like you're in my shoes. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Um, I did find out, and they're advertised it much better this time. They're hosting more than just Magic now for TCGs this time around. They have Lorcana and they have a Flesh and Blood, but they're hosting like a, it's like I think it's like a Worlds or a Pro Tour invite for Flesh and Blood. They're more of a, yeah. And go to Worlds. Yeah, that's very soon too. Yeah, let me pull up let me share my screen so you're not on it while we talk about it. Off of all four. Okay. Uh, so when I was testing out last night, I was testing the one of Sheldred, and it felt fine, but it kind of just felt better just to have the consistency, to me at least, to be able to just have the fourth copy. But if I were to play it in paper, I'd probably be on one Sheldred because I don't own 4 hostiles. I did that. I did that for the store champs. Like, I don't own my investigators yet. They're in the mail. I guess I'll play Sheldreds. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I made a clone of it. I made a clone of it to make some changes. But no, that totally makes sense. And like, I wasn't opposed to having the one of Sheldred. It just, to me, I liked having the fourth copy. Log slides. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. That I tested also. I think we both had mixed result, like different, not mixed results, different results on each other, or how we feel about it. Okay. Part of me, like with the thought process of that, almost wants to play like no 5-drop, just being 4 and down, but like I think that's a bad idea as well. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then probably. Keeper World Soul Rage and Exile Forever. No, Bloodletter isn't a card that's really worth it. Unfortunately, like you have to, that's a build around card. You have to build around that card to make it, to have Bloodletter of Alkalosots. Yeah, mono black, mono black. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen a lot of decks now are going. They're either doing the 3-1, like the Golgari list. I think someone we looked at, or they're on 2-2, for Investigator and Shelter. Mm-hmm. um, I wanted to discuss more about it, of like of us kind of like making some adjustments. Um, so I know you were playing the fourth cut down. I forgot, was that in the main or were you sideboarding it? Yeah. Okay. So I do want to go back to that discussion probably towards the end before we go to play a match, um, or do any testing. Um, yeah, I like the idea of the fourth cut down, but at the same time, I'm liking everything else I have in the sideboard currently. So I like the 3-3 split in the main board for the 1-drop slot, and then the shoot the sheriff has been okay. I like the idea of having a 2-mana extra 2-mana removal spell, but the other thought is like it could be better triumph, but we're more lower to the ground, and I feel like us taking 3. I feel like in standard at this point now, taking 3 life instead of discarding a card is probably it's a lot now. I feel like Bear Triumph kind of, yeah, like I feel like Bear Triumph kind of, it's a good card, but I feel like it sort of got worse as we've been going on in standard. I guess if that makes sense. Um, yeah, cottage. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, we could try it. Um, Blue A might be the right choice. I don't think there is a world where you go to a tournament and find a whole lot of toxic waiting for you, and the deck has flags against everything else. Bear Triumph instead of Sheriff was good, very good in the LEC matches you've seen. Okay. The deck, no matter what. Yeah, I can see that because they put so much time and prep into it. Like, and like it's just yeah. Star set. Um, we both played a bit of Esper, so we might be fine. But I might have to take like a 10 to 15 minute break and leave on if that's okay later. I have laundry I need to go switch around. So maybe during then, if you're willing to, you could probably do a match against Star set, or yeah, that too. Yeah, the only way you would game one is like if they don't have answers for your board state. Yeah. Hmm. Yes. Yeah. The thought is like it helps to get an edge in like mirror matches of like putting a Moss enter zone into the grave and they have to work to get it back, or in Esper matchup when they go to make it 2. Same thing there. Audio pretty low. Yeah, nobody else has mentioned it. Is anybody else have any issues with the audio at all? You might have to just refresh the page or pause and unpause the Twitch player. Sometimes there's audio issues that happen that are fixable by just pausing and unpausing. That's I've been liking that myself. It's been fine. Oh, on YouTube. Oh, I'm so sorry, YouTube. I forgot about that again. Nobody mentioned it in the YouTube chat, so that's why I forgot. I am so sorry. I am fixing it over there.
Is just not relevant in a lot of matchups, and
There we
even
go.
against like control, for example, like uh, it struggles because it's not like Sentinel or Sharp-Eyed Rookie. It doesn't like it's not resilient to the Wandering Emperor, and
Yeah.
it's not really resilient to anything. It's just powerful. Like there's even a world where I would consider taking all of my Glissas out of my deck because it's one of the cards I do side out against stuff like Analyst because it's just not relevant to what's
Okay.
happening, and I just want I want the other threats that hit harder or are cheaper and do more. So absolutely not, John Ramos.
Yeah, I would never play Vraska unless if there was a reason we had to that came
like
up in a future set.
yeah, it's a card that I would keep my eye on, but it's not great. But looks like. What do you guys think about synthesizer decks? We could talk about that a little later, but I do think there's something there. Maybe not. It's still gonna need a lot though, but because it doesn't work the way people want it to with prototype cards.
The end was incredible in game, but the card is very heavy. But what the card is very heavy. You don't think it's very good, that good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, my experience is that it just seems to be slow, and like against like say specifically like Analyst, which is like not a deck I'd even want that against. Like a 4-mana Terra Sunder does the same thing that you
Yeah.
want it to do, because a lot of those big dumb creatures they play are one-ofs. I would like it to hit Nissa, because like dealing with the Nissa thing is like one of the problems you need to address in the game. And then like I'd want it against Domain, but even there it just feels like sometimes it's too little, too late. It's much better in like a blue-black where you can like Tidebinder the Atraxa, untap, the end it, and then now you just don't have to deal with Atraxas for the rest of the game. But these Golgari decks, it just seems to feel like it's just not. It doesn't fit into a lot of the play patterns you end up in. Against Analysts because they play 2 Spelunkings, 26 lands, and they side one of them out against us.
Yeah, rotation needed for Vraska to be playable. Yep. Sure, Kappa.
Probably, yeah. I mean, Glissa doesn't even rotate out, so
Yeah.
Glissa. If I had to pick a 3-man Golgari legendary creature to play, it's gonna be Glissa until it rotates out.
If I think Vraska could be more playable if her effect didn't cost you a mana. Like if her effect didn't cost you any mana and it just happened when your opponent's creatures died and gives you a treasure, then maybe, because that's ramping you and you get their abilities just from being a treasure. But how are you feeling about the rest of our 3-drop slot?
Which bat, Dumak? There's more than one.
I'm gonna assume
Go ahead.
I'm gonna assume Dumak probably means the Bat God. We have the Bat God on the sideboard. We were originally we used to be on 2 5-drops, and we cut it down to 1 because like the second 5-drop just felt like it was not needed in game 1.
Yeah, like a lot of the games, the 2-drop. Okay.
Oh.
It's crossed my mind. Yeah. It's not amazing. We're not that card really shines with Rafine, and it's kind of clunky in these decks sometimes because it's generally worse and not particularly like aggressive enough.
The way we're building our deck, we're just trying to have all of our creatures generate value and be aggressive at the same time. So that's why we're not playing Bat, a 2-mana Bat.
Yeah. But as far as the other 3-drops go, I really like Sentinel. The maps just continue to overperform for me. Even if they're hitting lands, it's just that I'm not drawing them from my draw step at least. And then like the Gix has overperformed for me. Just like I've had games like that was one of the ways I was beating Analyst game 1 was okay, they played a sweeper, but I drew 7 extra cards this game, or I had one game where I think I drew 12 extra cards. And so I just was able to I could beat them at their own game of card advantage because of that. And all I had to do was because I kept finding duresses, I kept finding the things I need to stay in the game. And in those games I was main decking Gix's command, which even finding that when I could buy they sweep me and I can just rebuild my board immediately, and then if I untap and Gix's command, then I can really bring the heat. But so all the other 3-drops, the Liliana has been the clunkier one for me.
I would agree. Like the Liliana's only been good if we end up in a mirror match or against control. Part of me almost wants to put the second Liliana into the sideboard and play 4 Sentinel.
I mean, you know what the reality is? I'm not even playing. So we haven't gotten to our board yet. The one Liliana in my main is the only Liliana in my deck.
Oh, okay.
She's just she's good against Domain, but Domain is not nearly as big of an issue as it used to be. It's like a metagame presence, and I've not really liked it against anything else. Maybe blue-white control, but even there, sometimes it's just kind of slow and clunky.
Twitch chat, just a heads up, there's an ad in a minute and a half.
So not entirely I agree with 26 cents because Domain has a really bad Analyst matchup. Because if you think we're doing nothing to stop them, just imagine the deck playing 4 copies of Sunfall that do nothing.
Oh yeah.
And the Atraxa that they don't care about. or the archangels that they don't care about, or the leyline bindings that they probably don't care about. Actually, they don't. But yeah, just like it's not good against analyst, and I think analyst is probably the deck to beat right now. I know it didn't win. As a matter of fact, I don't even think it top 8 at every one of the RCs. I
I
don't
don't
think it
think
top 8 at any of them.
I don't think it did either. It might have top 16.
But it's like looking at a lot of the deck lists, especially like the Esper deck. If the Esper deck builds for it, it can beat that deck. Like that's why like my thought is I'm playing Golgari or I'm playing 4 copies of Tishana's Tidebinder.
Okay.
Because that's like one of the cards that really shines. And I did entertain the idea for a little while of putting Tidebinders in this deck.
Yeah,
and I looked at the mana and I
think
tried to
we,
make that work.
I think we discussed it too. Like I brought it up as like an idea and like jokingly for a
Yeah.
moment, and then we just kind of shrugged off and moved on.
Yeah, well, the way I did it was when I looked at the Stonebrain has underperformed in testing.
yeah, we used to be on 2 Stone Brains, and it's been that's been a thought that's been brought up by a couple other people in chat before, and it's just we have access to hand hate with duress and then a potential like binding negotiation or something else in the sideboard and Liliana's. We're not gonna play Stonebrain. Too slow. That's 4 mana, so it's just like the end. Kind of similar instance of that. It costs too much mana to
Look who it is.
to just to exile something from their whole entire deck.
Yeah, the big thing is with the Stonebrain, it's also like in this deck specifically, like the idea of the Stonebrain is really appealing based on how their deck's built game 1, but with the way they like sideboarding, they're bringing in all the big dumb idiots. Because we're a fair deck, we're going to struggle to play through those if they just curve into them. So we got to be very, very careful. Like Stonebrain, like you name the Fireball, they have 2 copies left in their deck because they sided out one of them because they brought in a bunch of alternate win cons. And then like all of a sudden that Stonebrain wasn't actually all that effective because you just saw Bonnie Paul in their hand. They're about to play, 14 power worth of stuff.
Thank you for the follow.
Man,
Appreciate that.
But yeah, so like I just feel like the maybe the idea of that card might be flawed because it's not like the deck's super reliant on the Fireball, and all the other win cons are one-ofs.
Endless top forward, 4 of them, and top 8 of the European RC.
Did it?
Oh, there was the one RC
maybe
we saw.
Maybe it was one of those
yeah.
deck lists that we couldn't see because I think it was like
so.
4th and
When
5th or something
we
like
were
that.
recording the podcast, we were trying to look at the top 8. The melee page for the European RC had 2 deck lists hidden. We couldn't see those, so that might have been in there. The Japan one, we didn't get to see a top 8. We saw the metadata do breakdown, and then
Brazil,
no. Brazil, I think had one. I think we just forgot about it.
Did it?
I think so.
No, you're right. Now that I'm thinking more about it.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, the other Bonnie Paul. Yeah, Bonnie Paul is very huge in a lot of games. That card has so much text on, like the fact that it says when you attack, you can put a land from your hand or your grave. You draw a card and then you put a land from your hand or graveyard onto the battlefield. Yeah, like that's nuts. Because that can like trigger a Nissa. That can, it gains a life. It ramps them. It does everything. And the bow token's so hard to play through because it's just big. We don't have enough go for the throats.
Not saying it, and Malice just pointing out. Oh no, it's totally fine. Don't. It's totally fine. Just having a hard time finding a deck for Dallas. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No, I agree with you, Lord Gucci. I am very torn on what to play. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. My teammate that was playing it didn't even know it could get lands out of the graveyard until yesterday, and he's played the deck in like 4 tournaments. But
which card again? Sorry.
Bonnie Paul. He didn't even realize that the Titan of Industry was an elemental until the NRG.
Oh yeah, I remember he was talking about that.
It's just like, all these things, these cards are so much better than I thought they were. And like we also were testing out Borborygmos and Fibblethip. That card's horrifying. Because as a blue-white player, it's like you try to mill their library, and then they're like, I'll just pay 1 and a blue and put Borborygmos on top of my deck. And then they just untap and kill you, and you're just like, oh, I feel great.
Yep, that
I
happened.
committed to this plan. I
The
just can't do
new
anything about
question.
it. That's Bonnie Paul.
Oh,
They're
okay.
talking about still. Let's talk sideboard.
Well, before we go into
I
that,
think.
question for
Go
you.
ahead.
I
Yeah.
made a change to mana. It's a slight change. I cut the
Did the
second
second
forest.
forest for Death Cap Blade.
Yeah. What do
I
you
did the
think?
same thing.
Okay. I was thinking like might as well, but at the same time we are lower to the ground than the usual, um, Golgari list or the average Golgari list you'd run into. So
Yeah.
like, part of me is thinking like it should be fine, but like with us being lower to the ground, do we want to have more untapped sources for turn 1 and 2? But we have
because
a
I
lot.
never want an untapped forest on turn one.
Oh, true.
So like that was what I kept running into was the hands that drew forest beside you. I was just like, oh, like this is just terrible. Let's just get rid of one of these forests.
I think the game that made me like finally like, okay, I'm changing this was a game I had where like duress in hand, I had a kill spell. I had a Gix in hand and what was it? I think it was might have been Gix's command as well. I had forest, swamp, and then
Uh,
I played turn 1 swamp into duress. And then I played forest, I drew Beseju, played forest, and then I didn't draw any other lands after that. I'm like, great.
yeah, that was like yeah. Basically, it didn't happen to me, but the more I looked at the list over time, I was just like, I'm playing 6 1-mana black cards. So like I'm gonna keep a hand of like forest, and 5 spells because the forests don't cast a lot of the deck. And going back to like Gix and Shieldred, we have more double black cards in the
Yeah.
curve. So it's like I just wanted like a turn 3 guaranteed turn 3 double black. Basically was the idea. Now there's still hands with forest and Beseju, but you're never gonna keep the 2-land hand with forest and Beseju. You're gonna
Unless
mulligan that hand.
unless
Plus
like
it's
for
like a
some
5
reason,
card hand or something like.
yeah, unless it's like that, or if like I guess if you have like maybe a black source and
No,
matchup where you want all those
I'm
cards.
talking specifically Forest Beseju, and those are your only lands. Like,
Okay,
you'd
yeah,
never keep
okay.
that hand, and that hand's so unlikely anyway.
Mhm.
And yeah, even like a black, like a Swamp Forest Beseju, like there's a good chance you wouldn't even keep that hand in a lot of places. Yeah, if I could play Llanowar Elves instead of cut downs, I'd probably be playing both to be honest. But
we would be our deck would be much different, but
it'd be a very different deck. But
we'd be probably Golgari skipping straight to 3 drops.
yeah, we'd be playing a lot less 2s, at least in our creature curve. It'd probably literally just be Knight at that point, because like Preacher would get a lot better.
Oh yeah,
The-
turn 2 creature into attacking
yeah.
on turn 3, Guinness card advantage. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm here for.
turn 2
All right.
Liliana.
That's also hot. Turn any 3 card mana card on no Back God main. No, Back God
yeah.
has continuously underperformed, but that's specifically because we've been in all of our testing, we've been running into this issue where in that 5 mana spot, like the Back God, Gix's command, and the Cruelty of Gix all seem to perform about the same. It's just depending on what do you think your most popular matchup's going to be. All right, pick the one that's good in those matchups, and that's your main deck one, and then side the others.
Yeah, like for me,
And
for instance, for me in chat, we found it yesterday. I preferred Gix command in the main. John's been preferring having Cruelty Gix in the main. So it just like what John's saying, like it could be any of those 3 5 drops in your main board as you're one of.
And I think to be honest, like I think that Gix's command is probably the right one. I think it's like if Esper is going to be really popular, which it looks like it's going to be, that's the best one against Esper, basically. Cruelty's the better thing against like the go big decks.
Yeah.
And it's not even necessarily that it's the best thing to do in the main deck, I would say, but it's definitely a card that I think I want. That's the one that I've always, when I'm looking at it, I want 2 copies of it when I want it. Because when I do want it, it's really good. And Gix's command, I usually only ever need to resolve 1 copy of Gix's command to end a game. So like I don't need a second one. That's
True.
kind of the idea. But let's talk sideboard though.
Yeah. So you were talking about how in your testing you went up to 3 hearses. I'm still on 2 with the 1 of Soul Guide Lantern.
All right. I'm gonna give you the exact reason why. One of those cards has power and toughness, and the other one doesn't.
One helps end the game, the other doesn't.
That is correct. That is the only logic behind it. It was that I kept playing, um, I kept playing the analyst matchup, and that's like that and Legends are the only matchups we really need Graveyard Hate for. Like there's other like fringe decks that I'm not expecting, um, but it's a it comes down, it starts eating cards aggressively against the analyst deck. Just eat those lands up. You know, they're gonna be putting cards in there and just keep eating them. And then like, you know, that whole problem of they cast their sweeper and, you know, kill all my stuff gets a lot worse for them when I could just play a creature crew and hit them for 8.
Okay. So like that's a change I'm willing to try out. My thought for playing the Soul Guide Lantern is just literally like the thing of it deals with everything in the graveyard at once, instead
Yes.
of like waiting.
No, I agree. I think it's a really good card. It's just I kept finding that against the decks that I wanted the Graveyard Hate, it just kept working out that Hearst just sort of fit better
Okay.
in the games where it was just like, okay, because like the other thing to take in consideration is that, well, they got to make space for the big dumb idiots. And in my experience, what they're doing a lot of the time is they seem to be trimming analysts. Because while it's good, it's like it isn't amazing all the time. And when they're bringing in a 5-drop, a 6-drop, and a 7-drop, like they don't need to ramp to get to that part in the game. We're not killing them that fast.
Yeah.
So if they can go like ill-timed explosion, if they can go literally like, you know, 2 mana, you know, cast the adventure off Kellen, play their 3rd land, untap, play, you know, spelunking to put 2 lands into play, untap, sweeper, untap, play big dumb idiot, then, you know, that's exactly what they want. And you notice analyst doesn't fit into any of that. Like that's the game plan they're going for, is to just overwhelm us with power, and they can ramp through other means that just seem to be better. Also, analyst did dies to removal, which I know is not a valid argument for creatures, but in the matchup it is specifically a thing.
As long as they're
So
not have 4 mana to turn to cast it.
yeah, that's a whole other thing. That's why they have 2 copies still in, is because yeah, on turn 6 that is a play they can make. But it's not a play they can't run it out on 2.
For the thought of Thrun, I'm not a fan of that card anymore. When we have Cavernous Souls in the main, like anything we can have has the chance to not be counterable now. And like, yeah, there is the text on it where it can't be targeted by non-green spells or abilities. But if you cast Thrun against a blue-eye control where we already are favored, they could just untap, board wipe, and then pass turn.
Yeah, we kept finding. Yeah, Thrun is a really good card. If you don't want to play Cavernous Souls for some reason, Thrun's probably a card you'd be more interested in. But with playing the Cavernous Souls, and the other thing that we didn't really mention was that going with the Gix and the Shieldred, the detectives. So we have 6 detectives. We have, you know, 4 Phyrexians.
7
you know,
humans.
we could also name human if we wanted to, which doesn't come up as much because it's not. But like by the time counter magic is usually live against us, we could just play Cavern, naming the most pain in the ass threat in our hand, and then just play that, and we just didn't care. And
against
by itself isn't very good.
Against control, there's a lot of times I'll just name Merfolk or Warrior on Cavern, and I'll just resolve a Sentinel and then pass turn, and they sometimes have to wipe the board to deal with it because they have Emperor in hand.
Yeah.
They can't deal with the Emperor.
Yeah, my experience so far is like I lead on Bronco or Rookie, and then like being able to just attack on 3, or like go Cavern, name like Merfolk, play Sentinel, level up the Rookie, or you know, crew the Bronco or whatever, and then attack. Like it's just really good. I mean, most of the time I actually don't aggressively saddle Bronco. I usually just attack, see what I hit, and then I make the decision after that.
Times I've been saddling Bronco have been if I'm not against blue eye control. If I am against blue eye control, if I have a Sentinel and that's my only thing I can saddle, I'm not saddling. If it's a Gliss or a
to saddle
Gix,
against. Yeah.
if it's a Gliss or a Gix, I'll saddle. Or Mosswood.
Yeah, I'll do stuff like that sometimes. Like I do like doing it when I have Gix in play, or if I'm like against another deck that's like against Analyst, it's a really good example. Or I would go, you know, turn 2 Bronco, they go tap land, I go untap, I'll just slam the Gix, saddle the Bronco and attack. Just get it because it's less about the the dealing the damage is nice if you
Yeah.
hit something expensive, but it's also like I just want to draw as many cards as possible because
Yep.
that's the one way I can beat their sweepers. It's just by having more stuff.
Yeah, the way I was looking at Bronco, I feel like I was looking at Bronco the wrong way at first. I was looking at Bronco as like an enabler to help finish the game faster, like
No.
small pains. But no, it's just card advantage where
Yep.
you could incidentally get some damage in, extra damage
Yeah.
in, if it's warranted at that moment. As
you
you
should-
attack with the Bronco.
Yeah, you play it like there's no saddle, and then sometimes you get to saddle it.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's exactly because that was like the philosophical difference you and I kept running into, where you kept wanting to aggressively saddle, and I just didn't.
Yeah.
And Bronco performed a lot better for me than it did for you.
Yeah.
Uh,
What do you
But,
think of
to
one end in the sideboard instead of one entire path? So we kind of talked about it earlier, but the idea of why we're not playing the end, it's too slow. It's 4 mana for that
It's
effect
clunky.
when it doesn't impact the game to turn to play it. While you would rather have like some kind of thing on the board to impact the game. And it's clunky, like John said.
Yeah, it just ends up not fitting into the way the game plays out.
Yeah.
It's much better in a deck like Esper, where at that part in the game, you're looking at like holding up mana for like a, oh my god, the Merfolk. Why am I? It's escaping me for some reason. Tidebinder, that's the one.
Yeah.
Or like No More Lies or Negate or whatever. You're holding up instant speed stuff. So like it sort of naturally fits into that, where we're more of a tap out control deck.
The other thought also is like we already have a 4 mana exile effect, Tear Asunder. Like Tear Asunder
Yeah.
is for enchantments, artifacts first, but like it's for anything else really if we need the
Yeah.
extra. If there's
Really
a
like it
god,
against-
it's for
yeah.
that too.
Yeah, I bring it in against like anything that I might like. I also think of it in my board. It's a naturalize, and then sometimes it's like I think of it as just a 4 mana exile target creature when I'm boarding, and that's like in like against decks we have where like there's like 1 to 2 Aquazots that I saw, or like I bring it in on the play against Convoke because it can both like stop a lethal demolition, but also late game just answer a knight because
Yeah.
that's like one of the harder cards for us to deal with. And then they also the other stuff it hits, and then there's like the spots against like analysts too, where I bring it in because it's a clean answer to Titan of Industry.
Oh yeah, like, especially
so
if they
it's
got a
like-
counter on it.
Exactly,
The whatever counter it is. No, not
Have
stun.
we thoughts on Vadmir? We did try Vadmir. When we started building Golgari decks, we started with Golgari Legends.
All the way back in
and-
early access.
Yeah,
The
and
idea
that
was neat. It just didn't pan out.
it's basically like if your deck started with 4 Tiny Bones joins up, like Vadmir was like pretty good. Like, and even then, like if you just didn't have Tiny Bones joins up in your hand, Vadmir was terrible. So Vadmir's a really cool card. It's just he doesn't play as well as he looks.
So
So
say there's a 30% other deck. So if we say there is 30% other decks, what do you guys think the meta will be outside of that? In mind, it'll be 1 teamer, 2 blue white, 3 Esper, 4 Convoke, then green black probably around 5 to 7%. Domain being around there as well as possibly Esper and blue white swapped. You are probably gonna have more thought on this, like than me, John. Like you're more of the numbers person than
yeah. I definitely agree. I think Teamer's definitely gonna be the number 1 deck. I think Convoke's gonna be lower. Because like it's not the best against Esper, and like blue white is that's a matchup they really consider in deck building. As well as Teamer, like it sounds like it would have a good matchup against Teamer, but it usually doesn't work out that way. And then like same with, but it has a good green black matchup. Toxic is probably going to be represented about the same as Convoke, because like the biggest problem with Convoke and Toxic is that they both suffer when Esper is good. I would say that it's probably going to be Teamer/Esper as the number 1 most played deck. With blue-white being up there as well. And then, like, after that, it's probably going to start dropping off pretty heavy. I do think Golgari will be up there because of it has a good Esper matchup. We're just fighting on the right axis against them. And then we're probably looking at, like, the Toxics and Convokes and, like, the Domains of the world. Because like Domain even is not as good against the other decks as it used to be. Because Domain's finally gotten to the point where it's falling behind. It hasn't gotten new stuff. Like, Analyst just got more stuff. Esper has better stuff.
Also,
Blue White has better stuff. Like,
also,
every deck's getting better, but
mind chat that like these are just all thoughts. Like we're not saying like this is going to happen. So
yeah, it's
if
predictions.
that doesn't happen, don't come back to us and like this didn't happen when you said it would.
Well, it's metagame predictions, but yeah, my best guess would be like it's Teamer, Blue White, and Esper, and I really like my Esper and Blue White matchup with Golgari, especially when I know I'm playing against it. Like, which I will, because I'll be able to look at my opponent's deck list before going ahead and like playing the game. And like the other thing is that as well as like though the analyst matchup's rough, I think post board we do stand a pretty good chance. As long as you know the matchup. Because like I said, in my testing, I did just 6 straight hours yesterday. It was the only matchup I played. I managed to post a positive win rate in the sideboarded game specifically with Golgari, which was surprising, but it was just a matter of like knowing the play patterns that I needed to make happen in order to achieve the goal. Because it is a very specific set of plays you have to make all the time.
I'm honestly scared of playing Esper right now. Maybe that's just me, but I had to participate in an event in the near future. Would go on a cozy play journey. I know this is a discussion. I don't have many people to have a conversation with. Qualify. Yeah, no, that wasn't directed towards you, Elflord, at all.
I feel the same way, Elflord Gucci.
Yeah,
most of my team didn't qualify for Dallas.
Like my comment on like mentioning like don't come back to us saying that this didn't happen. That wasn't towards you at all. That was just a general thing. I just wanted to say.
No, it's
just
whole thing. Yeah. So my big thing is like the way I think about it is as far as like whether or not to play Esper. Esper is a deck that if you are a very experienced player who's played the deck a good amount and you get to know what you're playing against, Esper will perform better if you know how to mulligan because you know what deck you're playing against. Esper suffers a lot more in the dark than it does in the light. So it's definitely, that's one of the considerations is that you just have to be really confident that you're going to play better than your opponent. As well as you like have practiced all of the relevant matchups, which thankfully I have with Esper. That's the deck I've probably played. I've played that even more than I've played Golgari. And then the next deck's like Blue White and then Analyst for me. But I also have Trepidation because it's also a deck that when your opponent knows they're playing against it, they also know they need to mulligan certain ways, and there's certain ways they need to play the game. But open deck list is a benefit for Esper, not which is probably better for Esper than it is for Blue White.
Yeah, just another Elk in chat has been working on this Esper invasion deck. Not Rafine. No Rafines in there.
It's is it the 5-mana invasion?
No, it's it's invasion of Amoket.
Ooh, I like that card a lot.
It's literally like kind of like Taxish Hate Bears, sort of.
Sure.
It's a pretty sick deck. I ran into him on ladder, and he played it in my tournament I hosted last week.
Yeah.
It was really cool looking.
Yeah.
All right, chat. I forgot to give a heads up on ads, but yeah, as the comment on Trespassers, so many 3-drops that you could play in these black-based decks now.
You know what's crazy to me though is I see all these decks 5-0ing leagues with that card, but then whenever I play it, it's just terrible. Maybe it's because they're playing Kervek, I guess. Like I also see that card seems to go in with it. Like that seems to be like the one thing different about those decks besides that. But I've also had no success with Kervek.
Yeah, I haven't tested it in standard except for outside of Golgari. In standard, but like I'm not a fan of the card in standard. It's a neat deck. Like
it's just
for content, like this is whole different conversation. For content, like making content for you guys watching, like I'll play different cards, but like as if I'm gonna go compete in something, no, I'm not gonna play Karavik. It's terrible. Unless if I go in like Pioneer, it's okay, but still bad.
Yeah.
You got bored of Vesper because every tool.
Which is streamlined past the turn. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
because got the time to learn the play patterns because of the deck, because the core of the deck is a standard for a lot of time. Yeah, it's definitely changed enough over time, but it is. I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
To be entirely honest, but the yeah,
But
Karavek is not good. I
yeah.
agree with the chat. I've tried it. I played maybe a dozen matches with Karavek, with various iterations, trying to like improve Karavek, and like everything I did, like the other cards performed fine, but like Karavek, unless Karavek came down on turn like 6, like it just did not matter most of the time.
So, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, finish your thought. I kind of cut you off.
No, that was the finish of my thought.
So I think what we're gonna do here, we're going back through chat. We're kind of just answering a whole bunch of chat things right now, which is fine. But we're gonna move on to. I think we're gonna finish up talking about the sideboard.
Yes.
And then after that, I'm gonna take a quick break to go handle my laundry, and then if you're okay with it, you can handle chat, or I could put.
Yeah, I'll talk to chat.
Okay, I would say, or if you wanted to play a game, I could toss your screen up.
No, I'll play. I'll talk to chat.
So,
Chat likes me.
So we were discussing Graveyard Hate. We were on 3 Hearst now. Terra Thunder was a conversation that I think we briefly talked about a little bit ago, but off stream we talked about it. The laundry's in the basement in the washer machine.
Yeah.
But so I think we were in the consensus of going to 2 Terra Thunders.
Yeah, like it kept coming up, like because we were doing the 1-1 split with Pick Your Poison to have, still 2 naturalize effects, but I think what we both kept running into was that Pick Your Poison being a sorcery seemed to matter more and more. Where like against like Leyline Binding was a good example of where this would come up, where if I'm not gonna be able to favorably pick your poison a Leyline Binding almost ever, because they're doing it in my end step or they're doing it in combat, and it's like I'd rather just be able to like hold up my mana and then like maybe Terra Sunder it during their end step to increase my pressure, because then I also play around the Sunfall, which is really big. So it just kept proving that Terra Sunder just was better and better and better. And so going to second Terra Sunder makes the most sense, and moving off the Pick Your Poison that just seemed to underperform seemed to be the way to go.
Yep. We're in agreement. 2 Terra Thunders. I moved on to 2 Long Goodbyes. What's your thinking?
I'm also. I like it. It's involved in my sideboarding plan against Esper as well as Analyst as well, because you just take out all the cut downs against Analyst, and you can bring those in because answering Nissa is really important, and I want to save my Go for the Throats for the Bonnie Pauls and the the stuff that I can't kill with anything else in my deck, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
So I kept finding that having that in that matchup, and then also Esper to be this sort of second, like, because Cut Down also is a 2-mana answer to Rafine when they just play it, and you can untap and kill it. But the Long Goodbye also just being like, oh, I can just like tag a Liliana. I can tag, Glissa. I can tag the things Cut Down can't hit as well. You're absolutely right, 26 lands. It is, I bring them in on the play against Convoke. And usually at least, I still bring in one of them on the draw, but I'll bring in both of them on the play against Convoke. Because, like, being on the play means it has the window of time where you can Terra Sunder their Clue or Blood token that they're about to Gleeful Demolition. And that just sort of shuts them off of... it's like almost like a 1.5 for 1, basically.
Yeah,
and
just a reminder,
we need to slow them down one
Just
turn.
a reminder to chat, you always just want to Terra Sunder the thing in response to people.
Yes. Yeah, we Terra Sunder the Clue in response to Gleeful Demolition, and then, so we get that 1.5 for 1, and we slow them down. So it's like I'm more willing to take turn 2 off against them because I'm already bringing out Bronco because I don't want to lower my life total any more than I have to. And Glissa really shines. So being able to like cut them off of 3 creatures, get rid of a Gleeful, get rid of a token, and then untap, play Glissa, and start dominating the battlefield. I'm like, that's where I want to be. That's the spot I want to be. And then I can build up towards a Gix's command to clean up the battlefield when it comes down to it.
Before we go any further, chat, just a heads up. This is going to be the last stream that John is going to be on until DreamHack. So this is probably going to be our quote-unquote finalized-ish version of Golgari once John is off the stream later tonight.
Yeah. Do you want to do another sideboard guide? you want to stay up that late?
I mean, like if you want to do like a quick rundown of like certain matchups,
the big 5 matchups that we think will play against the Dallas.
I wasn't gonna say 5 because like that'll still take us a while. I was gonna say like maybe like the key ones we are worried about, because I feel like the ones that we aren't worried about, I feel like those are sort of self-explanatory.
Yeah, well, it's also like with the way I think the chat might notice this with the sideboard. The sideboard is getting. We started in a very chaotic place where we were playing various versions of the same effect, and which is a good place to start when you're testing a deck, because you don't necessarily know which version of that naturalize is going to work, flow the best without getting hundreds of games in. And sometimes you do have to just make the judgment call, and then same with like the 5 mana cards. Like sometimes these ones are just better than those ones, and you want to change. You got to change it up a little bit, and so like that's the stuff we've learned since the first time we built this deck, is all the different things about the 5 drops. The Terra Sunder being better than Pick Your Poison. I think we started with like Hearse was like in the box, but it wasn't in the sideboard.
Yeah.
We were favoring other stuff, and here we are. We're up to 3 Hearse. We're playing 2 Terra Sunders. We have all the 5 drops in the 75, so that we can tune the deck in post board games. So, yeah, that's gonna be a thing you're gonna notice, chat. If I can, I will absolutely bring that trophy back on the next stream.
Well, there might be a chance if you're not busy on Saturday, there might be a chance John might be able to hop on the stream for like a couple minutes, like actually in person with me.
Oh, at DreamHack?
Yeah.
Yeah, if my tournament isn't going well.
Yeah, that's why I was saying possibly.
If I'm losing, I don't know if I even want to see chat at that point. If I'm come to report to chat that I went 1-4 drop.
So John is joining our NPC stream. Oh boy.
Yeah, but the absolute thing moving on to the rest of the board, the one of you have binding negotiations. I settled on Extract the Truth.
Yeah, so I feel like both our reasons are valid. Like this card has been sick. Like I like this card, as a one of. But yeah, I like your reasons too. For like yours is kind of geared up for like our bad matchups. Of like for you can bring it against Domain, you bring it against Analyst, I believe you said.
Yes.
And then was it Control as well?
No,
we're fine in that match. Okay.
Yeah, but Duress does enough against against the Control deck.
Okay.
But yeah, like that's exactly what you just brought up. Like what I kept running into playing against, like this was me doing playing on the ladder and playing on Moto. I kept running into this problem every time I'd play against Analyst and Domain. I'd be looking at my Duresses and being like, why can't you hit creatures? So having a hand disruption spell that hits creatures, especially against those decks that have like really impactful creatures, is really, really nice post board. Especially because like knowing how the Analyst deck sideboards against us, then like knowing that I could bring this in is really good. The hitting in enchantment mode is fine. Like I've brought it in on the play against what's its name? Boros Convoke.
Okay.
And because it hits Knight, it hits the Aura. I'm sorry, the Anthem, and then sometimes you can just edict the Anthem to get rid of it. if you have to. So like that's definitely like what I've really enjoyed about the card is that it hits all the things that I wanted it to hit. Yours is more flexible, I feel like, though.
Yeah, so 26 lands, that's not the only reason this is in here for. So just to go over like the reason why I was playing this, Binding Negotiation hits things like the Adventure Zone. So you're in a mirror match. Your opponent has a Moxfield Dread Knight that you're worried is going to become an issue. You just Binding Negotiate them, innate negotiation. You decline on their hand, and then on Arena you hit decline, and then you're sent to the Exile Zone. Click on the on the Mosswood that's over there. Or if you're against Esper and they have a Virtue in exile over there, you do the same thing.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Could also hit Slick Shot.
Yeah, you can hit anything that's plotted. So it hits plot, adventure, straight up exile.
Yep.
In standard, that's all you're worried about.
Yeah,
But
it's just the adventure and plot card. So like, yeah, I agree. Like, I like what this does. I'm not sure how often I would want like how much do I want like Pilfer versus the red deck? Like, you know, it's like a goal for the throat gets the job done too. But then also like it's like, oh well, sometimes they do just take the turn off the plot, and then this would be a way to sort of preempt the removal spell and get it around a protection spell, and then you know, it can hit, you know, it can just be like, you know, a quote fourth duress, so to speak, where extract can't be. So I think personally, I might lean towards this card.
This card it's kind of like 2-mana Thoughtseize in a way.
Yes.
Which
I don't hate. I do like extract, but it's like the edict effect. It'll come down to if I think I'm gonna want to bring it in on my board plan for Convoke, pretty much. Because if I want that enchantment hate, it would be helpful.
Fun fact about the art: the tighter I bind them, the looser their tons become. That's the flavor text. If you look at the art,
kinky. Oh, it's the hostile investigator.
Yeah, it's just
he's into BDSM.
And just in this art, he's just like kind of like I don't know, holding like a tree branch or something. And then in this art, he's like all glowing, something like he has a face on the stomach too.
Yeah,
he's kind of on fire. Like I believe there it's the same thing.
Jeff,
ooh, thanks for the raid, Z Games TTV.
Z Games, thank you.
Raid.
And it looks like Void Beyond Void just put Tranquil Frillback in the chat. It's underperformed.
Yeah. So
like it's just slow in the match. It's slow for graveyard hate, like too slow to matter. Which is part of the issue I kept running into with Graveyard Trespassers, is too slow to matter. Most of the time.
Yeah, so like overall, John and I tested out Frillback like originally as a 1-of in the board, and it just turned into like this is realistically at worst a 3-drop. At best, it's a 4 or 5-drop, and in the matchups we cared, like, which can be a lot. It's too much mana, way too much mana, overall.
Yeah, just ended up being like a lot of the times it was like this might as well have just been Obstinate Bailoff, and that might have actually just been better. like I could at least bring in against the Liliana matchups, and like sometimes just get my opponent. Where like Tranquil Frillback like was at best a 4-mana gain 4/3/3. But like Obstinate Bailoff is a 4-mana 4/4 gain 4.
See, we're doing great. We're going over some changes right now for the Golgari list. So we're kind of discussing it out loud before we go do anything and make changes. I hope you had a great stream.
Yeah. So the big thing for me is just not a fan of how slow Frillback is. It's kind of like the end. It's the same thing where it's just clunky and it just doesn't fit into the curve.
It's not a bad card. They're both not bad cards. It's just for the way our deck is designed, we don't want it.
No, I agree. I wouldn't. It's just like how I used to be on Shield, like off of Shieldred before we went back to playing Gix. You know, I wouldn't want to play Shieldred because it was just like it just doesn't fit into what we're doing. And now it's like, well, now I'm playing Gix, so I'm actually drawing cards. I also have all those clues that I'm gonna be making. So like having the Shieldred around can actually like. Now it has a little bit more justification. It's also a Phyrexian, which fits into the Cavernous Souls game plan. But moving back to the sideboard, you're playing a Liliana yet.
Well, before we go into
I'm
that,
off of it.
are we sticking with binding, or are we gonna be switching over to the other one?
I think that I'm gonna think of them as the same card until I decide how I want to board against Boros.
Okay.
Because the extract has more points against Boros, but like less points against like I can bring it in the mirror. It's just
Okay.
not the best. But we can move on to the other cards because I think the extract slash binding is gonna be like they're so close, but go in slightly different directions. So it could either way it could be right.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you were mentioning I have Liliana. We were discussing this. I think it was probably like earlier when we were discussing the main board of like how you mentioned that you only have the one Liliana in the main.
Yeah, I cut the Liliana out of my sideboard. It's just like
Okay.
you could Tidebind or a Shieldred, but yeah, the Liliana has just been clunky for me. Like,
Okay.
there's a lot of games where it's like, so like the logic was, oh, it's a threat that doesn't die to like Sunfall, right? But the problem is eating through my hand, which means even I don't have the other threats left by the end of the Liliana, and that's the part that worries me about the card, is that it's just like, and with domain sort of going down in points, this card is actively not great against analyst.
Okay.
Like, I don't want to help them make their analysts better.
Yeah, like I've been
Especially if-
bringing Liliana in against them, but I can see that like it just better
Yeah.
things we can be playing than Liliana in that matchup. Like the one up in the main is probably fine.
Yeah, I haven't been taking it out because sometimes it is just to bring it down, edict one of their big dumb threats. But yeah, like I'm not a fan. But even the Liliana in the main, I'm like not even sold on it right now because it's like I'm on this Cavern of Souls mana base, and she's a double black non-creature card. Little tough sometimes when you have those early Cavern draws, and then even against decks like Control, she's just sort of underperformed lately. But so it's like she hasn't really been the all-star. A lot of the times in game one, she's like, she comes in, she -2, she +1, she -2s again, and that could be good, but like in a lot of game plans where we originally wanted her, which was like the domain and control matchup, like that +1 is really tough on us when it comes to like not eating through our own resources, because then when we ultimate, it's like if we don't have enough creatures left over to start pressuring, like it didn't matter anyway.
So
Like,
in,
yeah, this -6 doesn't actually win the game.
So in the thought of that, of you're not playing Liliana on the board anymore, and with the thought about like having the Cavern mana base and stuff, and Liliana's fine game ones, what about the thought of like maybe just playing the one of in the sideboard, and then playing either a Force Sentinel in the main or another flexible creature in her spot?
I definitely am interested in trying something above the Liliana. In the main, I think if I'm not gonna main deck it, I'm not gonna play it at all.
Okay, laughing
Because
at
I think it's another our favorite phrase we've been saying lately. We can do better.
Yeah.
Than Liliana on the board. I'm not desperate enough to go crawling back to Liliana. If it was like a better Liliana, like I actually would like the 4-mana one better right now.
the
That is
4
the
mana
minus that's
minus
targeted.
equal to how many cards in your grave or their grave?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and
I'd actually like
that
it.
one deals damage if they can't, or they lose life if they can't discard.
Yes. So I would actually like that one better in this current metagame. But this is the this is the Liliana we got, and it's not the one that I want. And so I'm interested in coming off of it entirely. I think one of the things we're running into is that we've played it for so long that we might be biased.
Yeah.
As to how good the card actually is. So, but at the very least, I'm off the one on the board. I'm still on the one in the main, but I'm interested in exploring other options.
I just cut it from the board.
Go ahead.
I'm agreeing with cutting her from the board.
Yeah.
I'm still like kind of thinking like maybe just having her in the board and something else in the main, but
It's like I really want her. Like I like that's the problem I kept running into, where it was like game one she would perform well. I find myself siding her out more than I would ever want to side her in.
Okay.
Yeah, because
What
she
if
does perform well game 1 sometimes, but
what if for
you
the
know,
sake of
post-board she
testing,
gets worse.
we just don't play her then? For now. For now.
I think that's what I'm going to do, or I would want to do, and then basically if I find myself in spots where it's like, well, Liliana would probably be really good here, and I say that like enough times throughout different matchups, then I might go back to the one in the main, but I don't think I'd ever put one in the board.
Like thinking about it, like the matchups that we do want her in against is like it is the domain matchup, which that's on the downtick. There's the blue control matchup, which she's fine there, but like
Yeah.
we have Sentinel and like Rookie are big threats there already.
Yeah. Plus Cavern of Souls to blank a
yes.
bunch of the cards in there. Because if I'm caverning a bunch of my threats, like what am I gonna do with that Liliana? Get the counter spells they can't use out of their hand? Like it's
So
not exactly a winning strat so far.
Esper, we're already, always cutting her against Esper. I
Pretty
am at
much, yeah.
least.
She's just too inefficient against Esper. You know, almost never hits a Rafine, almost never does really anything.
Yeah,
Like in the anemic hands they have, is she could be really good.
Yeah,
But not beyond that.
I'm up for cutting her completely just for testing purposes.
Yeah.
And then
As far as what I'm playing over her in the board, by the way, I know you're on like 2 Gixis commands in the 75. I'm on 2 cruelties in the 75. The big thing that I've really liked about cruelty is that in the matchups where I find cruelty is the best card, that's the card that I want multiples of. Where when I have the matchups where I want Gixis command, resolving 1 Gixis command pretty much wins the game immediately. So that's kind of where I would want to be, generally speaking, with Gix's command, is just having the one and then just, you know, using it to slam dunk a game. But then like against stuff like Analyst, I really like having multiple cruelties because all 3 modes are actually incredibly helpful against them. You know, the getting a big dumb threat out of their hand, and then tutoring for an answer to maybe something they have in play, and then reanimating their big dumb threat so that we have it. Like a Bonnie Paul is fantastic. Absolutely love it.
so
Excuse me.
okay, all right. I'm willing to try the second cruelty in the board. So going back to chat real quick, Investigator Archfiend thoughts? No, I can't get sold on that at all. You have to pay me to not play this card now at this point.
Yeah, it's very strong, and like if I'm just like I'm gonna pull up the what was it, the MTG.
Oh, the European
LEC.
finals.
Yeah, I actually want to look at that deck list
Yeah,
again.
I did take a look at the SSA. I do actually have it in my arena account. I was gonna pull it up after this probably. Actually, I can just pull it up right now for you to see it on my side.
Yeah, if you want to do that,
All right.
that would be fine.
For now, I'm just gonna put the 4th Sentinels, just for a placeholder. This was the 2nd place list in the European.
Yeah, so yeah, this person was on like, so this is the bigger Golgari deck.
Yeah, like
We've talked about this. So
Yeah.
we're an aggressively slanted Golgari deck, because we kept finding that being aggressive was the way we would win certain matchups.
They had the same idea of
Yeah.
us for our 4 drops. They're on that's 3 5 drops in the main.
Yeah, 2 commands, which I think command is the right way to go in the main deck because of like
Yeah.
Esper and the potency it has against Esper. But then like Aquazot's, Aquazot's is fine if you're planning on playing a ton of mirror matches, but even against Esper sometimes it's just not very good. But I wouldn't be like opposed to, like, it's one of those things again, it's like if you're gonna play against, you know, a deck that one of the 5 drops is good against, then it's gonna really shine, but then against everything else they just tend to underperform. They're on 2 Lilianas.
When he lost to Esper in the finals.
And 2, wow, they're on a full 4 copies of Liliana of the Veil. And they're
Yeah.
75. And they got the Gitrog in their board.
Mm-hmm. I do like this card, but I feel like it's just the other 5 drops are better.
Yeah, I mean, Gix's command's probably the one I'm gonna start on, and because I think I'm gonna be playing against Esper a good bit, and it just really performs there. Aquazot's can perform well there, but you know, it's I wouldn't hate having it against them, but I'm also not like I'm not gonna necessarily miss it game one either.
Thinking about it, like, would the Get Raw Gravenous Ride be worth it against the Analyst matchup?
I mean, it could be. Can it protect itself?
No. I mean,
Good
like, if
problem.
anything, like, it's a 6/5 with haste, and then you could trample too, and then you just draw cards with it.
Oh, I don't even have any copies in my collection. I always forget it's a mount. You do draw cards and put up the excellence for your hand on the battlefield tap, where access to sacrifice creature's power.
So in that instance,
mean,
you'll just crew the Mosswood and sack the Mosswood and cast it the following turn.
Yeah, I mean, it puts us in a resilient position against the ill-timed explosion, but the problem is this card's slower than ill-timed explosion.
Yeah.
It's also not bad in the post ill-timed explosion like world where like they sweep our battlefield. We just play it as a 6/5 trample haste. So I guess I'm not opposed to the card. But like I'm not sure how well that will perform overall. But yeah. Well, honestly, Star Set, I don't even think blue white is you don't need Liliana to beat blue white control. In my experience, just like because actually we should clarify a difference between our list and the second place list. We have 6 vigilant creatures in our deck, potentially 7. They don't. So the Wandering Emperor is not very good against us.
Yeah,
We regularly beat up on that deck because of that.
We're beating blue white control, any control deck on a different game plan. We're on a different game plan than the quote unquote typical Golgari list that you're used to seeing.
Yeah. So with what version of Golgari that they're playing, I completely think it's understandable that Liliana probably performs better in this deck. I also worry though Liliana is not necessarily great when you're only playing 1 card per turn. So I imagine that there's a lot of matchups that they probably never boarded into a position where they had 4 copies of Liliana in their deck. Because keep in mind, chat, just because a deck makes the finals of a big tournament doesn't necessarily mean that their sideboard was correct.
Yeah.
It could just mean that their sideboard lined up well or their main deck lined up well. But yeah, you're not wrong. 26 lands. I absolutely devastated one at the NRG with it. But yeah, hitting on the axis of these vigilance threats, I love it so much.
Same. That's why I want
huge.
the 4th Sentinel. That's why I want the 4th Sentinel. I'm willing to play something else, but I'm leaning towards 4th Sentinel.
I think there's diminishing returns. It's like you don't need that many. And the Shieldred also helps against them because like while you can just play it and it gets that little bit of reach. But but back to the board. I'm on 2 cruelties in the board.
I'm willing to try it out. I just am not wanting to play cruelty in the main.
No, I agree with that. I think right now with what I'm predicting will be the metagame that I'm going to have to play against, I'm going to want Cruelty of Gix Gix's Command in the main deck because I'm going to be playing against Esper. And then post-board and then pre-board, like, it's not that good against Analyst. It's not hitting the things I like, they don't have the Big Dumb Idiots game 1. And I really, really want it post-board, and when I do want it, I really, really want it. Where Gix's Command is like, I just want the 1, because the 1 usually ends the game.
Yeah.
So I'm on 2, and then I have the Aquazots, and then I'm still on the Deadly Cover-Up.
You are?
I am. It's I got sold more and more on it as I played that Convoke matchup.
Okay.
Where I was just like especially when I'm on the play and I'm like, I do I go turn 1 duress, turn or cut down. I go turn 2 land, go hit the token in response to the Gleeful Demolition. I untap, I maybe play Sentinel just to get something on the battlefield to bog down the field or the Glissa. And then, I curve into like starting to, maybe play another duress, play the Extract the Truth. And then, having that and the Gix's Command just seemed to be really helpful because I can kind of curve into either, and usually it'll end the game.
Okay.
Or put me in a position where the game's going to end. So that's where I've been as my other 5-drop. But it's really only that.
Well,
I just don't think we
who
want
it
the second
is.
Gix's command 26 lands. I think that's the big thing.
Hey, thank you for the follow. I am
Um,
Archangel. Yeah, I'm willing to try it out again. It just never came up for me really in any of those matchups. It just turned into being like a card in my hand and I'm dead.
Yeah, well, it was part of a winning game plan. It wasn't like a haymaker card by itself. But it was like the way I want to build my deck at game 2. It just felt like that, like my game plan could be, this series of plays, and it ends with either Gix's command or Deadly Cover Up.
Okay.
It might even be correct. I might be wrong, and it might be correct just to have a second Gix's command, because it's just as good against one knight in a board of idiots. And so I could be convinced otherwise. Let's put it that way. And then 3-Path of Peril. I
Okay.
don't want to not play 3-Path of Peril.
I like the idea that Solaris was playing. Solaris is another Magic streamer. They're a German streamer.
Mhm.
So he was more on the more 3-drop heavier build, but he was playing a single Archfiend the Dross on the sideboard, and he had 2 Gix's Command in the main and a 3-Path of Peril on the board. So what he was doing against Convoke, when I ended the stream last night, I raided over to the European RC, and he was on stream. They were going to game 2. He boarded in the Path of Perils and the Archfiend, and he just had just happened to have it helped
if you
him
stabilize
out
with an Archfiend to play, you
Yes.
can just win the game with one Path
Yeah,
of Peril.
so the idea that I liked from what I saw, what he was doing, it looked like the idea was if you can get your Archfiend from your sideboard early enough and get the board wipe, you can help close out the game faster before they can rebuild again.
Well, I mean, to be fair, if you sweep them once, they're rarely rebuilding.
Yeah, that's definitely true. But
So what I kept finding with Archfiend was that the games where I'm like curving into the Archfiend, like I probably already played a Path of Peril, and then now I have the Archfiend puts me under pressure to end the game within 3 turns. So I don't disagree. I do think Archfiend's a card to consider 26 lands. To answer your question, Star said it was one of the best performing decks this weekend. Had one of the better conversion rates in the European RC. Top 8'd every event. But it's also not great against Esper. It's really good hands run over pretty much everything. Especially if they're on the play. Like a really good hand out of Convoke on the play beats literally every deck in the format. That's why the deck gets played. But the generally speaking, like Esper manages to put those decks down, and Analyst has a surprisingly good matchup against those.
hey, Griven, sorry, just saw your message.
No, you're good. Yeah, Convoke did well at all the RCs.
Yeah. We talk more detail about it, about like our thoughts on it in the podcast that'll be come out tomorrow. The heads up on the podcast chat. I think we're going to be doing it where the audio portion going forward, audio portion comes out the Monday, and the video portion comes out Tuesday, because how long it takes to upload to YouTube. Because I'm uploading the 2 channels at the moment.
Yeah, it takes a while, so totally understandable. But yeah, you're right. Void Beyond Void being on the play is huge in Standard right now, especially if you're playing against in the mid-range matchups. It's a little whatever. There's a little bit of a you have to acknowledge in your mulligan decisions when you're on the player draw, but then against mono red aggro, you're just gonna get your ass handed to you on the draw most of the time. Especially if you're not a deck that can actually answer all their threats. This deck has a decent time because you can cut down and to go for the throat and to play a Glissa that blocks everything that matters, and then just sort of go from there.
Hey, Stormbreath.
Hello, Stormbreath Dragon.
So I think we got the whole sideboard down at this point.
We just got to decide on that 60th card.
Yeah, the 3-drop. So
you want a 4th Sentinel.
I'm wanting a 4th Sentinel, but I'm willing to be sold on something else. There is the thought maybe we play another a single Trespasser, but we did agree that at some point that it just wasn't the best thing.
Yeah, it just kept not performing as good as I would like it to. Like against something like Analyst, I'd pretty much always prefer. Like I could even be more convinced that like Lord Skitter is better in that matchup than Graveyard Trespasser is.
That
If it gets to nighttime, Trespasser's fantastic.
yeah. I think being on a plane mid-range mirrors or control is kind of broken because don't you get a free mulligan and you found that more valuable for those matches? Oh, being
Sometimes,
on the
yeah.
draw. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the whole reason we also like this version of the deck over the slower versions, is that we kept running into these games where we would like we would want to be able to set the pace, and being in a more aggressive shell allows you to set the pace. So that's like the biggest decision we've made as in deck building was we want to be the person setting the pace most of the time so that we're good on the play, but since we're also like this mid-range deck, we can play pretty well on the draw as well because we still just have good quality cards in our deck. So I'm just like spending time staring at 3 mana cards.
That's what I'm doing too. Stormbreath is asking if we could squeeze one more removal in. I think at this point we have enough. Like we're on 8 removal,
spells.
eight spells in the main board for
Yeah.
9 in a way with Geeks' command.
It's removal. I treat it as removal.
Exiled. Moved
So
Golgari list. Moved a Golvane Hydra and a Robbery in a sideboard for.
that's true that robbery card can be quite potent.
Yeah.
I've seen that in a lot of lists.
I think that's definitely good in like the more top end heavy decks because they're planning to go that long.
Yeah. The game's trying. We're trying to close the game early, which does come with its own. It can come with its own set of problems, admittedly, but yeah, like I don't feel like we're in a position where we necessarily would want that in our deck. Also, some of those lists are more ramp heavy.
Yeah.
Of the new green plot card, that's 3 mana.
Plot card.
Is it? I think I know which card they're talking about. Is that like the 4/2 that you're talking about?
You need to have enough 4 power creatures.
Yeah, we got a whole 4 of them.
Yeah, if we had more, with us being on 4, it's not really worth it. I was thinking, what about one of Honest Rutstein just for utility? Like, it's gonna feel bad if it turns out to be like, oh, this is our play on turn 3, nothing in the grave.
Well, it's also like sometimes you like go to combat, they kill Caustic Bronco, but like the problem is Caustic Bronco isn't like exactly a stellar turn 4 play. And 1 mana of any color. Yeah, no, this Outcast Trailblazer is probably not. You know what I was thinking in my head?
What's that?
Is I was trying to think of cards that gained life as a potential option to consider.
Yeah, like there are some things out there. Like there's some bad things out there. I was like,
yeah, that's my problem. Is that I'm reading through a lot of these cards and they're not stellar.
Hey, Flavenza.
So,
Yeah, we're actually wrapping up with the deck building, the current deck building process. We went through, talked about the whole thing. We're looking for our 60th card now. Yeah, when you mentioned life gain, I was just hovering over Greta Sweet Tooth Scourger, but like,
yeah. It's funny. I was also reading that card for a second. So like cards that come to mind are like,
how bad
dude,
does this sound? 3 mana, 3/3, enters battlefield, incubate 2. It'll give us a body for later on in the game. Probably kind of bad.
Transform an incubator, double the number of counters on it. Black March is in standard. Yes, yeah. Kamigawa is still in standard. That's probably not great.
The thought of like us getting a body later on was what I was thinking about.
Yeah, if it was not a 2/2, like,
Wally the Seething Tower.
Oh. Why can't Titania's command be like not 6 mana? That card would be great at like 4 mana.
Preacher Kappa. I mean, in a way, it does give you life gain eventually. You found the Deadly Cover Up is good versus both the aggro list and doubles versus control list. A dead card. Yeah, we have one of Deadly Cover Up in the board.
Yeah,
Uh,
we're on the because even in the matchups where we want that, we're like coming off of our 2 drops
Hmm.
to be able to do the other stuff, like, and be a little more controlling. Okay, so I've looked at every card that says gain life on it in our colors. So unless we're interested in playing Jungle Hollow,
oh,
Cease Desist came up.
there is another card we could look at that we wrote off early on when we first started building Golgari together.
What's that?
Phyrexian Flesh Gorger as a one of.
Flesh Gorger. Are we really willing to go crawling back to the Flesh Gorger?
No, Vraska we kind of turned away because you have to pay mana for that ability.
It's also just not a good card right now. Like, there's not many creatures you really care about exiling when they die. And this doesn't
Dominator
even
is
do
not
that.
rotating. Just for a reminder
Ooh.
for chat, rotation that's happening either early August or end of July. The sets are rotating. There's 4 sets: Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, both Innistrad sets, and New Capenna.
Yeah, so New Capenna is the latest set that will be rotating out.
Get so many lands too. It could be likely to be full cast. Yeah, and like the original thought when we first started building this deck, I thought of like doing just like Bronco with this incidental life loss on the opponent's side with the Bronco. Oh, that's the thing we got to consider too, because that could be potentially 7 life we lose off the top of our deck.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm not thrilled about.
Yeah. If we are going to consider Briarbridge Tracker, I'd rather just be on the Force Sentinel.
Yeah, that's just. I mean, they are different. Because like one makes a clue, which draws an actual card. Matter of fact, I should read the Briarbridge.
It's a 2/3, and it gets plus power if you have a.
If you have a token.
Yeah.
So the maps and such count. Yeah. It levels up the rookie. I mean, I would try it, but I don't know.
It's another
if it's
human,
be
isn't it?
better than Sentinel. It is a human, so it fits in with 7 of our other creatures. It's also a scout, which also fits in with the Sentinel, but that's actually not. I mean, I think again, I'm not sold if it's a. Yeah, like I'm not sold if that's better than a 4th Sentinel.
I was looking at
I don't hate what Grooven one's suggesting. Like there is the idea. Like we could go back to the Aquazats in the main, the second 5-drop, if we're really uncertain, and if we're like thinking that the field is going to be a lot of Esper, like that's probably not the end of the world.
Yeah.
But then we have a 15th sideboard slot we can play with too.
Yeah, there is that thought. Like I personally, I don't want to do that. I'm willing to try it. I'm not trying to say no, let's not do it, but like I'm willing to try it, but I'd rather not play the extra 5-drop in the main.
Yeah.
So I feel like I want to stick with the 3-drop. I'm looking at
I could also
both...
be convinced of a 2-drop.
Oh yeah, that too. Like we could go to like 4 Bronco or 4 Sharp-Eyed Rookie or a 1 of something else.
Yeah.
I was looking at Old Rustine and also Honest Rustine. We could try out the tracker. I like the idea of Honest Rustine because like you could potentially get something back later on, or if
it's like it draws a card basically.
Yeah, like we have a monster we can't get back. We get it back, and then we cast the Dread Whispers, same turn potentially.
Or it's like you can also like double spell with it. I don't know. It seemed to underperform when we tried it really early on.
Yeah. The only other thought is too, like I was thinking, like, do we want any of our 3-drops to be able to get cut down? I kind of don't.
Yeah, that's the other thing I'm worried about with Briarbridge Tracker.
You have to have a token on the field. Like you get a token right away.
Yeah.
No,
but they can just kill with the trigger on the stack.
Yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
There's also a 1-up Preacher. That could be a thing.
True, Preacher isn't terrible.
Second Shelter is also really good versus aggro. I don't want to play another 4-drop. Like if we could consider Second Sheltered, I think I'd want to move an Investigator in the board and then play 2.
Keep the curve low. Jewel Thief. That's actually that's not a terrible suggestion.
Or do you want a big mana sink for late in the game?
Primal Adversary. Does have trample.
Yes. This card was fun when in mono green and Pioneer. I played at F&M one night, just like, oh, okay, I have like 10 mana. Turn all my lands into creatures. And then I was playing against JJ and he wiped the board.
Jewel Thief, huh?
A Jewel Thief is a thing too. Corey, I don't know if I said hi earlier. I'm sorry. Hi, I hope we're doing all right.
Don't like Frillback. Frillback is
It's not a 3-drop.
In our experience, it's not a 3-drop. And it underperforms. It does 3 different things, but it does them all poorly. Pelucranos is too many green mana pips for how many swamps we're playing. I like that. I would entertain the idea of this Jewel Thief card, but I feel like we would want to play more copies than one, and we would want more 5-drops.
Can't do
26 lands trying to convince us to play one Archfiend.
I can't.
I'm not opposed to it, but I'm not thrilled by it either.
Can't do double green, can we?
I mean, we can, but I don't like it.
Cemetery Prowler.
ETB or attacks, and it's a 3/4 with vigilance. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it can turn all of our. It can make Mosswood into 1-mana spells on both sides.
It's also vigilant.
Yeah.
Of course it is. Before you know it, we're going to be the Vigilance podcast. I'm willing to try it.
Okay.
I like the card. I think the card does a unique thing. It's kind of like what if Trespasser couldn't be hit with a Wandering Emperor, and also gave me a rebate on cards. And because you know it's a card that I would consider playing right now. By the way,
What's that?
Gatekeeper.
I don't know the lost lore.
If I was in a red deck, I would want to play
Oh.
Cemetery Gatekeeper.
Oh yeah, that sounds. I do like the idea of that. It's like bad Eidolon in a way.
Sentinel.
Yeah, I was actually looking at that earlier. That would help us in a bad matchup, but in the main board, but I feel like that just it might not be the best
card you own.
thing though.
You don't own in exile. If it hit any face-up card in exile, kind of like the binding, I think I would like this better. And then yeah, the graveyard thing is actually kind of neat. Being 3 mana actually is really nice. But
Vigilance Pug cast.
yeah.
So I think we got the whole 75 figured out before we're gonna test. Are you cool if I take a quick break to go deal? I got to go handle laundry. Okay.
Yeah, go for it. I'll be here.
All right, chat. I'm gonna take a quick break. John's gonna mirror the chat. I'm gonna make him bigger on screen so you guys can give him attention.
Yes. Yeah, Cemetery Prowler is a very interesting card. I'm curious on how it would perform. But having something that can eat a card in a graveyard, which is like the thing we want about Trespasser. Scavenging Ooze is I don't think Scavenging Ooze is legal. It is not. Scavenging Ooze is not legal. What's my Esper 2-drop suite look like? Sure, let me pull up one of my more recent Esper lists. So for me, I've been on 4 Masterminds, 4 Deep Cavern Bats, 4 Go for the Throats, 3 No More Lies, and 2 Denix has been my 2-drop. And then like the Virtues, Ardenvale Fealty. I go by Gaijin, Salty, or Jin. I go by Big Gaijin, spelled out. But no, nobody actually ends up calling me that, at least not anymore. Long time ago, that was a thing, but yeah, you're thinking of Core Set like 2020, which I know we think is recent, but really isn't. Yeah, Big Guy Jin. Yeah, I'm not as sold. Yeah, Denick has definitely felt a little clunky lately. So like, I've only really liked it because you can like play it out of your graveyard. Do I have a link with my deck? I'm just looking at it in my Arena client, and I don't think I have it built on like Flex slot or anything right now. Yeah, I've been really digging the masterminds because I've been having to play like like playing a bunch of Esper mirrors has been great. I had an earlier quote about synthesizer after rotation. There will be less cards countering it. Is it worth trying to collect? Well, if they're still $35-ish a piece, then no, I would not recommend buying them to speculate. There's a chance that card will end up being like really good in modern. Because like there'll be a ton of mirror enforcers and like thought monitor and whatnot. But even that I'm not sold on because it still has to compete with stuff like Scam, and Scam's getting so much better. Yeah. You're absolutely right, Starset. I also prefer my Esper decks right now, at least, to lean more towards a flash-based main deck as much as I can. So like that was definitely like the way I've started to favor, because like one of my logic is if I'm gonna play blue-white control or Esper next weekend, the idea is I'm playing it so that I can play Tidebinder. Specifically because of like it's really good against a lot of decks, and it's like especially good against game one against Analyst. So like having them has been great. Yeah, that's kind of the logic why I was thinking about cutting that deck. I haven't worked on Esper since like last Thursday, but I've been sort of mulling it over. Yeah, I'm on two Tidebinders in the main, one on the board as well. I'm also been considering going to play Kutzel's Flanker in my main deck as well as a flash 3-drop. Currently, that space has been occupied by an Urtai. But yeah, like it's also the same reason I came off of like Wedding Announcement. Which I do want to board my Wedding Announcements because I really like them against decks like Boros and Toxic. But in like against the rest of the metagame, it's just sort of gone down in value. Little Wanderer PTSD with all. Can it be that you have? No, I don't have PTSD for the Wandering Emperor. It's just it's objectively a good card in the deck, and it is an angle that they can't play on. Let's go back. I hope Rakdos Grixis has a resurgence after. I mean, black cards will be very good post rotation, assuming they don't ban any of them. Because you guys gotta remember the annual ban announcement, is more about like quality of life stuff, and so there is a chance they hit a black card. I can't predict what it is, but it's more likely they hit stuff like Sunfall. I mean, by the next BNR announcement will be so close to Bloomborough, and there won't be any relevant standard tournaments anyway, and then it'll rotate out. Yeah, I agree with that, Starset. That's why I really want them at least in my 75 for the same reason. I really like it against the decks where I just want to like put bodies on the battlefield, and then eventually flip it over. It's like less about the drawing aspect of the card that I like these days. I use Liberator and play artifacts with Flash. I have good ramp too. Liberator blue. So let me look at Synthesizer real quick. Artifact value 3 or greater. Let's look at. So. Oh yeah, if you're ahead, then you use it to stay ahead. Starry said. That's definitely like my I share that viewpoint on the card. Okay, so with Synthesizer, your sort of big synergistic cards. Just looking at artifacts that cost 3 or more mana to like really, because you're gonna want at least a handful. I'm Okay. So I could see a world where I want to play synthesizer with like Grand Spider, like the Power Stone cards come to mind. Mostly because Power Stones grow my constructs, but also allow me to cast bigger artifact spells. So like one thought was if I play some like Power Stone related ramp, I could also play cards like the Might Stone and Weak Stone, which is a very strong card. It's also like a solid removal spell for stuff like Shieldred if you're ramping into it. You can also play Cityscape Leveler, and like Threefold Thunderhulk, which is a powerful card. It just doesn't have a home. So like those are all things that you can do that I really like. Of course, I don't think Bloomborough is gonna have a ton of artifacts in it. To be perfectly honest. Yeah, I don't think the Karn is very good. If it made those Power Stone tokens untapped, I'd be all for it. But I do like that idea, yeah, of like, you also play Karn Legacy Reforged is another thing you can play, where it's just another, like, thing you can curve into. But yeah, I'm not huge on card. Yeah, well, we're talking post-rotation star set. So I know that there's a synthesizer deck that exists now. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, Fomori Vault is a card in that deck too. And what with card draw? Like, as far as card draw goes, I mean, you could do... I'm trying to think of the different... Are there any artifacts that specifically draw cards post-rotation? I don't think there are. At least yet. Braided net? Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah, when you craft it, sure. Yeah, I could also see going into white because of like Thousand Moon Smithy. Like, I really like that card a lot. And that card can do some work. You also get access to cards like Steel Seraph by going into white, which is really strong. The biggest thing you'll have to worry about is mana. I have 3 Mind Stones for now. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, the wait a minute, only Minds. Do you mean the Might Stone and Weak Stone by chance? Like, oh yeah, that card's quite strong. So yeah, the yeah, Thousand. I could see going into white and doing like a blue-white synthesizer, like it's like a tap out beatdown deck. Biggest thing is I think you'd also have to probably play cards like there's what the heck's the name of the card? Like you might use like there's mana rocks that you can play in colorless, like Fabrication Foundry and the Iron Craig as well. And so you could do stuff like that to really take advantage of it. And then on top of that, like, because I think that might be the key to the deck is like playing those ramp elements, and hopefully we maybe get like another mana rock at some point soon. But I definitely think it's a deck that would be worth exploring. It's a matter of whether or not it's a matter of whether or not like we get like enough stuff to fill it out, because there's plenty of artifacts you can play with it. It's just whether or not those artifacts are actually good on their own too. Because I think that'll be the key to synthesizer, is like not just like pooping out a bunch of construct tokens is probably not a bad place to be, but you know, there is a 6-mana destroy all artifacts and enchantments in the format. So like you got to keep that in mind when you're building a deck like this, is that there is like a hard answer to literally everything you're doing in a one of, as well as there's still going to be sweepers that exist. So like it's still going to be easy. So that's why I think I like cards like Thousand Moon Smithy, where it's like this thing that can make repeated threats. The synthesizer does that too, of course. Interesting. What do we got? Yeah, I think that's about where I'm at. Yeah, I think Steel Seraph's probably a good place to be. You know, being a big evasive threat, but also giving one of your big constructs flying is huge. Other things that you can do though that I'm looking at, like there's things like Final Showdown is also very, yes, that's correct. But my big thing right now is I'm worried that if they don't ban anything in standard, like my prediction for what it's worth about what the annual standard ban announcement that'll happen, and I think it's in about a month. So it's 3 weeks. It'll be the end of June. Good evening, Quick. We hope you're well as well.
Hey, quick.
My best prediction would be that they're banning Sunfall so that they can let the other sweepers shine, because I do think Sunfall is kind of head and shoulders power level wise just above all the other sweepers. Even, for whatever utility they have, it's like this is a 5-mana sweeper that answers everything cleanly and it makes a win condition, and it's just like maybe too much. I also foresee Atraxa getting banned just because it sucks to play against.
Also,
And Atraxamirs are terrible.
Also warrants like poor gameplay too, doesn't it? In a way.
Well, it's like everything you do before Atraxa tends to not matter unless they're literally about to die. So, well, because then you just kill them. But yeah, Farewell will be rotating out as well. But I also feel like, I feel like that's gonna be the call for them, because it kind of reminds me very similarly of Fable of the Mirror Breaker, in that like it's not a broken card in the sense that it's like, winning the game, but it's just so good at playing the fair game, and you can't really you can't win through it like you would like say a Supreme Verdict, where like cards like Mosswood Dread Knight and Aquazotz could give you this way of sort of playing through your opponent's sweepers. You can't do that with Sunfall, so I think that's the other reason it'll go, is so that there could also be a healthier amount of counterplay. We've talked about Frillback like a handful of times tonight. Grooven one. It's just a card that we're not happy to play.
Yeah.
It's just it doesn't do anything.
It's like a 4 or 5 drop.
Yeah, and it's not that it's bad. It's that it doesn't do the thing. Like you could do better. Is kind of the takeaway I've had so far. Like a lot of the games, it's too slow for graveyard hate, and like it's just like a worse life gain card than like just playing Obstinate Bail Off.
Twitch chat, there is a add in 2 minutes.
Yeah, and then isn't Traxa losing a bunch of strong lands that hamper it? No. So there's another ramp deck that exists in Standard. That's just sort of like underneath Analyst and what's its name? Domain, which is oh my god, it's Caves. That's the name of the deck. And that deck gets a lot better post-rotation because it is going to be one of the better ones. There's also decks that play cards like Cornucopia.
Sure, before the win.
And then on top of that, like it's still like any amount of ramp's gonna do it. But there's also gonna be the decks that can reanimate it, because that is a thing that exists right now, and could be good in that post-rotation spot. So I'm just not a huge, just not really a thing that I think is healthy to have around. It's also Atraxa's last year in Standard, so it going away is just let other big ramp. Like I would rather like a Tali be the thing people are ramping into than Atraxa.
I agree.
I don't get yet now this new pure land deck. How should I counter it? Which deck are you referring to? Analyst, Krupp? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Mercy's History, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah.
Not enough duress. No, not enough Thoughtseize, Quick.
The Quick has like a joke that he always says that not enough duress in planes. Basic
That's
planes.
fair. Yeah, that's absolutely right, Starset. And that's what the annual BNR announcements for Standard focus on. It's not about banning broken cards. It's about banning cards that are outshining the other things a little too much and just letting new things have a chance to be good. All right, what would you like to play against first?
We start with the bad matches?
Sure. Analyst it is.
All right. All right,
I'll
chat.
send you the invite.
Oh, all right. I just sent it to you.
Oh, you sent me one. I'll do yours.
All right, chat.
I
We are
just
going to
said-
go into testing now. I'm starting a prediction. Do you think I'll win, or do you think John will win?
One sorcery spell, but you'd have to be more specific. I can't even
Based
think
on
of a
number
card
of
that does
lands.
that.
There is a red, green, blue deck that has like a fireball like effect in it. It costs Gruul and X, and then it returns lands from the grave to the battlefield. That thing? Oh, that's the matchup we're playing right now. So that's what we're trying to beat.
Oh yeah, no, that's this is not an all lands deck.
It feels like it.
It is a lands focused deck.
But that at rotation, that deck's no longer a thing.
Yeah, this deck dies at rotation. You got it, boss.
Yeah, I think it's hit the World's Rage. It's like you don't have the setup for the Deluge.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna be good at about the same time anyway.
Inkbuster, Mioc, and Fable are all banned, not attract, so hopefully they'll change the next standard ban cycle.
Well, all those cards rotate out anyway, so.
I have the in-game music on for once, and this is all new to me. I've never had the in-game music on.
Yeah, there's a chance that if I don't draw a third land, then well, never mind.
Damn it.
That it would have gone poorly. MTG, it does have ambient music, yes. Yeah, Bankbuster, Meat Hook, and Fable all rotate out, and like Fable was banned. Like a lot of people seem to get this idea in their head that Fable was banned for its like the fact that it was like broken or something. It's like no, Fable was banned because it was just the best 3-drop, and other 3-drops weren't seeing play.
I feel like
Fable of the Mirrorbreaker itself is a fairly healthy card to be good.
I feel like in this moment, right now, I feel like I accept the fact that you're gonna block the Bronco, accrue and attack in just to try to get a new card and deal a little bit of damage to you.
I don't hate it. I mean, you know 3 of the 4 cards in my hand, so I wouldn't necessarily feel that you need to make super aggressive plays. Like if you knew I had a sweeper, I would definitely be doing it.
Yeah. Guess I'll chill.
Yeah, I'm not sold on doing the other thing. Sick. Just the land I wanted.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was thinking about, rookie. Not that star set I meant. Whoops.
Single red pip was that Fable was banned for. Very easy to play. Yeah, it was that. Yeah, every fair deck had to play Fable of the Mirrorbreaker because it was just the best thing to be doing at 3 mana with really no question. Ooh, that's a good one. That worked out.
Yeah, that really did work out.
All right, boss, you get 5 in.
Panic, welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, I wish we had more arena backgrounds. Like I know we'll get one every single set, but that'd be like amazing, like nice if we got more.
Yeah, I'm shocked they've never leaned more into the cosmetics.
I'm gonna hope you don't go board wipe here. If you do, you do. You could find one.
Well, I'd have to find a red source and a board wipe. So.
Yeah. 44%, yeah.
Sadly, my deck is not doing either of those things.
Your deck is doing powerful things, though, still sort of.
That's one word. I just have to play this Nissa and pass and turn back.
No land drop?
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm missing lands. I didn't even find one on that memory deluge. Yep. But these are the kinds of game 1s you get to win. So. You take them.
Alright, we'll do that.
Alright, we should have played that pre-combat, but hey.
I drew the untapped land.
3, 6, 9, 11, so that's not gonna do it. That's not gonna do it. Yep.
Okay.
Did not find the lands.
be able to pick what our side of the map looks like, so every game is different. Oh, no, it'd be cool, chat, if actually they did. I think Runeterra did something like this. I never played Runeterra, but I believe I saw something where they like their map or their board game was like split in half literally, and you got to pick what yours was, or is different based on what deck you're playing. Something like that would be kind of cool. So we were talking about when we built the board for this, we want both cruelties.
Yeah, so I take out the Gix's commands. I'm sorry, put in the Gix's command, put in the
Well, look who
cruelties.
it
I brought
is.
in the
All 3 hearses.
all 3 hearses, the 2 mana discard, and the long goodbye. The long goodbyes come in too.
Both of them.
Yes, I was bringing in both of them.
Okay. I think you have to follow.
And then the things I would cut here is I cut all the cut downs because everything that cut down hits, long goodbye hits too. You just don't need them. I was taking out 2 of the hostile investigators.
Okay.
And with our current board plan, it might actually be more. I was taking out Pillage the Bog. I'd just rather draw a spell that isn't a tutor.
Want to cut Bitter here?
No, we really want Bitter Triumph.
Okay.
To kill the big dumb idiots.
We just need one more cut here.
Just trying to think of, because we have the one more card than I had in my previous list. I would cut the
A Sentinel?
Yes, that seems like they would. That would be it.
Okay.
Are you coaching? No. Yeah, this is a collaborative effort, not a coaching session.
So we started a podcast together that's called the CardWard podcast. We recorded episode 2 earlier today, and we've been working on this deck list. I'm playing it now. For like 3 weeks now.
Yeah, about a month actually.
Okay, about a month. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're tuning it right now to kind of get an idea what Jean might want to play in the RC. I didn't qualify. I don't have a chance to play any LCQs, so I might play it in a standard event, but at the RC. But this is all mostly for John and her content for you guys. Sounds great. Something like Prowler. We didn't cut the Prowler because the Prowler is graveyard hate still.
Yeah, just like being able to incidentally eat these lands out of the graveyard can be pretty big. Not that the post-board games aren't nearly as much about the analyst as game 1.
Yeah, the Stone Brain, we talked about that before. Like Stone Brain, just it's clunky and too slow for what we want it for.
Yeah, it also, like, given how these decks like sideboard, that was really the problem we kept running into. It was that against the game 1 plan of the analyst deck, the Stonebrain would be very good, but against the game 2 game plan that they're bringing in, it ends up actually not being very effective at all. Because you'd have to name like 5 different cards for it to really do what you're trying to do with it.
Hey, Moth. So at this point, you haven't played anything. That makes me think you have a board wipe in hand.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I feel like I'm gonna accept the fact that you have a board wipe in hand potentially.
Well, you got the hearse to sort of.
I do.
So if I do that, you just eat 2 cards and then still continue to pressure me with the hearse. Remember what I said about the hearse having power and toughness?
Yeah.
It's starting to come up here.
Do I care about any counter spells from you? I don't think I do.
No, this deck only plays negate. You would know that if this was an open deck list field, so. Okay, and then
so that's out of the way.
Save a cowboy, ride a horse.
You mean Snorse?
I mean, it is a horse, but it is also a snake.
Okay, at least I'm
look at that.
in land.
I want you to know, every time I've ever saddled this card, it's always been a land.
It's always been what?
It's always been a land. I've never hit a card that isn't a land on the saddle.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
It's that thing that I gotta worry about. you're gonna get to eat this. If I do that,
Yeah, and chat, if you want to check out the first episode of the podcast, the link is right there in the chat. Okay. A little annoying.
this card is incredibly good.
Oh, yeah. It's very annoying right now, too.
It has been just astoundingly powerful.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I think at this point I have to accept that I need to top deck a kill spell for that thing.
Yeah. Ooh, duress is good though. That wasn't a bad one because now you can crack map, play duress, play land.
I already played land for turn.
Oh, you played the forest? Okay.
Yeah.
You still crack map, play the duress. That's not terrible.
Yeah, I think I care more about Prowler here. Oh my god. All right.
Well, listen, the more lands that you hit here, the less lands that you draw later. You were right. I had the sweeper the whole time, by the way. Never punished.
It's not going to matter, though, because you're probably going to find a land. And oh, you need the draw.
I draw if I hit one eye controlled.
Oh. Actually,
This card would be $20 if it drew a card every time I
think I keep that in your graveyard.
Yeah, I'm not getting it back anytime
No,
soon. Like,
I mean,
you know that four
I
of
think
my
I
cards
keep
in my
it.
hand don't.
No, I mean, I think I keep it because of the Prowler, but you do have Analyst. I got to think about that.
What are we even talking about?
Prowler exiles when it attacks.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, you leave the ill-timed explosion.
but you could play the Analyst and then you mill more cards.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it.
I'm confused as what you're thinking
So
about. but
I'm
okay.
sorry. So my thinking is, if I don't exile right now, I can eat it with the Prowler. But if I do exile right now, you're gonna play the Analyst, which will fill your graveyard up with more cards that I have to worry about afterwards.
That's assuming that I hit anything of relevance. Though.
Yes. True.
I think you should be more worried about this.
Yeah.
Realistically, actually, I should have played Bonnie Paul before I attacked, but all right.
This might be game over for me.
Oh, that can hit the Kellen out of the adventure zone.
Yeah, it drew a turn too late.
No, I'm just thinking in my head that's a relevant piece of interaction that we didn't talk about before. It is the ill-timed explosion, if you're wondering. Because if I play that and kill all the 4 toughness creatures, you're not going to get very far. Yeah. This way you can at least threaten a double block on Bonnie Paul. Or, like, I'm just going to be stuck in a position where I'm only attacking with Kellen. Which is the case, so... I am not willing to let you get any double blocks in here. Now I'll get to draw a card. Draw 1. Draw 2. I don't play any lands except this one.
Gross. Just a comment for anybody that's new to the podcast. The first episode, the quality is not that great compared to the episode coming out tomorrow.
Yeah, the audio is much better this time around.
Yeah.
Go ahead and play Analyst.
I would rather do this now, let you get 1 land back.
I would have actually probably went after Bo here, but this is a much more dangerous card. Oh, sure, that makes more sense.
Yeah. And hot post rotation, Simic ramp.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, Kellen's a hell of a card, so.
Why not go Sultai?
Oh, I hit my Titan.
Oh,
Why not go Sultai? Because the mana sucks?
yeah, but why not?
See?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just hit a land here, unless I'm worried about you have Virtue in hand. Ooh.
I'm gonna be really upfront with you. You should start hitting the creatures.
Yeah,
like
it's either
Bonnie
Bonnie
Paul
Paul or Titan. Like I'm more worried about Bonnie Paul than Titan.
Yes. Plus, there's a chance you're gonna get another window to, attack anyway.
Yeah. Seven, 8. That's turn too slow. I feel like I have to just ditch it because
I'm not sold on it right now.
the issue is you just virtue back the Titan and play Titan.
Well, look who it is.
Well, I don't
Hey.
have 4 green mana to do that, so
Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that.
that's the only problem with your line there is I don't have a 4th forest.
Yeah, but I don't know if you're gonna draw it. Oh.
Orgamos. I am going to get it back so that I have it for later.
Suppose I could have no, I couldn't. Couldn't attack with my creature land.
I mean, you could have, but you wouldn't have been able to do anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna pass it.
Okay. Well, that helps.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is how you win, right? Like, you just gotta keep playing through it. Only issue is you don't have your binding anymore. But yeah, like, if you get my life total low enough, like, it's just going to be good enough. But this Titan is gonna do some work this game. I don't know why I'm not getting the prompt to block.
Oh, 'cause I'm in the trigger still.
Oh.
2 go for the throats left, no more long goodbyes, and 1 bitter triumph left. I play lands last. I had no reason to play anything else there. There was no reason to play it beforehand, really. I could have played
Yeah.
beforehand. Can you post a picture here of your synthesizer deck? Yeah, like a Gaizo link kind of thing. Yeah.
Well, it's also like if it doesn't change, like there is like in some spots it's correct. Like if you're like especially like something like say that basic forest, is you play that so you can tap it and leave say a black source up to bluff the removal spell. But like we're at a point in the game where bluffing isn't going to get Jaffer very far.
I believe we're kind of just dead here at this point too.
Yeah, the Shigeki's the easy one. It's not looking great.
And the thing is, like, I need to block your Titan now, but you're not going to attack with it probably. Then that opens the window for me to deal with it next turn by cruelty.
I think here, if I swing, and you double block, you have to chump block this.
Five, 6, 7.
Yeah, I like this. Because if you go to less than 3 life, you die.
Yeah. Oh, this is forcing you to wipe the board too, unless you have something in hand. You're wiping my board out this way.
No, I'm just bouncing the thing that blocks my Titan.
Ah. I was thinking you were gonna just Brotherhood's End after. I mean, you still could.
I will be, yeah. 'Cause I don't care about the shield counter as much if you're dying. Right? Because this is not a optional thing. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm dead.
Bang, bang. That's the way I noticed I kept losing in post-board games before, was the, like, I would get, like, hit with, like, my life total would just end up being, like, way too low.
Mhm.
And, like, I would just not be able to stabilize.
I was thinking there, like, I wish I had Terror Sunder, but that's like a
I would consider bringing that card in, as a 4-mana removal spell, and at that point you maybe trim, like, a Go for the Throat.
I think we cut Bitter Triumph over Go for the Throat.
But yes, that would be. I would probably trim one of each to bring those in, because then it's a better answer to a Titan with a shield counter specifically, and it's
Yeah.
about as good as answering the other things too.
Yeah, I guess we could try it out.
Or you could take out a long goodbye, I guess.
Because the threats I am worried about Long Goodbye can't hit.
Yeah, long goodbye is pretty much for the Nissas slash
Yeah.
the bow token if it gets to that point.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. But yeah, like I could see just leaving in Go for the Throats and bringing in the tears.
We explained Sharp-Eyed Rookie. So the idea of Sharp-Eyed Rookie is it's a vigilance threat that attacks well and blocks well because it essentially evolves. There's an old keyword, evolve, whenever a creature with a greater power or toughness enters the battlefield. This creature gets a plus a counter, and it gets you a clue token as well. So it's card advantage and it's a threat at the same time.
Well, extracting the big dumb idiots doesn't really do much because there's only one copy of each of them typically. I'm not actually. I actually forgot to update this list. It would be slightly different. There would be 2 Tyrannus Rex in the
Okay.
sideboard and only 1 Bonnie Paul.
Um,
But yeah, the extraction effects tend to not be all that potent against this deck.
so I'm considering keeping this hand. It's not aggressive as in making a board save, but it's aggressive on your hand.
That's probably not bad. As long as it curves into like a 3-mana thing, then I think you're fine.
I'll have to draw into it, hope to draw into it, but I get 3 draws or no, 2 draws.
Yeah, like yeah. Then I think that's worth trying. There is a chance that like if you don't have a 3-mana thing, it's probably worth shipping back. Watch and be amazed. Fetch lands are in standard.
Okay, all right, that helped out.
Okay, yeah, that does some work.
Negotiations would have been a cool draw.
Yeah, that would be really sick here. Take your pot shots while you can. Yep, you get another memory deluge.
Issue here is like you just play land, play your Kellen, or you kill Sharp-Eyed Rookie.
The old value fireball.
And
now next turn I'm untapping into 7-mana memory deluge mana. Yeah. Bring in the card.
guess I go for this because your hand, with what I have in hand, I'm not threatened by what you have in hand.
Oh, well, that's a good top deck. Nice.
Oh,
It's not great here.
I'm thinking it now.
Oh, you're good.
I think I give that up.
I think it's worth it.
Yep.
It's just worth it to deny you the clue, I think.
Yeah, you got this game. Feels like.
Yeah, it's definitely slipped. You notice what did it though? Was it was that fireball?
Yeah.
Like just like I talked about. Like that's like one of the worst things about this deck is that like this hand was like okay. There's literally 5 lands and like a Kellen and a thing, and I managed to put myself into a position where I'm like, oh, like this top deck fireball is just really good, or you know, and so on.
And that helps, but doesn't win me the game.
I mean, if you get an answer to this Kellen, it's gonna really help you get back into this game.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it blocks your Titan very well too, but like, you could just
I
stop
mean-
deck the fireball anytime. You could find it right now. Did you find it?
I did not. I did find this though.
Yep.
That is lethal. Oof. Yeah. Things really need to go a very specific way in this matchup. It's definitely one of the scarier things because I feel like if we're gonna play Golgari, the big thing we're gonna go for is I'm gonna. Do you want me to play analyst again or?
Yeah, we could do it again.
Okay, I'm gonna update the list real quick.
Okay.
It's just 2 cards different.
I think the post board you're not sure you dress in.
I mean, there are things you want to hit, like the sweeper spell. So I actually think maybe the answer might be to take out all the hostile investigators, not even keep the one in. Like sometimes it's decent, but you know, like there, like it was just too late.
Yeah.
Too late to matter.
We could try that with this game.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, that's better.
Yeah, this is fine.
There we go. Also makes sense. They're the beatdown deck, so kind of almost possible. Yeah. Weird idea. That redrop we're trying.
Yeah.
If we are having such a bad matchup, what if we move the 3rd hearse to the main?
I've considered that.
Like, it's not a bad card.
Oh yeah, by no means. It's quite strong, I would actually say. Interesting. What's going on in your hand?
I need a land.
I watched the English dub of Ghost Stories. I watched it when it was on television.
I've seen so many TikToks telling people to go watch that. I haven't seen a full episode yet. I actually just finished watching the second part of Bleach: 1000 Year Blood War.
Oh, I love that.
Really good
I
show.
was so happy when they finally decided. It was like they stopped the anime right before like the best arc. It was always a shame.
Bonnie Paul's on the board, right?
Yes, Bonnie Paul is a sideboard card. The only main deck way to really win the game is the fireball stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty dead here, chat.
Oh, I milled through the other 2 fireballs, so now I have to find a regrowth effect.
Still really not a good spot.
Okay. I was gonna figured I'd make you have it.
You didn't want whatever's happening in your hand happening.
Well, but basically the whole thing. No, I'm not like, going for an ability. It was
Okay.
the getting the Nissa trigger.
Okay, I didn't know if you're gonna also have like a deluge or something. That was so funny. I guess they ran out of money to do the voices properly, so they just told the voice actors to do whatever they wanted.
Oh yeah, dude, it's hilarious.
So I have a choice of looking at your hand, potentially hitting a thing, or I draw a card right now to find a land, and then potentially do that.
So all the fireballs are in the graveyard. So the biggest thing you could probably hit is a virtue
Yeah.
/ memory deluge. It's probably worth just drawing a card first. 'Cause I have so many lands in play already that like a 7 mana deluge is nothing. Wow. Well, I want you to know this was not in my hand, but I did draw it for turn.
Oh, great. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
It's a sky turtle, which represents a fireball.
Can't deal with that. Open that game.
That's fair. Can't arrest creatures, man.
So all the hearses, both tears. Is that what we're gonna do?
Yeah, so I would do -3 cut down, -1 bitter triumph, -3 that, and
Oh, the
I
pillage
think
bog. Maybe we actually cut the pillage bog, keep the bitter in.
yeah, we could do that. Just more live cards that we're not digging.
7. Do we want to be down on the Sentinel to bring 1 lawn goodbye in? Kind of feel like,
I kind of feel like you just want pressure.
yeah. This 18 creature is 4 creature lands. Okay. No, the cover up. The issue with the cover up is it wipes out our whole entire board, and like,
Like we're also falling behind when we cover up there. So we're the beatdown deck, so we don't really want to be we're not in the interest of doing that.
we also have to have the cards in the graveyard to do that as well. In this matchup, I don't think we're going to unless there's a board wipe that happens, and if a board wipe happens, then we are already behind.
Yeah. technology.
Yeah.
Go gadget blocker.
Thinking.
I just imagine doing this for 3.5 hours.
Ow. All right.
It's unfortunate, but it is a good card. You just gotta get to that point in the game. Joke's on you. I got 2 creatures and 4 lands. If you have like land removal spell, would highly encourage. Well, I mean, I think you would have already killed it and then attacked, but
Yeah, I was hoping to draw something else. Yeah.
that's fair.
Yeah, well, chat, we do have the cruelty, so we can potentially deal with that, but there's also the Bonnie Paw, which is an issue.
I mean, yeah.
The issue is, like,
you can play through one of them. Well, Tyrannix Rex is actually not that threatening.
yeah.
Like, the biggest thing is, like, if you have 6 mana, you can just go for the throat and you don't give a shit. Like,
And it's like,
just
do I
Ward
want...
4.
I can play a creature or I can play a hearse. I'm worried next turn you can play...
I would probably play a creature because I'm not going to be... Like, the worst case scenario is I go land Fireball. So I think you play the creature. Here.
Best case
Like,
scenario for me is to hopefully have a land next turn. Hey, look at that.
Yep, now you get the cruelty.
I think it's still Bonnie Paw I'm worried about.
Yeah, Bonnie Paw is the faster of the 2.
Well, I mean, in this
Also, it's
instance,
the one you'd prefer to reanimate.
yeah, in this instance, I could just go tutor for the other cruelty and then take care of the other one.
Yeah, you figured it out. Now you know why I wanted 2 cruelties.
Oh my god.
Never mind. I just kind of want to fireball your face. Like,
I'm gonna die.
wow. Killing you would require me drawing anything that isn't lands. And
The
memory
issue is I'm gonna
damages.
take 6 more damage.
Yeah, that's
And
my
it's-
fireball. Well, you might. Yeah. Well, this doesn't come down for another turn,
hmm
so you probably actually just attack with Cottage here.
I could do that. I could also hit. Well, I'm tutoring now. I can hit the binding negotiation to see
That's
what else
also
is in your
true.
hand, in case you have like creatures. I'm worried about besides the Tyrannix.
Or you could hit like a 3-mana threat, something to pressure the board, and then play Hearse,
Yeah.
which would eat a land and a Deluge here, or 2 lands to just neuter any potential analysts that I could play. Because I don't think you need to deal with this Tyrannix Rex right now.
Yeah.
What also wouldn't even be bad, probably to like just animate Restless Cottage and attack. To just get a food token or something.
Thinking.
This also lets you deal at least 1 more point of damage, because now you can also saddle the Bronco.
Yeah, there was a thought about that as well. Starset. Ah!
Yeah, shoulder would not have been bad either.
Finally dealt damage to you.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we just play Hearse and hold up Hearse.
Yep.
Or if you get an analyst. So I mentioned this on stream the other
I
day.
am dead.
You are?
Yes. I have Tyrannix Rex and 6 lands in my hand.
Okay.
I could gain life up to 10, but you have exactly 10 damage on the battlefield, so.
So this thought came across my mind the other day. So have you seen the stupid trend of sound on TikTok? I have purse.
I have, that's my purse. I don't know you.
No, it's a literal trend sound of like I have purse.
I have no idea.
Okay. All I can whenever I see hearse now, all I can think is I have hearse.
I have hers. I like trains. See, the game you just played there, those are the kinds of games you win. I did draw, admittedly very shitty, but like, in the end, like, it's those games where you get to like Cruelty, one of my big creatures. The next turn, you were gonna reanimate Bonnie Paul on top of it.
Yeah.
So like, just all very strong stuff.
I like this hand, but then I don't.
No, Starset. That god is very bad in this matchup.
Since we're in testing, I think I actually been streaming my game to you this whole entire time. Actually, I don't
I
care.
haven't. I turned off your stream
Okay.
on Discord.
Uh,
Because yes, you were.
just being transparent. Like, I don't care too much because we're testing. I'm considering mulling it, but I'm okay with it somewhat on the draw. Creature removal, hand disruption, 4 lands.
That's totally reasonable, especially if one of those lands is like a creature land.
Not.
Okay, well, less okay with it.
Well, the
but
hand
it's still
disruption
fine.
is binding negotiation, so I can hit a creature.
Okay, okay, then yeah, I would keep that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here. Okay, that's getting a little better. Now I have the choice of a different lantern too.
No, actually, I could have sequenced that slightly more efficiently, but
And in how you played, I think I do this on this turn. You get rid of Nissa, I believe.
if you have a removal spell, you can let the Nissa happen and then just kill it, and then the
True.
ill-timed explosion / memory deluge are pretty good here.
Probably
So like
more worried
ill-timed
about
explosion is
the-
probably the better card.
Yeah, I'm more worried about that because you can hit any creatures I could have. You can kill.
Yeah, and I just have to play that. I don't have a choice.
Okay.
It sucks, but you know, just got to do it.
Now I'm bitter triumphant it right now. I'm considering, do I care to discard a card or do I care to take 3 life? You don't have
how
any.
many lands do you have in your hand?
2. I'm considering discarding 1.
I would just pay 3 life. You are very far ahead right now. Because, like, remember, this is a combo deck. You're disrupting my combo.
True.
So, like, you're in this. What this doesn't necessarily look like it because you're the beatdown deck, but you are ahead.
Oh no,
it
Protopulse!
would
I wanted to
take a
kill
while.
it now because if I didn't, that would have been 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana on that turn. So then there would have been a memory deluge for sure happening.
Yes, yeah, because there's a face-up memory. If there wasn't a face-up memory deluge, you could kind of get away with it, but knowing that this is going to happen, if I get a land.
Yeah. So I actually just drew this for turn and like seeing that you drew a memory deluge, that's kind of redundant to hit one. So I probably just hit the thing that could deal with one of my threats I could play right now.
Yeah, that's fair. I just can't deal with it right now because like mountains.
I mean, the next turn it would you would be able to. Nissos of the Rex? Ah. Okay. Guess we do this now.
No, actually, I made a mistake. I should have just fired off this deluge in my main phase. Yeah, that's real good.
I'm just ripping all these off the top.
Well, you sideboarded in a way that you just have a ton of really good cards in the matchup. So
So far, this is
definitely
going better.
this is by design. Let's put it that way.
Alright, and when I go to search, I have the choice to get the other cruelty. With you having so many unknowns in hand, I feel like I might want to. I guess it depends if you're playing Nissa here or not. Okay.
I didn't.
But I kind of feel like I do want to get the cruelty since you have 2 unknowns in hand.
I don't hate that.
I could also just hit the rest, but you could have like a big giant creature in hand. I think I just hit the cruelty.
Yeah, that's fine. It's worst case, if the cruelty misses, like you still just get to tutor again next turn.
Yeah.
Except that you get to do it with the knowledge that I don't have anything. And then you're gonna get to reanimate my Tyrannix Rex next turn. Matter of fact, here I think I'm going to specifically go like this. I think I have to find a. Well, that's
Like a
not what I
disenchant?
need to find. No, I needed to find a regrowth effect to get the Tyrannus Rex out of my graveyard. And I didn't, so I think I'm losing.
Use binding Earth. So
now I think you just can grab Shieldred.
I've had it in hand.
Well, that makes that easier.
Probably just
then
removal.
I would that or Duress. Do you have any left? Like you can just Duress me, because like I think one of my only outs right now. Actually, there's no 8-mana cards in this deck, by the way, so I can't sweeper this Tyrannus
Okay.
Rex.
Oh, actually, Hearse
just
right now. Maybe. Oh no. Who hits your dad with this? No. Great.
No, 2 hits I'm dead to combat damage.
I mean,
There's
Yeah.
11 power in play.
okay.
Like, I don't think you need to worry about the poison counters, my guy.
Okay, it's either Hearse or it's Go for the Throat. I think I just hit Go for the Throat probably. Just I don't think it matters too much.
Oh no, Terra Sunder.
for
If
that
I play
for turn.
Titan, yeah. Oh well. Never mind. I'm thinking of a different TikTok sound. Like,
I'm not trying to slow play either. It's just we're discussing, and I'm taking more time to think this time around.
I don't think you want that. Yeah.
Um,
Actually, best case was you left it on top just to guarantee another counter.
Yeah.
But kind of a hat on a hat at this point.
we might have convinced you to play Golgari now.
Yeah. I told you, chat. I posted a very positive win rate post sideboard in my playtesting with my team yesterday. I'm gonna gain so much life.
Gonna matter. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
If I block, yeah. It
So it's not-
depends.
The post stop my upkeep because I'm thinking about what I want to hit here. I think I'm gonna force you to do something now
I don't know why you would do it now.
to clear the way, I guess. I don't think it
No.
matters much. Okay.
It really doesn't, because I'm pretty sure. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 life. I gain up to 16, and then I'm taking exactly 16.
Okay. I didn't know
Yeah,
if you wanted
I'll-
to try the deluge.
Oh no, it wouldn't make a difference.
Yeah.
I'd still be taking 16 at 16. I'd just be doing it with 2 more cards in my hand.
Okay. So really like the idea behind Cemetery Prowler. Yeah, there's a thought though, like maybe we'll try out moving the third hearse to the main. I like in practice so far. I like the idea of the hearse, but I mean not the
Yeah.
hearse, the Prowler. But hearse might just be a better card though.
So far, the Prowler has felt a little weird. Maybe that's just because we're not used to playing it, to be honest.
It might be.
But,
It could also be just be the double green.
that might also be it too. So I'm also like that thought's crossed my mind about main decking a hearse. It is really weird when you like play against stuff that like hearse doesn't matter against.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Because where like the Prowler / Trespasser slot would be like, oh, this is like still like a reasonable creature that you can play. It is kind of nice if you're playing against stuff like Denick, I guess, where you could like, kill a Denick and then eat the Denick.
Pat, I got a prediction up. Are we in an analyst match still, or are we in a different match?
Yes. Yeah. We're gonna make you show the chat that you can do this one more time.
Okay, so we're open deck list. Basically, like we know what we're playing.
Yes.
Okay,
Just
hand
like at
is-
the RC.
And it's terrible. 3 drop, 3 drop, 2 drop, 4 drop. 2 drops pillage. I believe it's a multi.
That's so not that's a mall. Pillage is not a 2-drop. That's also a good point, 8th Goat. That's one of the reasons why I don't like Preacher of the Schism in these decks, is that though it does trigger the rookie, it doesn't saddle, which I don't proactively saddle a lot of the time because it's just like not worth making a play and then like drawing a card that you would have rather played. But yeah, but that is part of it for sure.
I'm so happy they updated the border on these older Fastlands and Arena.
Oh, but they give them the full art thing?
No, like they originally, these ones, the Kaladesh ones, had like a big bubble at the top of them. The text box.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that. Trigger.
Playing Analyst or cracking the Clue.
One or the other.
Or it could be another Kellen.
I'm just kidding. I'm playing an analyst. I had the analyst the whole time.
Gross.
That was the gimmick. That's fair.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel great, but
Also, it's game one, so game one's always going to kind of feel bad.
yeah, this game one is kind of laughable.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, you could have cut down at least with the mill trigger on the stack, but
Yeah, that's no. Chat, would you guys be interested if we did like a little like John and I at the RC, like say Friday when we both have time together, like a little vlog thing, or just recorded like paper magic between us two to upload to my YouTube channel or the CardWard channel? Oh.
this is why this deck's unplayable on Magic Online.
Do people like more magic? Yes, more magic. It has.
Listen, chat. This is more Magic. It's just the kind of Magic that's like a zero-sum game.
I think I just concede here at this point.
I
I mean, there's a chance I
mean-
could have something, but like, yeah, you're gonna crack a clue after this, maybe, and then play Kellen.
yeah, at the very least.
But it's still not looking promising. Is that all your basics now?
No, I think I have like one or two left. Oh yeah, this is sick. This is just a divination, baby. No, I would not like to discard any cards. I will play my Kellen, and I will attack for 3. I'm a combat deck. I think I'm 1 forest left. Yeah, 1 forest left in my deck. And 5 sack lands that, oh, I suppose 7 sack lands, but you don't know that.
How many
some of
lands
those
do you
are in
want
my
than your
hand.
opponent? Yes.
Damn right.
I guess I'll
You
play
see
this
what
in
I mean,
pass.
chat? This was like untapped with Nissa, and it just got absolutely ridiculous.
Not gonna lie, this game one always feels kind of defeating. Like it feels like there's
It is.
yeah, like my will to live has left me. Not really, chat.
Full disclosure, not really.
My will to live in this game one of Magic has left me.
That's a good way to put that. All right, no more basics here. Shit, I keep hitting misses.
And there's the one Titan, right? in there?
No, that's in the board.
Okay. Yeah, this hostile investigator in my hand is looking incredible right now. Oh. Bye, board state. Okay. Now I'll concede.
I think now is the proper time. Yeah.
For today with Mono Green Devotion. Oh yeah, I did see that. I saw that, and I didn't read the full deck list yet, but I saw that you tagged me in it.
Yeah, I
Congrats
think I
on
saw.
Puffer.
Isn't like I think Todd Anderson. Oh, did you challenge me to a best of one?
You challenged me.
I didn't challenge you this time.
I didn't challenge you.
Oh,
I don't remember it.
weird. All right, well, I guess we'll have to play another game one. Unless you
right.
just want to concede game one to go to games.
I think for the sake of practice, do we just concede game one in this match and go straight to sideboarding?
Yeah, I mean that's what I did yesterday. So I just gave up on game one.
Okay.
I was like, I'd have to change my deck way too much to make this better.
You're playing
And so
4 Stone Brains in your sideboard.
Oh, Kaz's deck?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I can't think of what you'd want 4 copies of that card against, but
It's Pioneer.
yeah, that I figured that out when he said Mono Green Devotion.
Oh. After some matches were unwinnable. Oh, okay. Amalia. Okay.
I guess. Feels a little slow for that matchup, but
Okay.
oh,
I think this is how we're boarding. Cutting all the hostiles, bringing cruelty in. Well, for cards, we're bringing cruelty in, bring the Terror Sunders in, the binding negotiation, and the 3 hearse.
yep. And then we're out cut downs, out hostile investigators. That's 6,
X command.
and then the Gix command, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What was the other card you cut?
Village Bog.
Oh yes, that's 8 in, 8 out. Perfect.
All right.
Yeah. No, I feel a lot better about like this matchup's post board win rate.
I don't, if you're on help to battle plus draw one of them, you. Today I didn't draw any against Quint Combo. Yeah, it seems like Quint Combo is getting more and more popular.
Yeah, people really like that deck.
People like playing solitaire.
It's true.
I
Me
agree,
included.
Starset. I should have, but it's turning out to be a good hand. I should have mulled this hand.
Urban. Hey, oh, you kept a bad hand because you weren't paying attention?
I was sort of paying attention. The hand was hearse, 5 lands, and a creature.
Was one of those lands that Restless Cottage?
Yes.
Okay, I can understand why you would actually keep that. You do, because the hearse is good at least at because like it does neuter like those like World Souls Rage games where like they just like rage for 3 or whatever. But it's just more awkward in the matchups where you know, I'm not doing that.
I'm considering crewing, exploring, but I feel no, that should be fine to do that. I think there's no turn. Yeah. There's no the only way I get punished. No, I don't even get punished for that.
No, there's no way for you to be punished. But I have to literally be like, I like somehow get 2 lands in my graveyard and I World Souls Rage them back. Pretty good.
Start off with that.
I think it's worth it to do this first. It wasn't worth. It wasn't worth it at all.
Was it all lands?
No, 3 of them were lands. One of them's the card you might take. But,
Probably take the Bonnie Paul.
yeah. Like this Rage is starting to look really good, but like you can grow the Sentinel potentially. So it's not like I can kill the Sentinel. I can just like Fireball you for 3 to get all these lands out of my hand.
Yeah, I
But
think
then you get to eat the Rage and the Bonnie. Well, you get to eat the Deluge plus like the Bonnie Paul.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not bad.
Kaz,
Not like you
if
mind hitting lands.
Kaz, if you're gonna be, you're not going to the RC, I believe, but oh my gosh, okay.
Better to hit them off the maps, dude.
There is an RCQ at Blind Tiger Games, my home store, this next Saturday. I think at a locally of our group, it's a very small amount of people going.
Oh yeah, no, there's not a ton of people.
Twitch chat, there is an ad in less than 4 minutes.
I'll go for a green source, I think.
Fortunately, you have family stuff going on. Okay. You're gonna miss all the Saturday ones? Okay. I hope your family stuff goes okay. World Souls Rage.
Yeah, there's 3 knowns and 2 unknowns. Ugh.
Take the Bonnie Paul. I'll play a 3-mana Shelter.
Yeah, and now do you crew?
No, I hold for your Virtue now.
That's fair.
Just this week. Sorry. Oh no, it's okay. There's a chance he might have a board wipe, and like,
I mean, I played one and discarded the other one,
yeah,
which is
That-
unfortunate for me, but
sorcery. Oh,
yeah. I mean, you could have the lands. I'm just doing this before that thing untaps.
okay.
So I think that's one of my only outs here.
Um,
Although if you just have a creature, I think I'm dead.
yeah, I agree. Prowler was sick there.
Actually, yeah, like I'm literally dead if you have a threat.
I attack with creature. I animate creature land, crew hearse with the 3/4. Point out.
Back for 16. Yeah, that kills me. There's 4. The hers is an 8/8. Yeah, 4/4, 4, 4, and 8. Yeah.
We're making the. If we are going to make the sideboard guide later, I kind of feel like we're probably not going to tonight.
I think the 8 in, 8 out that we've decided is
Yeah,
correct.
I agree.
Both play
I
and
was
draw.
gonna take a screenshot of what my sideboard is currently. Notes
Yeah.
for later to write those down.
I'm happy with with the list I was playing and the plan I came up with. I was happy, and the list we're playing here has even more of the stuff that I like. So
Love Seagull Guard, doing
feels
well.
good.
Yeah, we've been working on this list for almost a month now.
Deck's good. And we're good at playing it. So
5 lands, cottage. I have removal and a Bronco on the draw. I think it's worth keeping this. Get the
I would keep it because you can lean on the Bronco and
Yeah.
kill Anissa.
and we have a cottage for later.
I mean, the cottage isn't huge, but it's not nothing because it's like a way you win through a sweeper. It's definitely the lower end of 7s that I would keep, but it'd be like a slam dunk on the play. But on the draw, I'm not sure if it gets any better or worse.
I think it's worth trying
Yeah.
to stand out.
I think I mean, I definitely feel like in hindsight we might feel like it was better to mulligan because like you're prone to flooding with this hand, but you know you're gonna go Bronco, and if I go play Nissa, you'll untap kill it attack with Bronco.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for you, I'm not playing a Nissa. I'm just playing a Spelunking that missed on a land.
Well, turn out to work out. Aggressively mulligan, fine hands on the top of that. The thing is, like with me and mulliganing, I need to mulligan more aggressively. This is a conversation that we, John and I had on stream here last time. It was for a certain matchup. Oh.
McConvoke was the matchup that we talked about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like... Yeah, there's not many 6-card hands that are going to be like... Because, like, the way I think about it, Star Set, with the hand that Jarman kept, is that if that was a 6-card hand, I would have, like, snap kept it. I have a good hand, I just don't draw lands.
Yeah.
You should have cracked the map on the Sentinel.
I was thinking about it to draw a land, like now. Yeah, my other thought was like, hopefully you don't draw a land, and I can just.
The deck has too many lands for you to be that hopeful. Yeah, you gotta. You should have.
Kevlar, you're on the Seth Mengu team of if you can keep lands and spells, what are you? Deck?
Yeah, no, that's
Oh,
not bad logic.
I misread it.
Yeah, well, the idea is if you look at a hand that has like 3 spells and 4 lands, and you're like, I can't keep this, then what are you doing with your deck? Oh, interesting. What does that mean about your hand?
Lands and spells. I will tell you, I drew a land, so that cracking the map token mattered too much. Jeez.
Force you to have to use some of your mana this way.
I'm not attacking you.
Yeah. Making you take your foot off the gas so that I can have a turn of reprieve.
I guess drawing Gix right now isn't a bad idea. It's a bad thing.
No, Gix would be quite good. Just being, because that's the other thing I like about the Gix is in spots like this, you can just sort of like dump all the excess lands and, you know, like these post-board games, there's just so many good top decks for the analyst deck that you can just like hit some really impressive stuff. If you got nothing else to do, you're sending it in, right?
Yeah.
A little awkward that the way it tapped your mana, but
I did that purposely.
wouldn't you want to keep up Llanowar Wastes?
I'm gonna play a spell after. It doesn't matter
sure.
about the color.
Just yeah, you get to save a life.
I'm playing hers, second main phase. We've seen 1 year virtues. You have 3 more left.
2 at most.
Oh, okay.
And if as an educated person who's play tested this matchup, you'll know that there's only 2 left in my deck.
Okay.
Like in general, I side 1 out.
So the thought is like, what do I hit here? Like, it's
all 3 of the ill-timed explosions need to go. Because it's a sweeper and a draw spell. So like regrowing it, even if you don't play threats, I can just use it to dig for more stuff. And like the least impactful creatures are the ones left in my board. Plus, you can just leave the hearse up to respond to whatever I do.
True.
Kraken Clue. Draw the lands. Cry.
You know, if you click on the stands, the crowd actually cheers for you.
The crowd always cheers for me. Also, like, blows them up.
Yeah, it does.
If
Yeah.
you eat both the analysts, I can never get any of the lands out of my graveyard back.
I mean, that's true.
Fireball.
Ooh, okay, that's a late draw.
I mean, you could probably just animate a cottage and attack. To be honest, my guy's a 3/4.
Yeah, and you're at 8 life.
Yeah. It's gonna take a lot for me to win this game. FYI, like.
One analyst left in the graveyard.
Yep, and again, since I'm as your teammate, I would tell you how these decks sideboard. There's only 2 analysts in the 60
Okay.
in games 2 and 3. It's just not what the games are about. Gross.
I was thinking about I could just wait till your turn, but I don't know if you like the list does play in negates in the sideboard, so I don't know if you
They're
board
not
them
coming in this matchup.
Okay.
I think they're in here for control and other control decks.
Okay.
I think here this taps down to that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, the RC for other countries was just this weekend. There was 3 RCs this weekend. There was the Japan RC, the Brazil RC, and the European RC. The United States RC is this upcoming weekend.
Yeah. I think it's just the US one this weekend.
Yeah.
I think. Fair.
Yeah, then
MH3 Pro Tour is in July, so. Yuck.
Okay, so I just chill here. Well, I do this.
Yeah, because you can do this and crack 2 food tokens.
Anywhere to see the RC decks? Yeah, on MTG Melee, but MTG Melee is acting up, so takes a little bit longer to find dig for them. I don't have any of the links available right now, but if anybody else has the links for the RCs, you could drop them in the chat. My worry here is World Solo.
Bo's a big gal.
I was curious to see what the meta has formed into since PT. Yeah, this kind of feels like GG, but we're gonna take the damage and see what happens.
I don't think this is exactly GG. It's not that you couldn't come back from this. It's that it's unfortunately unlikely. It doesn't help that I've drawn all the really relevant stuff. Because now the Gix is, like, not as good. The Glissa isn't bad here. If you have, like, Glissa and a removal spell, that could be really strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, you hit an ill-timed explosion, but I don't think you play anything bigger than 5. Which would leave you dead.
Well, I can go cast Ill time
You
and
could
Brotherhood's
guess.
End.
Oh, yeah.
I
I
play
think
the
that's
land.
your out. Well, I think you're dead to bow then.
Oh, yeah, that's an 11, 11.
Yeah.
7, 8. That's 8. Damn. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Yeah.
But,
There's
the
no
order-
way to kill bow.
Brotherhood's End, then Ill time. I don't think it matters.
No, I don't think it does either. Because this also has to hit like something
Yeah,
relevant.
edge.
So.
It was
GG.
Rest of Mosswood. I would mana for food. Yeah, but I would have to find the 5-drop to be able to discard. That was the thing.
Yeah.
And then hopefully top deck a removal spell for the bow.
Yeah.
So it was very unlikely for that to happen. We only have 2 5-drops post board. Like
Yeah.
it's more likely to happen post board than pre board.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that was definitely like. I feel like that hand could have gone like in a better direction too. Like there was a chance that like if you ripped like a cruelty for turn 5, your turn 5 play, because like I think one of the things that was rough there was you were like left to just attack with your witch's cottage.
Yeah.
And it's like that's not bad, but it's not like a fantastic commitment of all your mana every turn. But so I think overall I feel a lot better about this matchup
I agree.
from between our last time we were on stream and now.
Mhm.
So and I think the sideboard plan that we have is fairly sound. It's just a matter of you still have to just have a good hand, right? Or like an upper medium plus hand, and have your opponent not just like rip every. Because like there it was like every time you hit me with something, I just top decked the thing that was really bad for you.
But yeah, next time you have to get a fine hand game too. I think you could have tried mulligan aggressively draw. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a chance that that's correct, but it's like if the way I think about it though, with that hand of like 4 lands and 3 relevant spells, it's like
Those 5 lands.
I would have kept it on 6. Oh, was it 5 lands, 2 spells?
It was 5 lands. One was the cottage, horse, and a bitter triumph.
I mean, I think that's fine.
So we're trying Prowler just as a one of right now because we're trying to find a different threat to play. We weren't really keen into playing Trespasser.
Yeah.
The idea is Prowler helps us with casting some spells too. It isn't. It
also-
is just like Trespasser, like ETP and attack, but we're
Yeah.
considering moving the 3rd hearse in the main board in that spot.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a thought. Which I think the more I've thought about it, that's been in the back of my mind this last match. I don't think that's correct. I feel like if we're gonna want some main deck graveyard hate, it needs to be able to do other things, and Cemetery Prowler does other things.
yeah.
Or it's just a big nice BV3 drop. It's also like good against the control decks because it can eat like deluges out of the graveyard while also like being a vigilant threat to be good against the like against the Wandering Emperor. Yes, we moved. Well, we went into Shieldred because we're playing Gix.
Yeah.
And Aquazot's is where the Gix's command is taking up the spot Aquazot's would have been.
Yeah, for a while we were on like the Aquazot's and kind of were around between 5-drop. So most of our 5-drops are just in behind me. We got Aquazot's, 2 Cruel Dicks. We do have a Deadly Cover up in the board.
Yes. I will say that's not true, Don Chaos. You can beat them with hers. You don't need to beat them. Rest in Peace is also not that fantastic against them.
We have
I played that matchup too, Blue Eye Control versus Analyst and post board. Like Rest in Peace is more annoying than it is like a haymaker against them, and there's some hands that just don't even care. Like if anything, sometimes it's bad for you because it exiles your deluges. But the circle back Starset, yeah, actually Starset. In my head, he had 4 lands and 3 spells. 5 lands and 2 spells, I would also ship back. It's not bad. Like I'd keep that hand on the play for sure because of the horse. But I would, yeah, on the draw, I think that would have been a mulligan. Thinking back on it, because I would keep 4 lands and 2 spells on a 6, but I'd rather take my chances on the 6 than keeping it as a 7.
I'm happy
Yeah.
where this is going though.
The real Guardian Phyrexian Obliterator. Yeah, nobody's gonna ever convince me to play that card. I'll have you know, with that Golgari deck that you're seeing on screen, I'll have you know that like this deck, like here, what you're looking at, has beaten that Obliterator deck so hard, so many times, like with me piloting it, that I can't even take Obliterator seriously, because this is the exact kind of deck that deck's supposed to beat up, and it can't even manage that.
Yeah, I believe I don't remember exactly yet, but there was like was it the energy actually?
What,
The Phyrexian Blitter deck, or was this ladder?
oh, where I had to like beat attack through 2 Obliterators and win.
Yeah, and you just had so many
Yeah.
tokens.
Yeah, I just had so many clues and maps that the sack trigger just didn't mean anything. Like, I think I maybe sacked a land once or twice. Yeah, the whole yeah. So to circle back, yes, Rip is better in Esper in the matchup because you have pressure and it can slow them down. But like the problem is that like the same thing that like Teamer's doing against Golgari, it's doing against Esper, which is taking out aftermath analysts. It's de-emphasizing the graveyard in anticipation of your graveyard hate. And there's even an argument just to take them all out, just to play your more relevant sideboard cards. Like in that matchup, you bring in Pick Your Poison, mostly as an answer to the flying threats. You bring in Brotherhood's End, all the big dumb threats, and so on. Because another thing people forget, Bonnie Paul also has Reach.
Oh,
It blocks flyers.
I forgot about that.
Right? See, just like we said, you keep reading the fucking thing and it keeps getting more text on it.
Yeah, that can happen too, Calvinus. Hope you're doing well.
But
This combination
yeah.
of colors to deal with white, blue, and also counter. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You can't counter with negate. Titan of Industry. You know what you especially can't counter with anything? Tyrannus Rex.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing is so I do think like from our testing we decided the analyst deck leaves in all its World Souls Rages against blue white, and that's only because of how good, like the real annoying card for Teamer is a turn 5 Elish Norn.
Oof.
Because it turns off all the sack lands and Nissa.
Oh yeah, it turns off all ETB. Nice lands you
So-
got there.
Sick lands. Well, here's the other thing is that sacking them is part of the ability, so they just sit on the battlefield doing nothing.
Oh,
Which is even
okay.
worse than countering them, because that means they're not even in your graveyard to get back later.
Oh yeah, and it stops Bonnie too, so you don't get the token.
Yep. Yeah.
You
So
do get the
stop-
attack trigger, but yeah.
All right. Do you want to play the analyst matchup, or you want to try a different matchup?
I think for now, we got a good idea on the analyst matchup. Like overall, we know how to sideboard, what we want our sideboard plan to be. It's RNG kind of sometimes, like for what we draw, and hope.
Yeah,
that
there's
they
always
don't
going
draw
to
well.
be they just draw like. I don't think we're beating their really good hands, at least all of the time. There is a chance, like, I had good hands against you in some of those post-board games, and those cruelties just were backbreaking. So I don't think it's like a case of, oh, we're like not able to win through those things. It's that, we still need to draw well to win through it. All right, I'm gonna play you with blue-white control.
Starset's asking, how do you side versus Teamer as Esper?
As Esper? Oh, I'd have to look at my Esper list. I wouldn't have that memorized off the top of my head, to be honest.
Kind of all depends on the Esper build, right?
Actually, Dawn Chaos, in my experience, having played it a ton now, Hearse is just better than Lantern. Because we tried the Lantern thing and it wasn't helping. The reason being is that Hearse has power and toughness.
Yeah, so it
So-
gives you a clock after the board has
Yeah.
been wiped.
That's exactly right.
But it is nice to be able to hit the whole entire graveyard. I like for a while I was on Soul Guide Lanterns.
So was I. I think I'm the one who turned you on to it.
Yeah, you were. I think this is for
but
an RC testing we were doing. RCQ testing.
Yep. It was. And ultimately, just having played it out a bunch, Hearst just played better. Like, you're right, it doesn't remove things fast enough, but the post-board games aren't nearly as much about the, like, you gotta remember that the Analyst deck isn't all about its graveyard. Even in the post-board games, they de-emphasize how much it is about the graveyard. They side out Analysts. You know, that's not a thing they do in every matchup, but they do it in enough of them. Wow. I'm noticing a problem with this deck, which is that when I play it, I draw like shit.
Yeah, I'm not gonna disagree with you there. Chat, before we start recording today, I was watching John play Blue Eye Control against Golgari on the ladder. It'll look terrible. Like, he wasn't playing bad or anything. It was just
every draw was dead.
Yeah, like it was just a bad time for him.
I want you to know, I've drawn all memory delusions since you asked me.
Oh boy.
So for playing poker, I got you on a 4 of a kind. Alright, that's enough for me to pack it up.
Okay.
No 4th land. All deluge. Deluge is life.
Also, for anybody that's just tuning in, if you notice, we're not playing Liliana.
No, we got rid of that.
So for the boarding, now with our new board here against control.
Yeah. Your screen.
Cut
cut downs are out.
Bring the binding in.
So I mean, this matchup's not even that terrible. So you can bring in Aquazats.
I think we do still switch a couple Gopher Throats for goodbyes.
Long goodbye. Yeah, you got to be careful because of Hullbreaker Horror.
Yeah.
Is like a post-board threat, but keeping in just a few Gopher the Throats is fine.
Well,
I still think you just swap
like
2 for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 2. Geeks' Command, I'm not super high on it in this matchup.
No, I do bring in Hearst in this matchup.
I was thinking about that. Like, I need 2 more cards, but like Terra Sunder is a thought too.
How many hits does that even have? I don't think it has many.
Well, Terra Sunder can, like, if you're on temp lockdowns, then I can hit that.
I'm not gonna. I mean, I guess knowing your deck list, I should probably be on temp lockdowns. Yeah.
Like, if say I know what matchup we're in and I don't know the deck list, I feel like I would probably want a tear.
Remember, you know the matchup and you know the deck list.
Okay.
Like we're not pretending
All right.
to.
I'm gonna pretend that it's a deck list. Is it a deck list without temp lockdown?
No, because none of those exist.
Okay.
Every blue-white deck plays 4 copies.
Okay, so then I think I do bring in Terra Sunders then, but I do like the idea of Hearst.
That checks out, Star Set. That's I mean, just thinking of like a stock Esper list, that's about what I would do.
It's been unplayable since 2016, and standard players are learning that lesson.
I mean, that's not true. It is not a bad card. It's just, the version of Golgari that we're playing, it's not the best thing to be doing.
Oh,
this
that's
deck basically just has no lands.
This is a great hand. I should totally keep it. I'm not. No. Right. Solves and then probably gets hit with the kill spell.
You would like that, wouldn't you?
Cancel.
See, every time I play this matchup, it just reminds me that I don't want to play blue-white control. Yes, I would cut weddings. I would cut anything that isn't about like immediate and like I'm going to kill you in 3 turns pressure. If I'm being completely real with you here. Interesting. You didn't have another 2-mana creature.
I don't know
look at
why
this
I'm manually tapping
fancy
that.
guy. It's called skill, German. You just gotta remember, it's always about skill.
That's weird. I tapped that for color for the Casklissa, and it's not highlighted red.
That's funny.
Sure.
Got him.
Yeah, that hurts.
Ooh, no threats.
And not drawing that well right now.
Yeah. Ugh. That's really bad.
Might be a game 3, like in a couple turns.
Yeah, that wouldn't shock me here.
Yep.
Yeah, you're not pressuring me at all, so there's almost 0 chance this is gonna go well from here.
Yeah, probably just scoop it up and go to game 3.
I would probably take like, yeah, honestly, yeah, no. I got 5 cards in my hand. There's about 0
Yeah,
chance.
I got
to go
Cavern
with
and
that.
2 kill spells in hand.
Plus, I can like now that I see you have 3 swamps in play, I'm just gonna like double Field of Ruin, and one of them's gonna be a strip mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Alright.
fair. I think game 1 it can be pretty favorable to
Mhm.
you, and then like you can like games 2 and 3 get a little like they get better for like your deck gets better.
Mhm.
So the blue-white deck is not like it. I don't know. In my experience, like this deck's not built in a way that it's like super good against Golgari. You know, you just have to draw well.
Yeah.
Like
I
which is good key, by the way, chat, of doing well in Magic. Just draw all your good cards all the time, and you will make it to the Pro Tour someday. Like,
I think I don't make any changes. I'm on a 1 tear and 1 unlicensed hearse because I wasn't sure which other card to cut for the second hearse.
I mean, you're not trying to force the hearses in.
Yeah, I mean, like I just figured like 1 hearse is probably fine, and then 1 Terrace Hunter's fine.
One tier is fine.
The LSV
It's not like this
strat?
deck's gonna max on. Yeah, just draw your good cards. And best sideboarding guide of all time was always take out all your bad cards and put your good cards in. That was the answer he used to give people when they would ask him in his chat how to sideboard a deck.
That is funny.
Nice, going straight to 6 cards. You know, for a deck with 27 lands, this deck sure mulligans a lot.
That's 2 mulligans you already did?
Oh yeah, those were both snap mulligans because they were both 1 land hands.
Oh, another neat thing. Whenever you mulligan, all the people in the arena reset.
Oh,
I don't know why. This
that is
happens.
weird. Yeah, just build it. Build a deck that doesn't need to sideboard. That's the key.
Miss when
Oh,
you go
that's
to play 30 lands of control because of MDFCs.
That did make it feel easy. Nice. Another 2 control on myself to answer a Glissa. What was really awkward is that I kept a hand where I'm like, oh, I can just like play this thing and answer at least answer a 2-drop, and then you play Glissa, and I'm like, oh, now it doesn't answer anything. So I play it and get the Dread Knight, you just get it back.
Affecting Emperor.
Yeah, I think you could just send him.
Yeah. Jaffer is a Golgari enthusiast, which matches Golgari has an advantage. Well, matches do Golgari have an advantage in. Doesn't look like too many. Honestly, you have no idea.
Esper and blue-white control.
Yeah.
Are both fairly decent matches.
Mono red usually too. Like you're a favorite against mono red, but obviously there can be games that mono red just takes over. That could happen any game with mono red.
Yeah. Being on the draw against mono red is like, that's every deck struggles there. It has an advantage in winning Reed Duke's Heart. You're not wrong.
Sure.
Now I have.
I'm home.
Yeah, no, the Golgari, yeah, it's favorable like in the fair, like it is like against decks like Esper and Blue White, it's definitely like the favorite amongst those cards, those decks. It's more of like a it struggles more against decks like Analyst and Domain, but like the other thing is that Esper also struggles against Domain, so it's like not hard to Golgari being this popular, we really need 6 board wipes in the 75. Yeah, you're not wrong. But the stock blue, I'm only playing stock blue white right now. This is which is not on 6.
Yeah, Dread Knight could be definitely an issue as well. That matchup. Dread Knight could be an issue anytime, really.
Until next time.
Dread Knight's a pain in the
Let
ass
your
all of the
blade
time.
do the talking.
Unless there's a Sunfall involved, then it's not that big of a pain in the ass. Detective, son of a bitch. These counter spells are so bad.
With how these blue-white control games are going, I don't think you're playing blue-white.
Not if I have to play against Golgari a ton.
I am willing for you to potentially deal with Moxfield and just going to animate a Restless Anchorage. I'm willing to try to get some damage in. Damn it.
Never lucky.
And then you just exile my Moxfield, I guess, but like, I'm still in a good spot here.
No, yeah, you're still ahead. I have a chance of stabilizing here, but it's
Yeah.
gonna take a lot. The fact that you had exactly Cavern into the Investigator is so good.
I've been holding on to
A
Cavern
lot
for
of decks
a while.
conversions rate were very bad. Kevlar Man. Most decks had a sub 50% conversion rate. Actually, I think every deck that was like actually well represented had a sub 50% conversion rate, which is that's a sign that like none of the decks are like particularly better than another.
So now I need to have you'd have a board wipe here.
Joke's on you. I just got Field of Ruins.
Guess it could be Emperor to deal with the back god.
Could be. Definitely could be. Yeah, no, in the European RC, all the conversion rates were terrible.
You have Emperor in hand. In response, so if I animate land, attack out, in response to trigger, you Field to ruin the creature land, and then you just play Emperor. Yeah, but then you're at 3 life. I have one attacker you can block. Um,
Don't forget, you're probably gonna. If I have an Emperor, you get to draw a card with Aquazats. We can pull up the conversion rates after this, Kevlar, man. We can talk about them.
trying to think. Like, I feel like I just went out, but you have creature lands too.
Yeah, but my creature lands don't block super favorably.
That's true.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Well, you are going to see the decks that were represented in low quantities could easily have 100% conversion rates, which there were a few, Kevlar Man. So, yes, there are decks that can represent more than 50%.
Was it right? Semper?
Yes, those are outliers, but like most, like the best performing decks were like 33% and some change. If you want to talk purely based on conversion rates. I did have an
okay.
Emperor.
I was right.
You're still right to attack. Because those deals with this the Aquazats, I'm still just chump blocking this Investigator.
Mhm.
And if you just have like another threat, then I'm just like in a spot where I have to have a like something really good. I have to rip a really good card, and you got rid of my Deluge, so I can't even like buy time. Do you have any creatures?
I had the choice between Snorse and Rookie.
I would play the
Horse.
This horse, yeah, because the horse has a chance of doing more damage. Yeah, if you had a thing that could level up the Rookie.
Yeah, like that's the rest are lands. On the one there. Oh, on the blue-white side.
I'll be back. Keep watch for intruders.
Oh, sure. So you could saddle the Bronco with both of them.
Yeah, that's the plan. And then I think I still animate since you have Field Ruin. I think I just forced you to do it.
I mean, if you're not doing anything else with your mana, sure.
Like I have Takenuma in hand, which I could chill on that, but I don't
It's
think
not
I
really
care
getting back
to.
anything super meaningful.
Yeah. I don't think it matters at this point what I grab from you. You have no... Blue-White doesn't have anything to buy stuff back.
No.
You had the Snorse into a spell, but at this point you don't get to play around those things. You could Field Ruin that, double block the hostile investigator, and go just take 2. But then you do that, or do you chump block?
Oh, I double block.
Okay.
I mean, because you only have one unknown card in your hand, so this leaves me with more blockers next turn. I just have to dodge you having anything. Sick.
Ah.
Get my pot shots in all I can. Yeah, again. Yeah, this is not a good matchup for this deck. No matter how many times I play it out.
Yeah, I think I just Takenuma, get the 4/3 back, and then brew.
Yeah. Yeah, you get it back, you crew, you also grow the Rookie, so now, yeah, that leaves me dead. I mean, I'm dead anyway. No, I'm not dead, I have Restless Anchorage, but then I have no favorable blocks on the Rookie. Aggressive, I like this. Get 2 clues. And now you get the saddle. Well, you can saddle both, too. Brody.
Yeah, but like, You're
Well, now
like,
if you flip a spell, I'm dead no matter
yeah.
what.
Not seeing domain in any of the top 32 of the RCs this month. You're
Oh,
surprised.
top 32. The top 32. I saw a few. Not a ton, but it did. Kill me with a spell.
Oh, there's
Alright,
one.
I'm dead.
Okay.
I can only block 2 things.
I know, but like,
I'm not surprised by that BA. Domain is really bad against Analyst, and every deck has gotten better, except Domain. Domain has not gotten better with the new set. It's one of the most notable things about Thunder Junction Standard is that Domain has kind of been left behind, and all the other decks have gotten new tools, which is a good thing. It's very refreshing. Do I want to do that again? I don't think I do. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I'm probably playing Golgari. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll take my chances in those analyst matchups. I feel like we got a good list. Now I just have to find a cemetery prowler.
I'm sure BTG has one.
Oh, I can't imagine they don't.
I'll have to get one too.
It's a classic bulk mythic.
It probably goes in the werewolf decks.
Does it? The people play those?
I mean, werewolf commander deck. I mean,
Oh, it absolutely does not. But
maybe people want a wolf deck.
I believe me, I know the people who want a wolf deck. They're really excited for Bloomburrow. This card. Why is this card $7?
It's $7.
I'm going to TCG Player to verify I'm not getting like scalped by my LGS here.
What if domain
Cemetery.
players Elishnorn? Are you talking about against us?
No, against Analyst.
Oh,
Well, here's the thing.
they
is
need to
that you're
live.
Not, yeah, they need to like make it to the point in the game where that matters. Hot shit. Market price $7.
Why? Why is this card $7?
Honestly, I can't come up with a good. I can't come
Chat.
up with an excuse.
Does anybody know why this card's $7?
That is wild.
Mythic?
What is
Mythic? Voja? Oh,
Yeah,
Commander.
that's-
Okay.
Is it played in Commander?
For the Voja deck that cares about elves and wolves. Yeah, we don't play Commander. We both don't really play Commander. I play Commander maybe once every. But I don't
haven't played
build Commander.
I haven't played Commander in a long time. And the last time I did, I borrowed somebody's like $12,000 Mishra deck. And I riffle shuffled it.
Oh.
Hey, I got the green light. It was everybody else at the table that got upset.
Oh. It's good against their slow hands, but you like. Oh, the Elishorn? Anytime Mythic is overpriced, it's always Commander players. Popped up and you.
That's fair. Always blame the damn Commander players for ruining my Modern Horizon set.
Own one blue-black precon. Those are real solid. At least doesn't need double green and has the ramp. Oh, you're talking about the Cornucopia. Oh, Universe Beyond. Okay. No, I do have a Universe Beyond Commander deck. I have one of the Doctor Who one. I'm a Doctor Who fan. I got to go watch the episode still. Probably after I'm done editing the podcast tonight, if it's not like stupid.
Yeah, I'm not a Doctor Who guy. I am a Fallout guy, but I couldn't buy those. I couldn't justify it. I'm never going to play Commander.
I did order a place of the Deadly Disputes from Fallout Commander. Place my
That's fair.
foil ones.
Well, I mean that's like a whole different thing, right?
Yeah.
So. I've got Cemetery Prowler ordered because I hate myself. All right, real talk. Are we? Do we cut this pillage the bog?
Didn't think about that at all.
It's standing out to me the more I look at this deck list of like, because it's not a 2-drop, right? It's a 5-drop realistically. We're
In
looking
that
at the
spot.
top 10. That's a good question.
Like it's fine.
Sure.
It's a fine card to if we go into like any matchup to dig for something, but
Let's put it like this. I think we're the only people still on that.
Really?
Yeah. All the deck lists I've been seeing recently are not on Pillage the Bog anymore.
One I pulled up earlier on it.
Um,
They are. One I got second place.
Look at a standard challenge. Didn't have it. They were on the one, yeah, at the LEC. So yeah, I don't know. It just feels weird.
I guess
The more we
like
play with it.
we're kind of more of the aggro deck now.
Well, it's
sort
also
of.
like we're very intentionally like that's one of our 5-mana cards, and we can always play it on turn 5, and we can cast for almost every card we could possibly hit with it. So, oh my god, neutralize the guards. That's ambitious.
So much
Seen a
card
lot
draw.
of Nissa Ascended Animus showing up again.
Oh, the Rexinized one.
Yeah, heckin' chonker Nissa.
If we
Yeah,
do
I'm not-
replace it, what do?
I mean, it just feels like it'd be probably another creature, right? It'd be like
Make a fourth Bronco at that point, or a fourth?
Bronco's definitely better than Rookie. But I don't know. Cause I'm so torn.
One of Tiny Bones.
No, absolutely. I'm vetoing that shit right now. Third Glissa. No, we cut Glissa because Glissa had been underperforming.
Like,
It's like, and Glissa flooding was like a real problem.
yeah, drawing way too many Glissa.
Yeah.
That
So
happened
having just
so many
two
times.
reduces, like, we're still going to be likely to draw one, but it reduces the chances of like just being stuck with them in our hand. And like, yeah, a lot of matchups she just doesn't matter. What would we cut Pillage the Bog for? I have no idea.
There's the idea of going to another 4-drop. Like, could play a Archfiend, but I'm still not sold on it because of the mirror matches.
It doesn't make any of our bad matchups better, and
Yeah.
it doesn't make any of our good matchups better. If anything, it might make them worse. If we were to play another 4-drop, honestly, it'd probably just be another Shieldred.
Probably.
Just to keep our Cavernous Souls thing being nice and streamlined.
I'm actually currently going through all Phyrexians right now. Their colors. On Git Frog. I don't think we want another 5-drop in the main. We did
Yeah, I'm not a
consider
big-
that maybe in the board earlier. Because, like,
Yeah.
we could bring that in against the Analyst matchup, but if it's too late, they're already going to have something that be able to block it in the future.
Yeah, it's like, it doesn't attack through those creatures, so...
Yeah, I'm just taking a peek through all the Phyrexians. There's not really anything else I would want in here.
Are there any random detectives we don't know about? Let's take a peek.
Hostile investigator, homicide investigator. That's whenever a creature of ours dies, we investigate.
Oh, that ain't it. It does not look like it.
Want to cut it and improve a matchup in your aggro build? You could cut pillage, main deck hearse, or frill back. Yeah, we were thinking about maybe a hearse in place of the prowler, but I'm kind of liking the prowler. I think if we played prowler and hearse in the main, that might be a bit much.
Yeah, I'm actually really digging this prowler.
The humans.
That vigilance is huge.
The Ayara's Bowsworn.
That ain't happening. I'm not falling for that again. Time to splash
blue for
blue.
Kellen.
I would love to splash blue in this deck, but it just doesn't work. Because then we could also play Tidebinder because it's a merfolk like Sentinel.
There's always the thought of Trespasser.
Yeah, I mean Trespasser is always an option.
Or dog, but that goes into the issue of losing too much life when we cast it.
Yeah, Underdog's not a good card. Sad, but true.
That's a card too that we can't play.
T-Dog?
That's Tenacious Underdog.
Yeah, T-Dog ain't it. That also ain't it. I feel like I'd want it to be a very impactful card, and I can't think of one. Like that we're not already playing. So maybe we're just keeping the Pillage the Bog because it's just like flexible.
Yeah, like it's a fine card. It also helps us dig us for sideboard cards too.
That's true, at least in certain matchups. There's some matchups we're gonna cut it just to like put in things that do things. Because by itself it doesn't do anything, and we may want to not be in a position where we have to rely on Pillage the Bog. Yeah, I think we're just leaving it.
Yeah, I was like for a second like out on a Liberator, but there's not really any artifacts we're worried about or enchantments.
Well, the answer to your question, Groovin' One, is more of just how, like, is there an opportunity to play something better than Pillage? And, like, something that's meaningful on its own, where, like, Pillage is basically a 5-mana card in this deck. 5 to 6 mana. And, you know, at 5 to 6 mana, it can cast 5 mana and cast most of the other cards in our deck, and at 6 mana, it can cast. It can cast all but the 5-drop in our deck, so I feel pretty good about the Pillage. It's just more of a can we do better? Oh god, all these cards. Listen, I love Azusa's Many Journeys, and I would love to be playing that card, but if Analyst can't play this card, then we can't either, so. Well, it would be like the Huntsman's Redemption would probably be like the most playable saga in our deck, right?
Yeah, but then we're replacing it.
Yeah, and it's a worse tutor. Because we're definitely never doing the second chapter, almost ever. The other one would be like Tribute to Hiroshi, I guess, but hey, that's not.
I think we just stick with Pillage.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that any of these cards are better. Yeah.
I'm happy where it's
Alright.
at right now.
I like this. What's the Black Tutor do again? Which one? There's more than one. The Black
the
Tutor Saga?
Saga?
Are you talking Cruelty of Gix?
The one that we're currently playing.
Yeah, we have 2 of those on our board.
Yeah, this is for our some of our bad matchups.
Really good against Domain, really good against
Not this one.
what's the
Black
other
Tutor.
tutor one? I feel like that's none of these. Oh, the tutor case, the thing with the case of the stash skeleton. No, that card's not worth playing.
Okay.
Though you should type in case. Let's see if there's any. Oh god, that's so few. Domain is worse than Analyst, but yeah.
There's one creature you control. But nope.
We thought about that 3-drop Groovin' One. His name escapes me, but it's not a bad. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't necessarily be bad, but like, you know.
Oh, this thing.
Yeah, the 3-drop.
The of Lost One.
Yeah. Like that's not a bad card by itself. But like one card isn't going to drastically improve our game 1. To be honest with you. So it's not really a thing that I would like. Cemetery Prowler is also good against blue-white control. So that's why we're more willing to play it, because it's just another vigilant body that also can do some cost reductions. Yeah, that's the thing that's on screen right now, Groovin' One. The Sentinel, the Lost Lord.
He's on messages.
Oh, that's fair.
It's annoying. Mobile is like 7 seconds behind time or something like that. But
yeah. But I think with this 75, I feel pretty good.
Yeah.
I like what it's doing. The Prowler seems like interesting technology.
It does like it? It sounds like it's interesting. I think in theory it's good, but too bad. Probably test it more.
Second Prowler over Bog. No, I think we're gonna keep the Bog in because there's some of our games that we play. You know, we really want the Bog at like that 5 and 6, you know, turn 5, turn 6 play, where we can like dig for something that we need. Gallagreeters? No, that card's a trap.
Mark would be proud.
Mark
Yeah,
would be proud.
Gallagreeters is. I don't think it's playable, but if there is a deck out, probably a cat dog.
Yeah. I would go up a Prowler and down a Glissa. I mean, they're not wrong. I did say that earlier.
I think we have to adjust our but maybe.
I mean, we have literally 16 dual lands in our deck, but I wouldn't be super worried about it.
Logan, welcome to.
I don't hate that either. Just like playing, like Glissa's good. Glissa's really good in some matchups.
I just don't. I don't want to go down to one Glissa myself. I like
Yeah.
playing the card too much. I like all of the abilities.
You can't say that. Can't just say it's because you like it. You got to have a real reason.
Mic
But,
problem on my side. Hello, hello, hello. Test, test, test. Do I sound fine? Do I sound fine to you?
Yeah, you sound fine to me.
Okay, Corey, try pausing and unpausing.
Okay, but yeah, like I like Glissa. Glissa's really good about being like in matchups where the battlefield matters. Glissa's fantastic. It is not, in fact, the bee's knees, unless the bee's knees are broken, in the bad way. Like if the bee's knees like had like an ACL tear.
We tried testing out Trespasser a few times, and we just ultimately decided against it. Like, there's better 3-drops out there.
Absolutely not diabolic intent. I would play a lot of cards before I would play that one. We can't afford to sacrifice creatures generally, but I do like to give a real answer about the Trespasser thing. It's not that Trespasser is bad. It's that what we kept finding was that it wasn't like super great at being graveyard hate. It feels like if you played a bunch of them, you might be able to justify it a little better. Because like you could play, you know, if you go like play one attack with it, play another one, then you're like meaningfully eating 3 cards. But it's not exactly a very exciting card. And Prowler seems like it's honestly, because it's like a graveyard trespasser that can generate mana and also can't get hit with Wandering Emperor. Albeit you don't always hate when your Trespasser gets hit with Wandering Emperor, but if I can, I would prefer as few of my creatures get hit with Wandering Emperor as possible. Because that's one of the best parts of this deck, and why it's built the way it is that Sharp-Eyed Rookie, Sentinel, and now Prowler all just kind of clown the Wandering Emperor. Free Strider, look, that's a much different deck than what we're doing here.
Yeah, I did build a deck
Victory, as we
around
call
that
it.
in the past. I actually shared that with you before. 'Cause I was pretty proud of it. It's probably past its time now though. This is
no, it's still 5-element leagues, but these
Okay.
Free Strider versions,
this is what
they're definitely
I had.
very different than them, but
This is what I had originally, just like when the set first started, probably a week or two after release. So this is much different than what you're probably seeing other people play.
yes. But yeah, Free Strider Lookout is a very good card, but it more rewards you for being like a bigger deck. We're think of it like this. There's multiple versions of Golgari. We are Golgari aggro. We're an aggro mid-range deck. And
Jeff, can you hear what that sound in
Flesh
the
Eating
distance
Gnome with
is?
the raid.
It's
Thanks
a
for the raid.
raid.
And like the Free Strider Golgari decks are like Golgari like soft ramp mid-range, so they're like they're further up the scale. They're closer to Golgari control mid-range.
Yeah.
Where we're the aggro mid-range. And I don't know why we seem to be the only people who actually like being the aggro deck.
Yeah, like
Is what I'm noticing.
it's working out for us, but like, yeah, like I don't know.
Yeah.
It's working out for us, but like it does catch a little bit of attention when we tweet about it. But
Yeah, whenever
That's
we
it.
tweet about it, or I 5-0 with it, or I play against other professionals with it, like Every time I play against one of them, they seem to really like it. And every time it's, oh wow, rookie was really good. And then I never see it in a 5-0 deck list that isn't me.
Yeah, there's some people in chat like in the past, and some people that in the I don't know if there's anybody in chat right now, but like don't like have come in chat before and like, oh, I don't think that rookie is probably that great. That being said, I've never played it. Like that's what they'll say.
Yeah.
But like that's fair to say, but like
hmm
working out for us.
I think you can look at, if you look at what you see on like Goldfish, you can make an educated assumption that Sharp Eye Rookie is probably not very good. But, you know, in
Jeff, Can you
reality,
hear what that sound in the distance
having
is?
played with it,
It's a
running this experiment
raid!
to its full course, Rookie has proven itself to be a very fine card.
Wildman, thanks for that
Um,
raid. Appreciate it.
Yeah, well, we're just getting raided left and right.
It is getting that time of night.
Oh, I suppose it's midnight, huh? But
Yeah.
yeah. But I'm happy with the deck. We'll probably
Evan doesn't the analyst matchup, but improves the domain matchup over Bog. What about Lily? Yeah, we decided to not play Lily.
we actually we had like a 20-minute discussion about cutting Lily from the board and then also cutting it from the main deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kevlar Man. Well, I appreciate your opinion, Kevlar Man. But so far, it's proven itself time and time again.
Like I like Rookie personally. I like the idea of the card. I like the ability on it. I like everything about it.
Yep.
I like playing with it.
It double spells exceedingly well on turn 4.
Yeah.
Well, you can
like,
put more 3-drops in the deck. You're just gonna have a lot more awkward hands where you have a ton of 3-drops in your hand.
Yeah, and like there are Golgari decks out there that are doing that.
Yeah, most of them. But so yeah, my big thing is I always like leading on Bronco in this deck, and then if I go Bronco into attack, into play a 3-drop, into play Rookie into like Mosswood Dread Knight, then like I've put like 6 power into play on turn 4. I feel pretty good. Like I feel pretty good about that. Caladinus, yeah, like it's really only good against domain, and it's like fine against, and even there it's not even like amazing, and it's like fine against control, but again, even there it's not amazing.
Well,
So,
who it
like,
is.
it's like very medium in a lot of places. So well, it's our favorite saying as we've worked on this deck for the last month of we could do better.
Yeah, a new
And
drummer.
we
thanks
will
for
get to a point where we can't do better.
Yeah,
We just have to pick which medium 3-drop we want to play. But I think the 3s that we've looked at and tried, it feels a lot like our 5-mana spot where we can always say, well, you know, the different we figured out where all the different 5-mana cards were good and what the reasons to play them all are. I think we could have that same exact kind of conversation about the 3-mana spots of like, yeah, like these ones are really good here and these ones are really good there. So like you just have to pick which ones you want. And I'm gonna pick the ones that make my deck better against the Wandering Emperor because they're still good in other matchups.
yeah, Griffin, that's gonna happen. Krupp, I saw your message. I'm sorry. I probably can once John's off stream. I just don't want to do any of those while I have him on as a guest.
Yeah, Groovin one, that's definitely a possibility, but there's 5 cards that cost more than 3 mana, so the Bronco hitting them back to back is not exactly a consistent problem.
That might have been the unlikely games too that just happened. Like
It's gonna happen
Yeah.
a percentage of the time, because for every time you did that, you hit like land or like land 2-drop off the 2 triggers you got, and yeah, like it's fine. Also, in a lot of matchups, like our life total, like in the matchups where our life total matters, we're probably not attacking with Bronco. We're probably using it as a Doomblade and blocking with it. Like, it's not a thing that we're going to aggressively do into every single matchup. So, that while that is a real concern, Cemetery Prowler is in the main deck because it's not worth boarding. There's certain kinds of cards that, like, if you're gonna board Graveyard Hate, just board Unlicensed Hearse. Cemetery Prowler isn't worth the sideboard slot as a Graveyard Hate piece because it's not efficient enough. But in your main deck, you can get away with playing cards like this that are a little less efficient at doing that one thing because it also is just like a good body. And here, this is a vigilant threat that can attack through a Wandering Emperor.
Yeah.
While also generating mana by like exiling card types that we share in our hand. Which puts us in a really decent spot of being able to multi-spell or play around things like the No More Lies and so on. So yeah, this card looks really weird, but like it checks all the boxes.
Yeah, it's checking all the
so
boxes
far.
for us so far, and it's feeling okay.
Yeah, it's also a 4 toughness creature, which helps with the rookie sometimes.
I thought
Having
I
more
had,
things that get it up to 4/4.
thought I had one in my collection, and I don't. Bad now.
I'm sure I did, and probably traded it in when I saw it was like more than $1. Like,
Is
so I
there,
was like, I'm never playing this card. Like,
is there any reason for me to hang on to Embercleave since I never play red aggro decks?
I mean, I don't think they're worth anything anymore. So
like I like reprinted on a list a few times, didn't I?
yeah, I think I'm gonna call it for the night, chat. Pretty late for me. It is a holiday tomorrow, but I would like to not be exhausted.
I forgot it's a holiday,
Yeah, it's Memorial Day.
even though we talked about it earlier in the podcast.
Yeah, it was in the podcast intro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
I
If you
appreciate.
have questions about the deck, please tweet at me at Saltiest Gaijin.
Also
I'll
here,
tell you what.
I'm not getting off yet, chat. I'm still gonna be here. There's an ad starting too. Any second, chat. But John, I appreciate having you on. Thank you for being on.
Always happy to be here.
Yeah, chat. Be sure to give John a follow. Super cool person. Oh,
We're in the ad now.
there we go.
Yes. Yeah, if you want to check me out, I don't stream nearly as much as Jaffer here. I stream about once a week with a friend of mine from down in Florida, where we do a lot more. So like what you see with me doing with Jaffer here, where we're like going through decks and actually building, like doing the competitive preparation for tournaments. Picture this, but like with formats that aren't paper. Like we do a lot with Timeless. We also do Standard, for the most part, and we kind of focus on those two. I think we're doing a special Brawl night sometime soon. We'll dissect a Brawl deck.
And you kind of do it on like a budget basis, right? Like where you try to build it budget wise.
Sometimes we will. Sometimes we'll set a budget of like you can use 2 mythics and 8 rares or something like that, and you have to build a reasonably powerful deck, which is a little bit of a. It's tricky because cards like, which really sucks in Timeless, is that cards like Brainstorm, which are like commons in paper, are like upgraded to rares,
Just,
which is
still hasn't
annoying.
changed.
So it makes it really difficult to play budget Timeless, for example, which is not even a point. And we kind of moved away from it because what we realized over time was that like Standard was clearly, with the 3-year rotation, Standard was going to be in a position where like just was not realistic to play a budget deck like that. And then like the older formats are just even worse because they constantly upshift rarities. Standard is probably the most popular format right now, Dawn Chaos. Like modern definitely does well as well, but like Standard is incredibly popular.
Yeah, Standard's a lot of fun. I wish it was more popular in paper. Yeah, it is pop.
That's been the struggle, yeah.
Yeah, like on digitally, it is popular. It is like on Arena, it is the most popular. It is #1 format on Arena.
Eh.
But like
It's played a lot on Moto too.
yeah, as of late, yeah.
Well, because it matters again. Turns out when you make Standard tournaments a thing, people will play Standard on your digital platforms.
Yeah, I wish more people would actually play store championships though, because like I showed up my store championship. We had 4 people. We played 2 rounds. I went 2-0 and I walked away with promos, and I wish I got to play more Magic.
Yeah, and even like the Standard NRGs were like they only did 1 of them this year so far, and it didn't do very it didn't do bad, but like You
Just
know, well,
wasn't that.
20 years ago, your options were standard and extended, which was just 4-year rotating format at that time.
Yeah.
I guess technically there was Legacy too, but it wasn't called that yet. But yeah, like yeah, Star Set. They're all the formats are popular. Pioneer is definitely a little stale for a lot of people. So like, there's a little bit of Pioneer. You know, it hasn't been changing too much. Like, thankfully, the Outlaws changed it a little bit. Yeah, it was type
1, 2,
1 and 1.5,
oh,
and then 2. I think 1.5 was extended, but
the commander
yeah.
got,
Well, you did. It was just called Elder Dragon Highlander.
and it wasn't that popular back then.
No, it was popular among judges, and that was it.
And
Because
then
judges were like, yeah, well, 1.5 is Legacy. You're right. That's right. Because once they introduced Extended, that's when they introduced the names. That's right. It's been a while. It's almost as if it was 20 years ago, and I was like 10 when that happened. I look old and I sound old, but I'm not that old.
yeah, you're not that old. We're the same age, chat. Well,
Yes.
I think I'm a year old.
How old are you?
I'm 29. I'm turning 30.
Okay. I'm just turned 29 in March, so we're 6 months apart.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So you're 6 months older than me. Grandpa. All right. I'm hopping off. I'm
All right.
tired and I want to go to bed.
All right. Thanks for hanging out. You have a wonderful night.
Absolutely.
I'll
Yeah.
talk
Have a
to you-
wonderful night, chat.
Talk to you later this week.
Yeah. I'll talk to you later, man.
All right, chat. I am still going to be here. I'm not done streaming. I am going to adjust my audio around so we can listen to the actual music, though. Which was driving me nuts somewhat. Not really. If I had somebody to talk to, that's fine. That we don't have music. If anybody's new here, just a heads up, the music I play, I tend to play a lot of metal music and pop punk music and occasional anime stuff. And this is for Twitch chat. If you're watching on YouTube, you're not gonna get music. You make a song request? Yeah, you could do that. I'm actually going to take a quick break though. I will play your song request after. Let me know the song after I'm back. I'm gonna put words on stream up for everybody to play while I'm away. I just gotta go take care of laundry. Been sitting in the dryer for like an hour or so, probably. I super grow once and decide I need this. You're left until you're old. All right, chat. Here is the link for our words on stream in the Twitch chat. Click on that if you want to open it in a new tab. That way, I'm gonna run an ad while I'm away. That way you can oh, I agree, Kevlar. It is hilarious. It is meme worthy of that face. But if you click on that link chat, it'll open a new tab so that way you can play while the ad is running. You just type your answers in the Twitch chat, or you can scan the QR code on the screen. But I'll be back in a little bit. I just need to go take care of some laundry. I'm gonna run this ad. I run an ad and start the game. It's a word guessing game if you never played. You just guess what the words on the screen. So I'll be back in a little bit. Good job, chat. Right. Did I miss anything in chat while I was gone? Okay, I didn't. All right. Off the Ride album? Okay. Song is catchy. Hey, Fuzi, how you doing? All right, we're gonna go on the ladder, chat. Excuse me. Against Ladon. Got a prediction up, chat. Get your channel points in. Bless you. Hope everybody enjoyed watching the stream with John here. I think it was very productive. I've never heard this version before, so I'm excited to hear it. Mainboard hostile investigator from you, okay. Attacked in, you're forced to block. Okay. Belly. Yeah, we can't attack in with the creature land. That doesn't do it either. They're probably on bats if they're playing NT. Draw a card. Sure. Medic Cass, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. So we could just attack in with our 4/4, but that might be a little bad. Just waking up. Hope prep's going well. It's going all right. Oh, I gotta change my stream title. Yeah, we were doing a bit of testing with my podcast co-host, which went pretty well. We got a lot of testing in. We adjusted our deck a bit. It's a bit different than the usual Golgari lists out there. How do you spell it? Sorry, chat. Give me 1 second. All right, there we go. Should offer the trade either with rookie. Yeah. I mean, this paired out well for us. Okay, it looks like they don't have anything. Okay. Never punish, yeah. So we're in a mid-range matchup. Bat God. I like Long Goodbyes, Cutting Duress, Hostile Negotiator. I feel like we could expect a Bat God coming in. I kind of want to cut Gix on the draw. And maybe a Bronco. Or it might be just 2 Broncos. Cruelty Gix isn't a bad idea to bring in here, too. Actually, I'm just going to call the Broncos here. On the draw, I think. I think I'm going to play. I'll bring the Broncos back in. Might be Ron. Running a bad Rakdos. I guess it could be. Actually, I probably should have pulled that. Like, I want to play rookie, but they kill it, which is fine. Actually, no, let's just do that. Let them do it. If they want to use Harbinger to kill it, they can. If they have cut down, they have cut down. Vampire. Play Sentinel, explore. He's on top. That hurts. No way they're in Vaynip right now. Yeah. I think they just named it because it didn't matter. This matchup, it really doesn't matter what you name. Law Carver, thanks for the follow. Law. Might be dead. Hey, welcome in. Funny thing about that emote, if anybody remembers the Explorer anthology, last one, it's from that. Not looking the best here. Guess we could draw a card, hope to find a land, play this, you long goodbye on probably Inti. Then you kill this, take 5. I almost want to just play Hostile Investigator to get knowledge, more knowledge and go to game 3. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Gonna get more information. All right, we know they're playing Liliana. Thinking about it. That was actually my mind to cut right now. Hand's okay. Hopefully draw more. Like actual creatures. I guess if they go 3 drop, like pretty sure we can exile it at worst. Human. No attacks. Now, if they play Liliana, we're set. They play Sheldred, we just get rid of Sheldred. Human. What do we think they're gonna do, chat? Okay. He'll take the 2. Alright. Vampire and human. I think we take the trade. Like, we send Rookie in. If they want to kill Rookie, we're okay with it. How you doing, Boogity? We got 4 clues. Like, we got a lot of resources. They have 2 trespassers though, which is a little scary.
I'll have this fight
Yeah.
for brunch. Haven't you ever heard of personal space?
We're probably fine with Liliana dying now.
Whatever. Luck favors the foolish, after all.
Back God. The only way they can get rid of this permanently is blot out and the end. In their colors. Ow. Draw a card. Sure. Alright, we're gonna chill and hope we don't die. anybody heard the song yet? The new Electric Callboy song with Baby Metal. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta. I like it a lot. It's great. The video is amazing. Their videos are always great. If Electric Callboy touches it, it's great. Akanuma. Like I have an investigator. Yes, just Meta. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Still can't flip the Bat God. Here to look it up today. Oh no, tomorrow she actually did. Okay. I suppose we actually just hold up mana to activate our creature land. Colorless, crack the clue. Draw a card. Play land. Go for the throat, sure. All right, let's spend 2, go for the throats. A red splash. Yeah, besides NT and Blood Tithe Harvester? Ooh. I'm dead this way. I'm still dead. We've seen Blood Tithe Harvester. I'd imagine in their sideboard, they probably have, for the Kaboke matchup, Hitsugu consumes all. Sorry, chat. I'm just taking a quick peek at a thing, and then we'll move on to the next match in a second. All right, new prediction up, chat. So be sure to get your channel points in. Run the play. Ugh. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. We can try keeping this like it's. We have an early play. We got a couple draws. Kind of convincing myself to keep it. I could find a better hand though. If we don't find anything by turn for a turn 3 play, we can plot the pillage the bog. Wanted to kill that, but I'm a little worried to do that. All right, we'll dig 8 deep. They're getting priority, so they have like cut down in hand, I think. Stay up. Oh. Yeah, we'll just do that. Load it up. So we're playing Mono Black Crimes. Draw a card. We'll just go ahead and play this creature. Now they got a cut down target. Vadmir. Oh, Tapper. It might have been fine to attack when it's Sheldred. They wanted to double block, it's fine. I probably should have thought about did that. We're pretty fine spot here though. All right, sure. Go ahead and play a Sentinel. Play our horse. And pass. Sorry, Chad, I feel like I'm kind of seem like I'm out, like low energy right now. I'm just realizing that. We're against mono black crimes. Mm-hmm. That. Hope everybody's doing all right. I know it's getting late. Excuse me. It's been fine. We did a lot. We did some testing of. Oh. We did testing. Discard line might have been wrong. We did testing against like our the analyst matchup and Blade control matchup. Been fine. I don't want to discard anything. Cut down. Stormbreath, how's your night going? That's test your deck for the RC, trying to make a different domain list. Okay. Very good, no complaints. Nice. Are you on Cornucopia for domain? It seems like the general like thing that people are doing with domain now. Kind of. Niv Mizzet Mr. Supreme. Nice. All right, they're getting priority. They have a kill spell. Okay. We're gonna draw a card. They're dealing 4 damage to us this turn. Yeah, I think we just get Investigator. That's a skeleton. Yeah, we're just dead. All right. Maybe I should have played the Bat God. I have quite a few enchantments. Are you asking what Logan changed? Probably one wrong, but I'm gonna do that. So if we play Bat God, yeah. We gain 4, they still deal 6. Pretty Forsaken Miner there. I'm not giving up. And they both can't block, which is nice. And that happens. They're just to watch you. Sure. I probably should go on blocking duty soon. Being a little too aggressive here. Oppo? Hello? Nice. Oh. Dun, dun, dun. Put the miner back. Back for 2. Saddle. Back in for 5. Could be more. We'll find out in a second. That's a good one to reveal. Get some lands out of the way. Let me down. And they scoop it up. Okay. Jeeves. Thanks for the call. All right, we're gonna go our next match, and I'll end the prediction. Pretty happy with the changes we're making so far that we made. And play first. We can keep this hand. Oh, is it this? Is it the Abzan deck? Are we playing against the Abzan ramp thing? We're gonna get crimed. Oh, that's all gonna get rug monsters probably as their sleeve. Drunken sailor. What? They're digging for a land. Maybe they're actually on Golgari. Looks like it so far. Pretty sure I'll look out into Crime Land. Vampire.
A fight? And you think you can win?
Yep.
Ah, one of your friends has to leave. Sorry, I'm not interested in dying today.
Ooh. Main board Path Apparel? What the heck? They must really hate losing to Invoke and Mono Red. Just a tiny bit. Raw deck goes crazy. We still have the issue of the Gitrog over there. Really good in this current situation. Yeah. They're not going for casting it. Gitrog does have haste. Cheats itself. Yeah, they really do want to saddle. They have to have, I'm gonna imagine that they have, the creature in there. Free Strider to look out. Yeah, I imagine they have Free Strider because that's what, that has to be the only reason why they're playing Festering Gulch. Yeah, we're just gonna take a 3 damage here. 3 damage here. If they attack in. Mainboard Path of Peril doesn't make sense though. Human. They have a Sager, that's gonna happen. If they don't want us eating their mosswood, it's gonna happen. Sure. And looks like they have something else in hand. What else do you have? Okay. Hit me out. They're going to 9. Vein Ripper. Okay. All right. Oh, shoot. I did not mean to do that. I meant to channel this. It looks like we might be dead. Yeah, they have to be on Free Strider. That's the only thing that makes sense. Oh, yeah, we're dead. We're dead. We're dead on attack, and we block, and we die. Okay, we're to bring Cruelty in this matchup. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Super dead. LOL. Yeah. Okay, I guess Cruelty makes a little bit of sense now if they're playing Vein Rippers, if they're ramping into them. Yeah, what I said about Frog Keck. The thing is, like, I don't want the board to go away. I die if there's a board wipe. If there's a decent amount of creatures on the board and I wipe the board, I'm dead. Like that'd be 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 damage there. If that's on the field, that'd be 20 damage. Actually, be a little bit more than that. Bulgaria player without Girog for lethal on their semis at LEC at Roshi. Yeah, we were discussing that earlier for our sideboard potentially. I think I'll just run this. Yeah, how many people stayed in the RC stream after I raided over there yesterday? Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Pilfer. Learn this game is most when you're dealing with resource play, left-hand switch from Yu-Gi-Oh, and thank God I found Magic. But it's been pretty nice. Good to see what experienced players can do. I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying it. And I do appreciate the subs, so thank you. Huh. Are you gonna applaud it or are you gonna... Oh.
This is my home, and I don't appreciate it when people touch my things. Off you go.
Well, I'm glad we drew the basic land so I can hold on to
Fine.
Takanuma.
I'll take my zombies and leave.
Yeah, if you have any questions though, Rosa, Rosta, feel free to ask. Or Rosta, is it Rosta? Rosta? Rostam. Rostam. I am sorry. We're gonna chill. Game's neat. Also, the collab art stuff for University Beyond Slaps. It's pretty cool.
Something suspicious is going on. And for once, it's not my fault.
They're not upticking. They're going to downtick now. Sure.
I've always
Yeah, the Doctor Who University Beyond has been super sick. That's another one. What do we have left in here? Well, I guess we just do it. Or you fall apart. Or you... This is where you Field of Ruin.
Don't overthink.
Question to most of the spectators on the Fallout Club. Lord was not ready. The speculators. Kind of curious if their own Sinner will be back in July. Oh, is the I Prevail Sinner gone right now? Currently? Had to step out. Oh no. Hope they're okay.
Oh, that's my cue to leave.
The clean vocalist. I've seen I Prevail a few times. They're great live. Great energy. Alright, that's a problem. Whatever they're gonna do here. I guess it's not a big problem there. No, stream's gonna be on tomorrow. Hope to see him in July. How we doing? Doing okay. Which one it was, but damn, that sucks when it was up in mainstream and then the circuit blades strap. Yeah. Like, it really does. Like, I hope they're okay, though. Whatever's happening. They're scheduled to be an incarnation? Okay. Vampire. Had to leave for a family emergency and wasn't there not performance last Sunday. So I was kind of hoping to find like a cruelty of Gix there. Don't. Rocks on TikTok. It was April. Damn, I knew they were blown up. Yeah, they blew up from a cover, a single cover. They did blank space, a cover of blank space. Eldred. Health Ultimate. Cancel the remaining stops in the European tour. Oh, wait, what's going on with him? My pleasure. Look forward to watching your more. Appreciate it. You have a wonderful night yourself. This one. This is all in my graveyard? Mental health. Okay. On whistle. Probably should have got something else there. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. What you want? Be that guy for a month. I should have attacked turn first. Still get the trigger. Okay. Oh my god. 3 Lilianas. That's a lot. Go down in flames. Well, so much longer. I got 32 cards left. Okay, I got less. I still have all my cut downs left. I don't want them drawing any cards, so I'm gonna just pass. Torture. We'll animate. We'll get rid of one of their field of ruins. Not gonna attack in. We don't want these dying still. I'm going to mortuary. They have a lot of basics. Okay. I don't think this card's worth it, chat. There's so many better 4-drops. It's a cool card. Really cool. But probably not worth it. A 4-minute 6/6 flash isn't good. Yeah, it's because there's better 4-drops. You are if you want this to be playable, you're forced to play bad lands. Not actual bad lands, but like not the bad lands the card, but like deserts. Deserts are not good. They're playing deserts, so they can play that. Run it back. Like I tried before. It's just not good enough. Like your hostile investigator is infinitely better. Yeah, and the surveil one is a colorless one, isn't it? We had deserts like Ramen runs. Oh, if we had deserts like that, yeah. Try deserts too, way too slow in a world where mono red kills you through interaction in turn 4. Alright. They did that at the wrong time. Desert's better than Ram Map Ruins. Alright. Flash in your thing. We'll do bonus for 25. What? I don't know why Oppo let me got value. They might have misplayed. Number 1 times to play Golgari against mono red. No one ever. Skin down to like 2-3 life. Yeah, usually we're favored against mono red. But they can definitely have things. It's a new day. Good life. I would like a land. Off the top. Untap land off the top. Desir, janky, doppelganger deck running around. Ah. Lightning strike off the top. This is the anthem. 3, 4, 5. Hopefully, don't have land into the thing. And a real job. Untap land here, be cool too. Be just like you.
You're telling me what you know about Haven't you ever heard
Yo.
of personal
Wanna be
space?
Joe. Oh no, I should have attacked. Just like you. Whoa. They didn't put any lands into play. All right.
We all have things we'd rather forget.
I mean, we just do that. Okay. And we get your Vaynripper back. Get Vaynripper. Depends what you do. We might get your Gitrog.
I have bigger demons to do with friends. Ah, I've always hated crowds.
The song is about being on. It's on Kamigawa, I think. Okay, win. There's an ad starting in second chat. All right, we won that. We're gonna go to another match. Our prediction. I got a cat pawing at me. Interpreter is cool and standard. Great player cheat out turn 3. Are we playing against Gandalf or a mono red player? Okay, we gotta hope for untap land. Hey Alex, doing alright. Alright, we're playing mono red. Picnic ruiner. Let to grind a mythic as fast as possible and have him play construct in a long time. What do you recommend? Maybe mono red if you're in standard. Just get your reps in. Sorry, get your fast games in. Oh boy. Pretty much best of 3. Still on red. Yeah, unless you want to play grindy matchups. If you want to play grindy matchups, you could do something like play Golgari if you want to. Direction on Gruul. Okay. That's scary. Not grindy possible. The thing is, Esper can be kind of grindy too, though. You can play Boros, yeah. Into a good mono red deck? I would have to take a look. I haven't played mono red in a long time. All right, if we had a... Okay, sure. Also, some terrible grindy it could be, but not as bad as that Spiritual Guard. Yeah, that one just tends to be a lot of lands. All right, am I dead? Ooh, I'm not dead. Go to combat attack in here. So you don't have any wild cards you mentioned. Do you have slick shot show offs? Oh, we came back from 1 life, chat. Ooh. Ho, ho. More enough wild cards. Okay. Yeah, slick shot show off is like a card, a stupid card in mono red. Hi. Hi, bud. Hey, buddy. I could try taking a look at lists for a second. No, I mean, like, we don't like playing against Slick Shot, but it's a good card. Tiberius is being a silly cat right now. Ah. Really usually doesn't play burn spells, right? I don't think they usually do. No, I should have the other one. That's Marion Bane Splitter. Eefly! Eefly, thank you for the raid! Ooh, Mana Gliss is nice. Shout out to Eefly. Appreciate the raid. Probably doing a cool thing. It is right now. Land that turns into a 2/2. If we draw a land, a 4-mana Gix command is gonna be great. Okay. 1 mana Mosswood. Dread Whispers. 1 mana Dread Whispers. Okay. 2 mana and Sentinel. Howdy! Oops, all caps. It's all right. How you doing? Actually take the caps. I hope we're doing well. I didn't send all 3 in case they have Witch Stalker Frenzy. I want them to work for it. Hear me out. What if we cut Bog for second Prowler? I'll have to try it. Not sold on it. Okay. Path of Peril is live. This isn't dead, is it? Like, for us? Okay, no, it's not. Cool. Alright, they're good gaming us. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Ifly, how was your stream today? Hey, we won against Mythic 200 something. 324, I mean. That number. For anybody that's new here, welcome in. My name is Jaffer. I play a lot of Arena. Pioneer's my favorite format, so it's the format I play in paper. Here in stream, play a lot of Standard, a lot of Explorer. Earlier, I had Saltiest Gaijin on stream, who is my co-host in the podcast that we both have, the CardWard podcast. We were working on Golgari for a deck list for him in the RC. That survey is frustrating. Which survey? And this is a list that we ended up on. That we're working on. Oh, did you have fun? Oh, did you have fun? I skip it all the time. No, my opponent countered and killed everything. My opponent and prevented them from ever playing the game. Oops, that was me. Also, if you're new here, if you're going to the RC in Dallas next weekend, I'm gonna be there. I won't be participating in the RC, but I'll be there as a content creator doing content creator things. So if you see me, come say hi. I'll have stickers to give out. Going to Vegas instead? For me, it was, I qualified for the RC in October. Vegas is in the same month. Well, I guess I'm going to go to the thing I actually qualified for. Rakdos. Nice dress, bro. What do they have here? Decadent Dragon? Okay. Have fun casting my spells. I don't think this card's going to be good in standard unless you have something like Fable to Mirror Breaker around. I'm still going to believe that to this day. Okay. What are you playing, Oppo? Oh no, shit, the other thing. Hmm. Oppo's playing your deck, obviously. Yeah, the cards that they stole and never cast yet. That's a lot of mountains for a Rakdos deck. Usually like, what, 1 to 2? All colors? Technically. Hi, Bronco! That's going alright so far. Bad mirror. Maybe, yeah, that's true. No, that's definitely true. That could be it. You could be right, Boogity. Jagged Barons. My Sentinel. But I want that. We spent most of the night adjusting the deck list, testing some matchups. The analyst matchup feels much better now. Oh, hello. Okay. Around Reddit solving the brawl matchmaking. There's nothing to solve, is there? It's based on like your commander, isn't it? Or Fairy Daddy. There's too much good stuff on the field right now. What is Brawl? LOL. Yeah. People have found the Wayne factors for cards in your deck? Really? Oh, okay. Yeah, the idea of Prowler was just to have another threat. That's incidental graveyard hate. They found Paradox Engine as a low value, but commanders that usually go with the Paradox Engines have high point value. Huh. Appreciate the follow. Thank you. Tried reducing deck values by values of 500 points and didn't notice much changes in your own MMR account. Let's count it. EOQ matchups? What's that? Okay. Alchemy cards. Okay. Clear POK anytime a land enters the battlefield. Conjure a duplicate. Huh. Cruelty of Gix. So they're playing a mixture of. They're playing a mixture of like old Discover stuff with old Discover cards with words are hard. With crimes. Boomer shunned. You play a forest, you actually play 2 forests. It's been nerfed. First, if you escape shift, first land hidden in the battlefield, all your lands get duplicated. Oh. Or okay, so we can do that. Yeah, the arena only cards, yeah. I mean, there's some that are kind of cool occasionally, but I'm not a fan still. Opponent's kind of drawn really poorly. Five lands, I get 5 lands. Each of those 5 get copied, untapped, of course. It. So Oppo should not be letting me do that. Oppo should be not let. They should be taking 3 damage, but I guess that's fine at the same time. They're kind of in the. Maybe I should swing in the creature land. Okay, they're gonna spin the wheel again. Yeah, it kind of feels that way sometimes. Okay, which side am I gonna cast? We're gonna steal some of my cards. Patty, thank you for the Prime sub. Patty, I just realized you're here on Twitch. You're not on YouTube. I appreciate the Prime sub though. Thank you. It totally went over my head that you're here on Twitch and not YouTube. There's some intensity cards. Guess I'll shoot on over there. I mean, that's fine. You're over here. Some of the intensity creatures would be interesting to see as a paper card. Love it. We're gonna play Oracle of Alpha on paper. No proxies and no one can stop me. Drawing so many lands. We have 8 lands left in the deck, chat. This is game 1. Oh, I just realized this is still game 1. We're still in game 1. Oh my god. Blink gets the game on hold until I get another 30 grand. Alright, well, I guess we got 7 lands left because they played one of our lands. Yeah, or one of Sheldra putting in a lot of work because they can't find a removal. A bunch of cards that cared about who went first. Alright, that one's ours. That's a Glissa of ours. There's a dragon. Yeah, Forsaken Crossroads was a land that came out a while ago, right? Want to draw 3 cards? Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, I forgot. I totally forgot about that. Thank you for pointing it out. I forgot Vladimir gets lifelink. Check on the Glush, yeah. I mean, if they attack with Glissa, I'm just going to let them through with Glissa. They can draw a card if they want. Yeah, that's one of mine. Ah, okay. Yeah, they play the Carnosaur, so they could have killed it. Keck. Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. All right, so we're gonna bring the cruelties in. Our hearse is in. That's 2 cruelties we saw by Oppo. Yeah, we're ahead by like a minute. Regal Caracal, the optimal version paper to play. Wait, what's the name of it? Hey, Frostwider, thanks for the follow. 4-drop Discover Guy doesn't really get played because there's better 4-drops you can be using. I feel like we cut Bronco. Like, we have so many answers we have to bring in against them. Bringing quite a bit in. I don't want Terrace Under too. Honestly, I'm going to cut Pillage Bog for Terrace Under. Yeah, it got played in Pioneer, and then it created a new commander deck, combo deck, and then it got banned. Hear about the alpha starters open on Twitch last week? No, I didn't. Got the snore shame on you. Welcome into the stream. 4-drops are kind of alright. Patrick still in Scotch shape? Really? It was Quintorius combo. Oh my god. In this matchup, I don't see Bronco giving us value on the draw. Razor grab 3 mana clone. Yes, thank you. Sorry, I didn't really explain it. I should have explained it. So they play Cruelty Gix, so they reanimate their whatchamacallits, the Carnosaur. Norris and art is great. Yeah, I mean, you're right with that. The version before straight up Quintorius skill. Yeah, it was like, it got, oh, hello. It got like, they basically comboed out to where the Quintorius could happen, or what was the other one that could happen, chat? No, it wouldn't go into Imidane. Kept chaining Eldritch Evolution, and you end up chaining another creature. Yeah, it got so much attention it got banned before the last Pioneer RC. Vlad's a 2/2. When you trade your 4/3? Oh, it was a 3/3. Well, they got land. This is my hand. Opa, why? copium. What? I don't think they realize I would do that. Yeah, sometimes people do forget about that. It can happen. Yeah, I keep forgetting it's Sunday. I mean, I don't think it's like too much of a shame concede there. Like they were very far behind. I mean, you did turn it in prior. Since they're never attacking. Why would I ever expect it to block? Article, would you rather fight one horse size goose or one horse size goose? What? That's weird, man. It's Monday. Playing a long game. Not making the play earlier, so Oppo would miss it later. Big brains here. It's Sunday for me, chat. Like, I mean, technically it's Monday. It's 2:18 in the morning, but to me it's still Monday. It's Monday till I go to bed. I mean, it's Sunday until I go to bed. It's Sunday till I go to bed. That's what I meant to say. Curious if they posted the full deck list for the MTG Commander precons. I don't know. I'm going to bed late tonight, though. Would you fight a one horse-sized snake, though? Monkas. Run late tonight. It's Sunday until Monday, then it's Tuesday. I'm grinding a little late because we started streaming a bit late today. Recording the podcast kind of went a bit late. And then we started streaming about 7:30 Central. Pat, there is a prediction right now if you want to get any points in. That's legitimately terrifying. Can you imagine an actual horse with a snake head, like, flopping around, chasing you? Like, I can't picture, like, it being serious of, like, the head being still. I can only picture the snake. The head on this snake horse, all I can picture is when it's running. I can picture the head is, like, flopping around, trying to stay in place. And it just can't hold its head in place. I can just picture that. Anaconda, no thank you. Oh, the camel. Against Jackson. What baby horses do anyways. We're gonna listen to this song. On a red. All right, this horse is on blocking duty. Okay. I mean, better on that thing than this thing? Or her face? Than her face? Dovakin. Dovakin. Da-da-da. OMG Skyrim. The lightning strike did its job, yeah. It blocked 3 damage for us. Yeah. Yeah. I could have been that, actually. Also, it's fine to bin in this matchup. Eldon. Goodbye, Sentinel. One to the top. Batty, thanks for the follow. Yeah. Yeah. And investigators are kind of bad in this match. Played standard in a while. What's that Cavern Souls in? Lost Caverns of Ixalan. Need to catch up on the race. Yeah, that's what I was thinking afterwards. Like, we gotta hope that they're okay. Never mind. Yep. Rip Snorris, we hallelujah. This song is really good. The music video is really good too. Like, the production value of these music videos that Fallen Reverse has is like, wow. Okay, I mean that's fine. A little awkward with our hand though. So it's either we play this into like maybe a Mosswood, or we just play Cottage. There's an ad in a minute. Okay, you did your job. Squee, dubious monarch. On a red list from like 3 sets ago. It's very old. Seems like it. Oh, nice. Okay, thanks for the subscription. I appreciate that. Out of control. Down the rabbit hole. All right, we're just like Glissa and hope they don't have anything. We're kind of missing a lot of lands here. Yeah. Looking like game 3. I am taking a risk here. Glissa counter ability works. Wonders of Forge. Oh, yeah. I might be dead. Could be dead. Okay, priority. Okay. Land. Okay. So they were just building up burn spells in hand. I think we're fine. I mean, the Pillage of Bach I could probably cut. Did I not bring in all 3 Path of Perils? I thought I did. Oh, I didn't. Whoops. I swear I thought I did. Yeah, my bad, chat. Whoops. All right, next time we can double spell Duressa and Mosswood. I'm expecting Sharp-Eyed Rookie to die here. No? Oh, there's still a chance. It's dead. Wait, why would they let the trigger go off? Yeah, Kimono does make it Mosswood kind of awkward. Still a good blocker. No, back god. All right, do they have removal? They do. Burn spell. Well, we're at 8 life. I choose to be here. Looked away. I might learn is from mistakes. Eat the squee. You discard. Okay. That's a good one to discard. We'll play Mosswood. We're at 9 life. Okay, and they scoop it up. Yeah, it definitely is. All right, new prediction chat. It's a challenge for like you have to complete a quick draft match or something like it's something like that. This control? Probably control. They're gonna use removal on this too. Which is fine. It's part of the tutorial. Hidebinder. Numbskull! Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Shout out to Numbskull. Appreciate it. Alright, do they have a counterspell? I'm okay with it. How'd your stream go? Hope it went well. Yeah, I'm not gonna attack into Emperor. Hilarious interactions and creativity. Ooh. All right, they're gonna have it now. Hope you're having a good time so far. Yeah, it's all right. Did a lot of testing, adjusting the deck and stuff. Had John on stream earlier. This actually might be a board wipe. I should have maybe thought about that. That's a good one. We'll just get this down too. Until Sunfall rotates out. A while. Next year, I think. Think I give off. Don't. This is a good one. It's farewell then, yeah. Hopefully it gets banned. Yeah, there's thoughts of it getting banned.
Is wasted. You cannot win. Our plans are beyond your comprehension.
1, 2, 3, the 2, 3, 4, so they're both gonna attack in a 3-3. Yeah, I was thinking about that. The thing is, I want to kill this now. I could have unbinned it, but I guess like we leave it on top for this reason. We're forcing Oppo to use mana on their turn if they want to keep it around.
No secret escapes my grasp.
And send. He's on fire. There it is.
Finally, I'm home. I am almost sad to see you go.
The issue is, like, even if I sandbag this, they have 2 land destruction things right now. Might as well get it out of the way. Gonna happen. I guess if anything, they're filtering our draws. I really don't like these basic lands. They look like AI art to me. And that is 3 of our cottages gone. Great. Everything is okay.
Heal.
We've got the edge in this fight.
Yeah, that's funny. It's been 2 Sunfalls. Never wasn't there, lol. Honorable Blizzy.
May your blade strike true.
Oh, hey, there's the other one. Ooh. If they have a board wipe, they have a board wipe. I'm accepting the fact we're going to game 2 in a moment. Sounds good. Yeah, they probably will now. Goose unfollows the stock?
Remember your training.
One farewell we'll have to be scared of. It's the top 32 challenge last week. I think they have Emperor in hand. Top 32 to challenge 32. You need 32 people to fire a 32 challenge.
Your victory is an illusion. All your hopes and dreams were for nothing. I'll take note of all your failures.
We're dead? That's a joke. Oh.
The knowledge we acquire, I will shatter your mind.
We'll do that. Mm-hmm. A snack hits you for 3 damage. A snake. Okay. Excuse me. You link it? Okay. Bet most Blade players be on Elliot Dragon's list. Yeah. I'm glad you qualified for the Pro Tour. At a full force on falls. Oh, sir. Ow. They've played the last round. They had Tidebiter for one of them? No? Okay. Start down. I was dragging out the match, trying to get a win by timing out game 2. Oh. This is dealing a lot of damage to us right now. Alright, we're gonna force them to use the counterspell. Fine. It's not making Dreadknife deal 4 damage to you, yeah. I wish we draw another Cavern. I would like to get Cavern down and name Detective to cast this. Hey, look at that. 3, 4, 5. I'm a little worried. Why? I'm gonna go ahead and just kill it so we can saddle and get some damage in. They're gonna wipe the board here. Average snores RNG. I'm going to just send Sharp-Eyed Rookie in, I think. Unless they kill the Bat God now. Okay. And then counter it. Hey, Manti. I guess Farewell does it for them. Or one of Shelter would be cool. Yo. I love the room sound from the hearse. Yes. Explore over here. Welcome back from the ad break chat. Okay. Wasn't sure if I wanted to explore over there in the hearse or not. We're probably fine how we boarded. Nice. In case they drew a counterspell. Mm-hmm. Mayfield ruined the cavern. Maybe not. I don't really want to pass anything right now, I think. Except for this. Like, I would like to just use our mana to draw a card, to have this out on the side. Okay.
For the sake of Phyrexia, I will keep watch. Our plans are beyond your comprehension.
Hey, Bokai, welcome in. Yeah, that's like what we're doing in this quite a bit. Okay, thanks for the follow. Oh, I totally missed 1 point damage there. I was trying to like look for a song and I got distract myself that way. Oh well. Trying to find a song. I'm trying to find a song. I can't find it. All right. Well, I found some music to queue up. They have AutoWare in hand. They could have bounced this. But that means nothing happened on their turn if they don't draw a board wipe. That's actually a good sign for us.
You can be made to obey.
Tidebinder? They have to have Tidebinder. There it is.
Good data requires scrutiny.
That was actually dumb. I should have besieged it. I punted there too. But I'm not sure why they conceded there. Like, they would have to block the Sheldred. They would die. Okay, so if they don't have a Tidebinder in hand, they would die to the Sheldred trigger. Yep. Opponent can't block, otherwise they're just dead. Like, if they block, if they have a Tidebinder in hand, they could block, then Tidebinder in response to the draw trigger. They're dead either way. Okay. No, the thing is, like, they would have to on their turn in response to draw up Tidebinder again, if they had Tidebinder in hand. Or Emperor, yeah. Hey, we got the altar Bronco. We died on your turn, but would get my turn. Their turn. Yeah, I'm missing that then. I have to go back and look at it. I had two 2-drop creatures out and a 4-drop. I'm not really a big fan of these in paper. On Arena, they're okay. This border. I wish Sharp-Eyed Rookie got the extended art treatment. I don't think it did. The visible ink circle. 1 life, low mana up because he played Tidebinder and he cast mana up. Yeah, but so I understood they had 1 mana up, but they would have to block. They weren't exactly dead for me on my turn unless I had a kill spell, which we didn't have. Like I could attack in, they would block, and then it would go to their turn. The only way that they could live is by having Emperor or another Tidebinder. And then they would live, but then that need another answer, I guess. In addition to that. They cast temporary lockdown, so I was losing 2 of my creatures. They conceded when they cast temporary lockdown. It was on the stack and they conceded. So I had 1 4-drop and 2 2-drop creatures. So temporary lockdown hit the field, gets rid of my 2 2-drop creatures, then they can block. And I cracked a clue, not thinking about it, and I had a Sage in hand. But the extra mana might have gave them something too, also to do. But we didn't know what was in their hand, so that could have happened, could have not happened. Yeah, there's a prediction up, so get your channel points in. Well, we're kind of climbing. We started at 92% today. I think it was 92. Arming Scoundrel.
Yeah.
Play a fire. Alright, so we're casting Glisten next turn. They got something else in hand, it looks like. Okay, I wouldn't mind a land so we can go double 2-drop. Never mind, we're gonna go Glissa again. Untap land, but great. I don't know what Polyphia did. I've been behind in all this stuff going on. It's a little thing. Is that the stage to watch him before perform? Bring both in. We'll cut the bog. Bring the binding in. Go. So before we are on stage, Tim said, hope there's crowd surfing going on when we perform. And Clay told him, I hope there's... What am I not getting? Or is there more? I should wait. I should wait till you're done. This sounds like a terrible joke between the two of them. Like a really bad joke. Oh, okay. So you're dealing with just crowd surfer after crowd surfer and on top of you? That's annoying. That's very annoying. Was it throughout the whole entire show of their performance? Mainly the second and third songs. Die down after those two? Okay. Oppo, you have priority in my combat step. That does sound very annoying. Yeah, you can see my list by doing !_ deck. You'll get a link for it. And no problem. I haven't seen Nat Sushi in forever. Okay, hope to find a land on the top. Paris Thunder would have been okay as well. That's a little scary. We're excited to see them. Something happen. Shuffle up lineups. Sleep token perform at the same time. Otherwise, they're heading over to sleep token and watch them perform. Just terror outside of Australia. What? Oh, that's so annoying. Australia, it's terror. Oh, okay. We're 6-2 with this build currently. Our only losses are to we're 50% against Mono Red, 50% against Rakdos. There was 2 different Rakdos decks though. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the changes. Really funny Pokemon deck to show you. It came out in the new set. Ow. I'll take a peek. No. Our 4-drops are perfectly fine. Doomscar Warrior does the opposite of what we want. We want to be able to have creatures impact the game right away when it enter. Doomscar Warrior, you have to have the creature you back up with attack in. So like our hostile investigators are much better. If you're an aggro-based deck, like actual aggro-based deck, that's a different story then. Next turn, we're going to duress them and go for the throat that. We're going for pressure on the field right now. The Jun Analyst deck is a worse version of the Teamer deck. The Teamer deck is the best build. Even no. Person Teamer, yeah. Hey, crap, how you doing? Alright, we're gonna hope they don't have anything good in hand to cast here. Maybe they're just doing this as a value spell. No. Well, we get to kill both. So don't know how to play versus Nissa deck. It's unfortunately like, you kind of just have to be like, aggressive, and try to deal with their graveyard post board players and enjoy the ride. Oh, sorry, we're playing a card now in Golgari that you might like. We're playing Cemetery Prowler. Also, I went to go look up the John looked up the price while he was on stream. That card is like $7 for those who weren't here. That's too slow for that. I feel like I was bringing Terror Thunder in. I forgot what we're cutting for it, though. More combo to ramp. I mean, you have black in your deck too, right? You could put like counter spells can definitely help out because you can just counter their spell, hold up counter magic for like the rage. If you're in black, you could have hand disruption too. So that. Might be that. No, Cruelty isn't too slow. It's one of our best cards in this matchup. Black only is Royce now. I would say just counter magic then. Counter magic and Hearse. Does Rest in Peace hurt you? If it doesn't, you can play Rest in Peace. Actually, no, Hearse is kind of better because you get a clock with Hearse. We were talking about this earlier. I forgot about. Hearse can attack? Cut down to be a really cool. Oh no, we cut down. All right, so we're attacking in, and we're gonna go for the throw at this probably before blocks. Anything in your deck? What is Obo doing? Blank over Hearse just because attacking with Hearse is kind of hard. Yeah, but Corrupt's in like an artifact base deck. Has more flexibility with the ability to use first scry instead. Yeah. Oh, that's a Roxanne. Sure. All right, we're accepting the fact that they're gonna get that. They have enough mana. Plenty of enough mana. Currently again 3 lands back. Name weird for your cavern. Oh, I can do that. Yeah. We'll do that at some point. All right, Bonnie Paul is a problem. That's a little late at this point. I mean, we could win through it. We have a couple turns. We have a couple turns to try to win through that, or try to answer it. We at least have an answer for the Bonnie Paul in hand right now. We need to find a kill spell for the token. Bonnie Paul is in a nice little cyber change. Really? Okay. Why? Yeah, it's a pretty popular deck. You're probably dead next turn. Most of the player base jumped after we got Rest in Peace. Those virtues. I was thinking about it, but I kind of wanted to just get pressure in. They need to find if they want to get rid of the 6, 7, 8, to discard Bonnie Paul now, which they're not going to. Most of the players forgot to play how to play. How to rip. They could have found one. Oh god. Oh boy. Now that is a holy cow. Oh, they found one. They found one off the top. Or not. I tap for 100 green and pass my turn. If you QQ, you crash the game. If you have 3 virtues, I believe. Did you draw it? You have it? Six virtues? I was watching another streamer and they mentioned... Okay. Cool, 300. I was watching another streamer like a while ago and they mentioned it was like if you have 3 or more, you can crash. This is Sparta. 280 casual numbers. And make for 20. Try to add 300 of anything at once in the game it dies. Any fans of Bo Burnham in chat? All of the time. Everything the time. All of the time. All of the time. All of the time. Forgotten about his music. Hey, kill spell, be cool. Untap land's nice too, because we can play this and potentially get a throw out of their hand. I am happy to see that happening. Having an auto tapper off seems to help. One virtue, 4 of other targets. It would take that. All of the time. Song gets a little crazier there. Very chaotic. We're listening to another funny song. Oh. Before I was born. Alright, this is a really gross turn by Oppo. Never mind, yeah. Forgot about the spelunking, yeah. If they end spelunking, they wouldn't be able to. Crash. Ooh. Ooh. If they find elemental, like if they have it in hand, we get to exile it when they put the shield counter on. Where's the minimum that actually produces a mana to kill them? Did we actually be dead here? All right. Philippe, Nel Guita, thanks for the follow. Sorry if I said your name wrong. And it happens. Still happy where we're at so far. Bye. All right, chat. I'm going to call it a night. I do appreciate all of you watching the stream. Thank you. I got to go edit a podcast episode and get that posted. So everybody, thank you so much for watching the stream. I appreciate it. If you haven't followed the stream yet, be sure to follow the channel. Click the purple art below the stream. That is a free way to help support streamers out. Support streamers. But do me a favor. Also, hand out for the raid. I'm gonna send everybody over to Runeclaw Barrage. Here is your raid message. If you're just watching the stream, copy paste that into their chat. If you're subscribed to the stream here, be sure to copy paste this into their chat. That way you get to use my cool emotes. It'll look like this. But everybody, thank you so much for watching the stream. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow, 6 p.m. Central Time will be the start. And yeah, I'll see you later. Bye, everybody.